Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension, and you are now tuned in live for what are we on? Day four? I'm losing count here. We're on day four
Day
of the
four.
5-day Portal to Ascension Summit, and we've been doing really well. I'm so excited to be bringing this event with you and just building up momentum. It's truly beautiful. Alan, why don't you come on and chat with me as well, and let's
Yeah.
have a little conversation before we bring Adrian on.
Day four, and this has been epic, really epic. We've done 8 to 9 hours of broadcast every single day with really high quality information, and people, just the feedback, are getting so much from being part of the conversation, listening to that conversation, and being able to open their minds to what I call new realities. So you're doing a great job, and people are getting a lot out of it, and it's free.
Yeah.
And people can of course make a donation, but I think it's so valuable to come together in a way that we can. And because of this, new communities are forming around the planet, like non-local communities where people can connect with each other and learn and participate and share knowledge and share resources. So that's what really it's all about, I think.
Yeah, definitely. The flow has been incredible, and it really has exceeded my expectations. Like, there haven't really been any issues. All the speakers have been coming in and out perfectly. Everybody knows their timings. All these people have committed to the mission. Is really what it's all about, and they're so committed to the mission that they know that they're going to be here with a lot of their colleagues. And many of these speakers look up to the other speakers because they've been following them for a while too. So it's truly not only a family reunion, but it's a place where a lot of people can synergize together, get together, that maybe normally don't work together or haven't even had been in a conference together before. So we're giving them that platform to do it. But then on top of that, we have the hosts. Like, we have all types of hosts from different walks of life, different backgrounds, different podcasts. So we're all coming together for this one cause, and the cause really is to uplift humanity, to create pure transformation, to create unity, and to create conscious collaboration.
Right. And we have an incredible day that you scheduled today. You want to just review like the whole scope of the day, so people, if of course people can go in and out. We don't expect people to be there all 8 hours, although you could keep it on, but and background and do your own thing. But yeah, there's people you probably don't want to miss. So go ahead. Who's up?
Let's do it. Okay, so today we are on Sunday, day 4. We're going to start off just in a bit here with Adrian Valera from Disclosure Fest, and then he's going to be leading us in a mass meditation right after that, 11:11 a.m. Pacific. Firstly, if you guys want to share this, go to youtube.com/portal2ascension, share that video, or if you're on Facebook, I can't go and share anymore because my Facebook's no longer active. So if you can go and share for us, go to facebook.com/portal2ascension, right? And then if Shreya, actually, if you don't mind, Shreya, if you can just post that link in the chat, go there, go to the page, share the video. Let's get it out to as many people as possible. We want to really create a huge impact with this, and we're going to keep circulating this footage to the end of the year. So after Adrian, we're going to go into Grant Cameron. Alan Steinfeld is going to be interviewing Grant, followed by Costa Macreas, and he's also an ET experiencer. Scott Katamus is going to be interviewing him. Phil Gruber is after him. And then we have Brooke Grove. Then we have Misha Johnston, who is an MK Ultra MyLabs, basically a survivor, and has a support group for people that were in that. And so she's an experiencer as well. And then we go into Rebecca Hardcastle, Kathleen Martin, who is the niece of Betty and Barney Hill, correct?
Yes, she's amazing resource and researcher on the UFO phenomena. And she's been with it since she's been 14, when her aunt Betty Hill was abducted in 1961 outside of Lincoln, New Hampshire. Yeah, she's amazing, Kathleen.
She's been in it for her whole life, huh?
And then what?
Okay. Then we
got, yes, absolutely.
Then after that, we're going with Dr. Lynn Katai. You're interviewing as well, and she's the Phoenix Lights.
I just want to say Lynn Katai was a doctor in Phoenix, not into UFOs at all. And in 1997, as everyone probably knows, there was a mass sighting over Phoenix called the Phoenix Light, and her life changed. It's like that sighting of those lights in the sky. She dropped everything. I don't know if she dropped her medical practice completely, but she totally went into the UFO field and says, why doesn't everyone know about this? So she's been a very amazing activist in this field to get this word out there, because she knows um, something exists that we've been denied the truth of. And so she's a great person to talk to about this. So
Yeah,
yeah,
beautiful
that's Lynn.
energy. And we did a video with her and Alan and Ray and Grant on our YouTube channel and on New Reality's YouTube channel as well, which was ET Experiencer. And that's the first time I interacted with her, and I really love her information. So you guys can check that out too. And then, oh wait, no, we're talking about Dr. Lynn. Oh, that was about Kathleen. Never mind. So Dr. Lynn, yes, she's the Phoenix Lights lady. And then after that, we go into Sherry Wild, and Shreya is going to be interviewing Sherry Wild, and then we will end the day with the UFO panel with.
I just want to say about Sherry Wild, Neil. I just want to say Sherry Wild is another deep experiencer of the phenomena. And what's so important about Sherry Wild is that when she went from trauma of meeting aliens to basically being an ambassador of this higher knowledge. So she had a huge transformation in her working with these beings, you know, and this is sort of the process I think we're going to as a planetary civilization, where people are basically trauma. They're here to invade, they're here to take over. No, Sherry Wild's experience and lots of people, we're here to be upgraded. And part of the portal to ascension is accessing this upgraded information. So that's what I want to say. And then, yes, and followed by that is a UFO panel. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and exactly. And actually, just to comment on that, remember Travis Walton at our conference last year, which we also have on YouTube? He said the same thing, that he was traumatized by it. He thought it was a bad experience. And then when people asked him at a conference a year ago from today, he was literally like, he wasn't at the state where he knew what it was or what the bigger picture was about it all. And now he does. So I feel a lot of experiences start with maybe like, whoa, what's going on with me? And if they go down the right routes, they have the right people to hold their hands, you know, they'll find out the truth of it all. I do know some people that the person that held their hands was maybe a pastor, you know, and they felt it was like the devil rather than in ET. So you can really go down different pathways depending on who you connect with and your research after it.
Well, that's why this is so important, because there might be people who haven't had that experience, but they're hearing people who have experiences, and they're saying, well, okay, I'm open. If you're not open, if your world is so narrow that you look at it this way and suddenly, boom, something comes into your awareness that's totally out of your worldview and your sense of reality, that's traumatizing. As we have these conversations these last 4 or 5 days, something starts to get planted. Seeds of awareness start to get planted. So if you do have an experience, you're much more able to be integrated into the reality of that awareness, because we're hearing people who've already done it. You know, it's like running the 4-minute mile. Once someone does it, it's easier for everyone else to do it. So that's what. And so this UFO panel tonight, we're going to talk about some of the government cover-ups. So we're also going to talk about this other side of it, which is the integration of this conscious awareness into a mainstream population, where suddenly we can graduate from just what Stanton Friedman used to say, the most popular activity of humanity has been tribal warfare. You know, we can finally grow up and welcome another level of what we're really supposed to be as human beings, as part of the cosmos, as part of a greater reality that will welcome us into a world of free energy, of human potential, of creativity, of the reality of why we've incarnated in the first place, not to be enslaved to a system or to work for energy, but to have this abundance that will allow us to achieve our full potential as incarnational beings.
Exactly. And that's what this event's about. That's what I feel a lot of us are about basically stepping away out of our own way so that we can have that clarity and that purity and really use our skills, communicate with the entire cosmos. We have the ability to do that.
Right. So do you want to launch us off on today? You have a
Yeah.
little, do you have a little rap you want to launch us with, Neil?
Oh, yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
You know what's really cool is that whenever I go to conferences and I do a flow, I always do the ones I can remember, right? But now that I'm on my computer, I have every poem I've ever written right in front of me. So I can perform everything that I can't perform at an actual conference.
Yeah,
So
I just want to say about Neil, he's a great organizer, but he's a great rap artist, poet, and give us something that will really kind of set the mood for what we're going to experience today, which is a lot of experiencer stuff, which is a lot of like shifting reality. So,
yeah.
okay, Neil.
All right. Well, if there's some ET stuff in here, I got to look for it. But
Oh, it's okay. Whatever comes up, it's all right.
okay. All right. Let's do this one. Let's just do in this world of calamity.
Yeah.
In this world of calamity, with organized piety making fools drop to their knees, we be the free. People see right in front. Time for the peripheral, narrow-minded ignorance to be the bigger man and see the benevolence. The interdimensional energy of love holds my truth above other dimensions. I'm that anti-level vacuum being sucked down with the pull of a black hole, recycled in the universe that shows acceptance, knows acceptance by accepting the predicament that I am in. With all the government makes me think I do is all I do is a sin. Straight fear-mongering. So I write with a pen to show beginning to an end. Just know we chose to be here. Tear perceptions of fear. And remember, Jah will be waiting there. It's time to believe in yourself. It's time to forget monetary wealth, to concentrate on your health. I felt lost, stones pelt, body bloody, judgment by those who say they love me. But what does love mean within these lower frequencies of emotions, causing mental erosions? I'm frozen in a rapidly moving time, with holes in the heavens, flow of energy from realms of divine essence. These beings think that we're under their guide to receive lessons of ascension. No, the gods we show, the biblical portrayal of Jesus and pagan rituals, the deities who we worship and bow, ask for forgiveness, and how can we reach the kingdom of heaven? Away from ourselves, looking externally for personified God, indemnified soul of the old ancestry of the duality of friends and foes. Know this, the energy level will persist. The new world order doesn't matter one bit. No one world without singularity. Physical perceptions manifest in realms of spirituality. No order, pure anarchy to set all of humanity in 13 different third-dimensional planetary systems free. So follow me, and we will transcend, and we will ascend to the fourth density. Love you all. Let's do this.
Yeah. Beautiful. Thanks. Okay.
Thank you. All right. So we get into this?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, guys, we're about to get started, and we're going to bring on our first guest here. And Alan, if you want to stay on with me while we talk to Adrian, that'd be cool.
I could stay on for a little while. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Adrian's doing a great thing on the planet. Yes.
So Adrian Valera, let me first tell you about Disclosure Fest. He's the founder of Disclosure Fest, and the Disclosure Fest Foundation is an initiative and community-based nonprofit platform that unites like-minded people in an effort to raise consciousness, education on health and wellness, and to create awareness of global environmental and humanitarian initiatives with volunteer-based programs. Disclosure Fest organizes a series of events for local communities throughout the year to expand our higher consciousness and to unite with the energy of Mother Earth. Disclosure Fest has an actual signature event that's every year. Normally it's in the summer, but it's going to be on 10/10. So it's right after this event. Adrian and myself, we've collaborated on many levels. I'm going to be a host at the event as well. He's here this morning and we help promote each other. So we're really implementing conscious collaboration. But beyond that, I was introduced to Adrian maybe 2 years ago now, 2.5 years ago. And then slowly but surely, we started working together, sharing speakers, numbers. And I got to say, Disclosure Fest, we had a tent there last year in 2019. One of the most, if not the most conscious festival I've ever been to. Such great energy, such a pure intention. I want to go ahead and not only just bring Adrian on, but I want to also let's have a conversation about his story and how he got to this place. Amazing person, doing great work and really doing practical steps. That's what this event's about, by the way, is how can we implement all this spiritual knowledge into practicality and make some actual change. And Adrian is one of those guys doing it. So let's go ahead and bring Adrian on.
Hey, what's up, Neil? Thanks for having me.
Hey, brother. How are you, man?
Yeah, good. I've been watching these. They're going so awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. So why don't you tell us about a little bit about your story, like how you even got into basically discovering Disclosure Fest, or maybe like a synopsis of your spiritual journey before you even started thinking about creating Disclosure Fest.
Yeah, wow, interesting. Yeah, that's going to be, do we have a little bit of time?
We got 35 minutes.
Basically in the early 90s, this all started with a UFO experience. I was in my mom's backyard and I saw a UFO 3 nights in a row, same space in the sky, same length of time in the sky, over 40 minutes. It was really trying to get my attention. And shortly after, actually a few days after, I went to see Bashar, which is, I'm sure you all know about Bashar. He used to do these channelings out of a bookstore over here in Canoga Park. And I asked him about this. So, he, I told him, I was like, I couldn't get this full download. And, and he just went into some weird galactic files like he always does. And he came back with this one word. He said, Lily, which, I couldn't figure out. But a few weeks later, I woke up in the middle of the night and there was this apparition, extraterrestrial being floating over me, which freaked me out. This is like, you feel like all this time that we've been like, oh yeah, I can't wait to see an ET or a craft. But when it actually happened, I was like, whoa, I actually wasn't ready. And this fear built up, and once it got to the highest point of fear, like, she disappeared. Shortly, a few months after that, this was my old hippie days. I was hitchhiking to the Rainbow Gathering in Missouri, and as I always camp out with all the healers, and I'm working on all these people, and with massage and different past life regression work that I do. And one of the people that were in line ended up being this woman named Lily. And when I got her on the table and I touched her on her back, this flash of information came through like a movie. And basically, I saw like where she lived in Hawaii, the way her room looks. So I can describe the pictures on her hallway, what her backyard looks like through a window. Us, entangled in a beautiful tantric connection, and this other entity there just in the background. So fast forwarding, that entity, that name Lily that Bashar was talking about, was this Essassani hybrid that is my child, and also this woman Lily's child that I met at the Rainbow Gathering.
Wow.
And this is kind of what activated it all. From there, I started channeling more, and a lot more came through with my healing practice. And then, like everything happens, we get into this amazing spiritual world, and something comes in our life, like a relationship that kind of knocks it off a little bit. And then I got into the music industry. So the music industry is where, like, a lot of my wealth of knowledge within getting to the masses kind of, came about. And I've been in the music industry for over 20 years, starting bands like Slipknot and Papa Roach and System of a Down and Incubus, and really, really huge bands.
All four of those bands were my favorite bands for 5 years, at least. Yeah. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, so it was really cool getting that. So finding those bands got me attention by record labels, and then the record labels were like, let's bring Adrian on as like A&R. So then I had the golden pen. I can sign whatever band I wanted, or make any records. But really, it was learning about the record industry, and then from there becoming a manager. And we worked with bands, like huge bands like Slipknot, not a very, very angry, heavy band, but a band that's toured the world, and we'd have to rent jumbo planes to tour Europe, and we're with collapsible staging, and so all this wealth of knowledge through the music industry. And then And then when I left the music industry, you know, this is fast forwarding a lot of years, going into a really dark time in my life, which I wouldn't trade for the world, because this is all the juice. All the most amazing things happens when you're in your shadow. You know, all these things get discovered. And, you know, I worked on clearing so much of a timeline that I didn't even know about, that was repeating over and over to multiple lives, a certain trauma that, you know, I wouldn't have known about if I didn't go through that dark time. And when I came out of that and the fog cleared, and I'm like, whoa, what happened to my meditation and my vegan practice, and, you know, my spiritual practice? What's going on with me? I don't even know. Like, you know, I cleared all of this stuff through past life regression and finding these attachments that I've had with non-terrestrial and multidimensional entities, and clearing that and breaking those contracts. And then what came through was this movie that I was going to write, and I started writing it. And then when I got it funded and ready to basically film, I went on a meditation in Topanga, and that's where Spirit came through and said, put that on hold and start this foundation. So it took a year and a half for it to fully come through and develop into what it is, the idea and the vision of what it is. And it just tapped into so much of my past life work, and leading to this life where what was lacking in so many timelines is being of service. So creating a platform where people can really tap into ancestral wounding, child wounding, inner child wounding, and clear this path into being of service to help, you know, this ascension process, and help uplift our vibration to, you know, this preparedness, this state of fifth dimension. So
yeah. And for those who don't know, so I didn't know that you were actually into this before you were actually working with those bands, right? So you were like in this awareness, and you had your career, and then you came to this understanding of this awareness that you wanted to create this foundation, right?
yeah.
So
The Shar was my activation. From there it was Greer, and, you know, so many of the early 90s stuff, you know?
Oh, yeah, yeah. So for those who don't know what Disclosure Fest is, because you truly created something beautiful, I want to really we have, what do we have? We have 21 minutes until we start the mass meditation. I really want you to tell people, what is Disclosure Fest? And if you could just throw us some stats, you know, the numbers of people that show up.
Yeah, actually might see and play a video. It's like
yeah,
so much
you want to do that?
Yeah, let's do that.
Make sure you share the sound when you share your video.
You tell me if you can't hear it.
Okay.
Give me a thumbs up if you can, if you hear it.
Hi everyone, this is Adrian Valera with Disclosure Fest Foundation. We are a multicultural initiative-based nonprofit platform here in Los Angeles, primarily focusing on 6 initiatives. Our mass meditation initiative, a mindful yoga, music, healing and arts vegan festival, Feed Our Souls, our homeless initiative, Star Seed, our children's initiative, our clean air initiative, tree planting, forest restoration, our beach and river cleanup initiative, and our Every Elder initiative.
For me, it's about sparking something in humanity and our creativity and our passion for being with each other and the planet. It just makes my heart smile.
One of our initiatives that we're most known for is the Mass Meditation Initiative, which happens every year, summer solstice, in Los Angeles State Historic Park. Up to 22,000 people. This is a mindful yoga, music, healing and arts vegan festival. So we kind of touch on all these different ways for people to activate our higher consciousness, meditation, workshops, and so many indigenous elders from numerous tribes come, and inspires people to tap into a different frequency, something that sparks and activates our being. One of our most important initiatives is called Feed Our Souls, our homeless initiative, where we do these mini pop-up festivals in Skid Row, working with our homeless brothers and sisters on the streets. and bring different organic plant-based foods, healing sanctuaries, a space for children, clothes, barbers, showers.
Can we show up and can we support each other? This is an honor for us to show up, present with our neighbors.
I'd say my favorite time was Feed Our Souls on Skid Row. The joy you see when somebody gets treated like a human, and it helps you connect back to that we're all connected.
One of our other initiatives that we do at Disclosure Fest Foundation is our Starseed initiative. We go into schools where our children are dealing with severe poverty or actual homelessness. So we bring a curriculum into these schools with different teachers, yoga teachers, instructors, sound healers, and we bring 100% plant-based foods. This love in the low heart, these peaceful vibrations, so bringing these mindful meditation, yoga, sound healing, parkour, Jedi basketball to schools like this and work with children that are working with so much trauma. It's a healing exchange for these children and also the community of volunteers, instructors, and teachers that join us.
They get to really drop into their ninja self and they get to surprise themselves with what they're capable of.
And you all can eat here?
Yeah.
When I found Disclosure Fest Foundation, it helped me find more purpose in my life. Living a life of service has helped my depression.
One of the first initiatives that we introduced in 2017 is our Clean Air Initiative. This initiative partners with multiple foundations like Tree People and Arroyo Seco. We plant trees and restore forests and waterways. We restored waterways on multiple mountains. We planted over 26,000 trees.
The trunk of the tree wants to be in the sun, and in the wind, and the air.
The tree that I just planted is called Coast Live Oak, which is the most important species here in California, the lungs of Santa Monica Mountains.
This initiative is also designed to activate our root. When you're planting a tree and your hands are in the soil, you're remembering that connection with Mother Earth. Also in 2017, we introduced our Beach and River Cleanup Initiative, partnering with other foundations like Heal the Bay, Oceans Conservancy. It's great for the community to come out, put their feet in the sand, connect with the earth. Within a few years, we picked up over almost 30,000 pounds of trash. Some of the things we learned, how this trash affects our marine life and their habitat. And making a difference in the survival of that ecosystem is so important for the community. So in 2020, one of our newest initiatives that we partnered with Alma is our Every Elder Initiative. This is an initiative where we and our volunteers go into convalescent homes, retirement homes, assisted living, and just sit and listen to our elders. A lot of them have been forgotten. And we bring meditation and sound healing, industrial crafts, musicians that can sing a song. And when you can bring the community together, it's such a beautiful, amazing thing. Disclosure Fest is all about being of service. And just know you can be a part of something that serves a homeless person in the streets, a child, or Mother Earth, or oceans. So join us at Disclosure Fest Foundation. You can go to disclosurefest.org.
Everything we do is volunteer-based. So whether it's coming to a tree planting, or joining us at Feed Our Souls. Any one of our initiatives requires the energy and the passion of the people in our community around us.
If you feel called, on our website, you can sign up on an application to become a volunteer. We'd love to have you, or support us in donations.
And if you feel really strongly about one of our initiatives in particular, we can make sure to direct your donation to that initiative. So please don't hesitate.
And love to see you soon.
Beautiful. Amazing. So the reason why I really love what you do is because you not only are into consciousness, spirituality, empowerment, but you're actually taking the practical steps, and these initiatives are those steps that you're taking to actually make an impact on the world, not just talking about it.
Yeah, and it's really important. I mean, I've been going to these events, conscious events for so long. Some of these, and that's why I love your event as well. It's like it's different because when people leave your event, I feel like they're actually bringing that practice home with them instead of, a lot of these other events. I'm feeling like more people are more addicted to the exopolitics and the ET information instead of like really taking that information home and actually applying it. And it's just, this foundation is just it's part of like that, raising the vibration and being of service. So you're activate each one of these initiatives that we do activates a different ascension key. You know, like our inner child with our star seed initiatives, just really tapping into old like wounding. You know, but it kind of said it in that video. So it's really important to get out there, and if you can figure that out, figure out a time, whatever it is, just going to a park or going to buy a case of water and passing it out to, when it's a really hot day, to some of our houseless brothers and sisters and under a bridge somewhere, or you know, walking into a convalescent home and just really like livening up the place. You know, when you walk into a lot of these homes, like you can feel the vibration being super low. And when we leave an every elder, you know, it's really, really high, you know, and same thing with Skid Row. When we get up there and when we get to Skid Row in the morning, 8 a.m. to start setting up, I mean, you can feel it. It's just dragging in your heart. You can feel how low the vibration is. And by noon, people are dancing live. You can really feel the difference of the frequency of an area that's been super suppressed. And just being able to bring the community there to see that and actually witness, you know, like what it's like to be in a situation like that, but then seeing it shift, but still going home with those like, wow, I can't believe people are living like that, you know. And that's a really amazing, like Feed Our Souls is a really amazing, beautiful experience and activation, because when you're handing, you know, someone that may have like HIV and is holding up their pants because they don't have a belt or shoes, and you're handing them a plate of food, but you're really looking in their eyes and you can see a reflection of yourself within them. So that's where you can see the oneness of the universe, you know. So that's a whole nother activation. So each one designed to activate a different part of our ascension keys that are usually and mainly dormant because of we're in this cycle, this repetitive cycle of like survival mode, paying the rent and the bills, and what am I going to do? Am I going to have enough money to even like go and have any self-care and travel? Like, it's just this, there's no space left to be of service, and those keys lay dormant. So I just really encourage people out there to really try to find that space within their life to just to be of service. And again, don't forget, service to self is so important. Self-care. I'm even figuring out that balance.
Yeah. That's something that I've just been figuring out the last couple of years too. Like we spoke yesterday. Honestly, I've been sleeping 10 hours a night during this whole
I
event.
love it.
You know, I'm getting all the sleep I need. I take a walk in the morning. You got to take care of yourself. But I like, that's why I love you, bro. Like, you're such high integrity, such compassion. And when I look at you and I see you, and when in the first word that you say to me, I already know your intention. Like, it's just in your voice. It's just you know. And I would love for you to tell everybody, because we haven't really got into the festival. How did the festival manifest out of all this? And is the festival like, do you like get donations from the festival and put it into these initiatives? How does that work?
So yeah, the way the festival came about is our first initiative. So the mass meditation initiative, because that's, you know, we only really focus on initiative. That is the activation. So you come to the festival. There's 4 stages and 16 workshop spaces, and one of the biggest art walks in LA, and so many architects, like probably 4 or 5 builders from Burning Man that build like these huge structures are building 32 acres of an activated property. And then you come and that's where your activation is, so that you can fully understand it, and then come join us on the weekends to activate all these other parts of ourselves. So yeah, the spirit always, you know, it's been a very interesting dynamic, because a lot of people can't understand it. I've had to surrender and just trust to it. So it is a free event. That said, it is also the size of a lightning in a bottle, you know, where it's $500 ticket. And it's very difficult to do. Spirit was very clear. And every year I ask, you know, in December when I get my download for the next year, is this the year I'm going to be able to charge? You know, like, you know, and every year it comes back, same thing. No, keep it free. And, you know, and make it a healing experience for how people enter. So you can donate, or you can get a free ticket. And a lot of people are starting to catch on to the donation ticket. and it's been very helpful. And each initiative has their own way of making having some abundance to support itself. That said, we are in a place where I'm calling more and more for people to see what we're doing and support us, because it is very difficult. A lot of it is self-funded, and we're just going to keep going and going and going, and it's not going to stop. And I think people are just really starting now to really catch on to, like, wow. And that video you just saw, it took us 5 years to create something like that. Like, I honestly cried when I saw it, and back from the editor, because I know what we've done, but I've never seen it like that. So that's why I'm like, you want to hear about it? Let me tell you.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm with you, man. Like, it's so difficult sometimes to get something well produced. So when it happens and you're like, whoa, that conveys the story, it's like emotional.
Yeah. Oh, a lot of time we're just so busy and wrapped up in the service work and the work that we're doing that, we're like, you're a skeleton. You have, like, it's you and a few people probably working all in Portal. Same here. Like, everyone thinks we're like this huge thing, but really, we're 8 people, running like a 20,000+ person festival. So, we just got to keep going and like, keep spreading the vibes, and people will see us.
Definitely. Just want to look at some of these comments here. Catherine's saying fabulous event. Someone here, Jamal, is saying, I need your info. He needs to contact you. Such a bright light you are, Adrian. So maybe you can put in your email address or something in the chat room when we're done here. And then inspiring, are they only organized events on the West Coast?
So yeah, we have 5 chapters, and they're starting to catch on. Denver, DC, Toronto, LA, and actually now we're trying to open one in Oregon, in Portland. So it's just hard to catch on. So if people want to actually start a Disclosure Fest initiative program in their cities, reach out to us. I check it all the time, contact@disclosurefest.org. So there's that email. And thank you for wanting to reach out to me. So yeah, contact. And if you feel like it, we're figuring out a way to put together like a little kit that someone can just start this in their own cities yourself, and figure out a way to sustain it, even if it's just one initiative. Go out and clean a park every 2 weeks. Just, it's enough. And then you just build it. Like we add a new initiative every year. So that this is going to eventually get into something. I don't even know. I'm just going with the flow.
It's just growing. I mean, you do beach cleanups. Things that most people that go to these events and conferences, we really don't even think about. And so you're going out there and actually doing things that make the world better for us. And then you also do like, what is it? Hiking trails where people are foraging for things that are edible, something like that.
Yeah, some of our other events they're not initiative, they're just conscious events, and we'll have our like herb hike and meditation. So we'll go out with herbalists, and so you can kind of know about everything, all the medicine that's literally growing in your yard that you cut down every week, and how you can use that in your daily life. And it's like some of the most healing medicines, and just in your yard. Yeah.
Dude, you're educating humanity, and it's pretty cool because I feel like we're really connecting a lot and collaborating at every level possible. And between the two of us, we cover so much. When it comes to educating the public about becoming a conscious planet.
Yeah.
So I'm excited, and so I'm going to be hosting one. I'm going to host a couple of people during the weekend. But why don't you plug and tell people about what's going to be happening in 6 days from now?
Oh yeah, so we try to do our event, normal, our festival like normal this year, but with the planetary reality, we shifted to this virtual mass meditation initiative. We're going to have it on 10/10 and 10/11. You can go to disclosurefest.org and check it out and sign up for it so you can get some reminders. And yeah, I mean, if you want, I can show you a video of that too.
And Michelle's here in perfect timing.
Hey.
Yay, I'm so excited. Adrian, I'm watching the chat room and seeing how many people are inspired to create the movement in their towns. And this is how real change happens right here. Neil, Adrian, you two have given me goosebumps like crazy. I really feel the shift. The shift is here. It is upon us. And each one of you viewers that have connected with what Adrian and Neil are doing, take it forward. This is what our mission is on Earth, is to really up level and create this change on the planet. And thank you. I'm so glad we're all going to be meditating together.
Definitely. And Adrian, you wanted to show us the video, or do you want to say something first and show us that video?
I'll show you guys the video. I'm just, now we have these things.
Okay, we're gonna get started with the mass meditation in just a few minutes, so maybe right after the video.
Yep, cool.
Let's actually 1 second. Let's take a little picture, shall we, of all of us?
Where's Sharia?
Oh, where's she? I don't know. I think she left the room.
I see her. I see her picture.
Did you mention my name?
Yes, come in.
Come and say hi. We're gonna take a picture of all of us.
There she is.
Hey.
All right, wave, guys. Hey. All right, cool.
Thanks,
all right,
guys.
so Adrian, if you want to show the video, and then we'll talk for like a minute or so, and then you can go into meditation.
Oh, yeah. So it's a little quick 1 minute. I'm proud of it. So yeah, this year, just so I keep forgetting to mention this, and it's all in all of our literature and our website, that this year, half of all the proceeds, it's a free virtual mass meditation. You can join in for free. You do not have to donate, but if you feel called to, I just want to let everyone know that half of all the donations are going to Crete Academy, one of our partner children's schools. There's over 220 children right now. Half of them are experiencing houselessness, homelessness, or severe poverty. And the school is really trying to figure out a way to create a program where they can provide housing. A lot of these children are actually leaving their school with this awesome curriculum and then getting, some of them are in motels and some of them are on the streets. So they get having to get reset every day because some of the trauma they're experiencing when they leave the school is pretty intense. You can imagine being in South Central on the streets. So just so you know, half of all the proceeds raised from Disclosure Fest virtual mass meditation is going to go to Crete Academy, and the other half are going to get split up between our other 5 initiatives. So if you feel called to support, it'd be so amazing.
Michelle, I wanted to, maybe you can chime in here a little bit, because you're going to be hosting Disclosure Fest as well. And you've been with Adrian, I think since the first one, right? So what's your experience been like, and what are you going to be doing at the Disclosure Fest?
Well, when it comes to, I went to the first one, but I didn't really connect with Adrian, didn't even know he was the founder. Adrian's Mr. Humble. And I thought one of the MCs was the founder for the first 2 years. So yes, last year was the year I got most involved and produced the Star Ancestor space with all of our Indigenous elders and brothers and sisters. And it really moved my heart that Adrian recognized how important it was to have our First Nation family there blessing the land and calling forward the ancestors of the land and sharing this ancient wisdom, just like you did, Neil. This time you had Chief Golden Light Eagle, and we did his interview on Friday, but that's an interesting dynamic when you're at a vegan festival, right? Because typically our First Nation families are using drums and instruments that are made from animals, but they're also sharing a deep reverence for how that came to be. And it's also giving us all an opportunity to come into acceptance of where everybody's at in consciousness, and just loving everyone right where we're right where we're at. I just came off of another Zoom meeting with Scott Katamis, and we talked about how festivals unite us through the music that ignites us. And when we're ignited, those chambers of our hearts open. I bet many people listening right now and viewing right now are feeling when they watch that video that Adrian presented, you can feel just how uplifted and inspired and ignited everyone is. And when we're sharing that with the whole of the collective and the cosmos, we're creating change. What I love is how both of you are giving back, how both of you are consciously collaborating and weaving what you're both doing to set the bar and set the standards so that people around the world can do this too and can help contribute. Like Adrian said, those initiatives are so powerful. And Adrian, I don't want to see Adrian carry the weight of all of this by himself any longer. He has had some amazing sponsors in the past, and each one of these initiatives takes donations to make them go, to when Adrian's doing all of this organizing for feeding the homeless and planting trees and doing cleanups and bringing vegan food to those children at Create Academy, or bringing sound healing to the elderly. These are important things that we're doing for our communities. And I just appreciate anybody who feels inspired to help out or inspired to start your own programs in your communities around the world. We're doing it. We're shifting the planet, shifting the consciousness on the planet. And it's only going to happen when we do it together.
I love that.
You're so beautiful. Thank you so much.
I love you. I love all of you so much.
So,
all right, so we get into the meditation, guys?
Oh, it's going to 11:11 to 11:22.
So we'll go a little bit over, but I just want to say really quick, Adrian, when you're done with meditation, if you wouldn't mind talking to some people in the chat room, because a lot of people want to be involved. So maybe you can just click their names, respond, give you info. Some people have acreage in different states that they're talking about here. So if you want to go ahead and engage, please do. And besides that, guys, this not only are we doing this 5 days, but 6 days from today, Disclosure Fest begins. 5 days after we're done, I'm going to be a part of that. It's a continuation of this energy. We're not stopping. We've collaborated for many reasons, and synchronistically, we just happen to be doing it within a week of each other. So, really, after you're done with this, please do sign up for Disclosure Fest and watch it live if you can, watch the replays. But after we've had all this information, what better than to dance it out, with all this amazing music. So please do check out disclosurefest.org and sign up. And besides that, I think, Michelle, should we give it away, give it to Adrian, let him do the meditation?
Absolutely. I think everybody's ready for that. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, take it away, bud. So you have 5 minutes over what we originally said, okay?
All right. I'm going to try to play some mood music. Can you hear that? Let us all feel into our body. Hear your breath in your ears, feeling your lungs expanding. Just really tune into your breath. Scan your body from the top of your head into your shoulders and your torso. Keep scanning all the way down to your abdomen. Feel your sitting bones connected. Connected to our Great Mother as she holds us up, nurtures us. We remember how our Great Mother's just been there. So many years we don't even realize this grand connection as we're growing. Some of us are so fortunate into tapping into the remembrance of this symbiotic connection with our mother, our Great Mother Earth. And when we finally do, we're like, wow, why was I asleep to this most powerful connection? As we are in our day-to-day lives, a lot of time we hold on to emotional stress or traumas. Our Great Mother is there. She will help us. Let's ask our Great Mother now to help clear and heal some of this energies that may not be serving our highest purpose. And let's take a few breaths as we breathe her energy in from the ground into our lower chakras through our root, and we fill our body and our light body and our aura with this magnificent energy from our Great Mother. Feel that energy filling our aura as wide as it goes. You know how wide your aura is. Fill that up with our earth energy, with our Great Mother's heart. And then as you exhale, let's bring that energy back down into the earth as she filters and clears and heals, assists us with this. Let's do a couple more breaths like that. Filling our body, our light body, and our aura. And then exhaling it back down. Every breath down, you're feeling lighter. One more time. Breathe in, fill this all. And then exhale, let this clear. As you feel so light, you're almost going to float. Thank you, Great Mother. Thank you. Let's shift our attention now to the sun in the sky, connecting to the central sun in the universe. As we take a deep breath, I want to bring this beautiful column of golden light from the sun all the way down as it touches the tip of our head, enters our crown chakras and passes through your body, passing your third eye, your throat, your heart chakra, the center of our being, passing our solar plexus and our sacral and our root as this column comes out of your tailbone into the ground, burrowing so deep like a root, like from a tree, so deep until it penetrates the earth's core, the heart of our Great Mother. And we visualize inside this core like a tree blossoming and branching out and filling this whole core, filling our Great Mother's heart. As now we take a deep breath into the core, into the heart of our Great Mother, seeing those branches lighting up with green and pink swirling energy as that energy and light rides up that root all the way up into our body, our light body, in our aura. Fill it all the way to the top and hold your breath. Feel that connection. As we exhale back down. And now let's breathe into our heart space. The center of our being. Filling your heart. Let's visualize now the sun as we take a deep breath from the sun, bringing that beautiful column of golden light all the way down again. And bring that into your crown. And I want you to fill that whole breath of sun into your heart space. See the whole breath going in and filling your heart. As we ask our Great Mother to take a breath from her heart, her core, we take a deep breath from the earth's core, our mother's heart, and bring that energy all the way up. And we fill our hearts with a breath from our Great Mother's core. See that energy from her core fill your heart as you now see and zoom into your heart space with that radiancy so bright, spinning with green and pink swirly energy. And let's now keep taking breaths from the sun and the earth and keep filling that heart space. As you see it get brighter and brighter, as this heart space now is so bright, it's leaving the lining of your body and filling up the room that you're in. As we continue to breathe from the sun and from the earth into our hearts, and this auric field of our heart is expanding into your neighborhood. You see it expanding into your city. You see this expanding and now starting to connect with all the people on this stream that are all over the world. We can see our hearts now starting to connect with every breath, expanding, going over the oceans, other countries, until we circumvent our planet. As we fill this blanket of pure, unconditional love, circumventing our planet, realizing and remembering our star families here for with us, our animal spirits, our spirit guides. Let's feed this blanket every day with pure intentions as we shift and see this planet with no more wars, no more suppressions of the feminine or our children, dismantling our weaponized systems and creating self-sustainable structures and products with those, sending love and frequency to our politicians and lawmakers, giving them the courage and support to understand the change we need on this planet. Remembering our animal family as we work on being more of a plant-based planet, clearing and healing. Let's see this planet. And as we see this planet the way we would like to see this planet, and so it is, let us now breathe back into our bodies. Understanding the journey we just took, the power, the connection that we all have to the universe, the oneness that we are. And we feel back into our bodies. And slowly coming back. You can open your eyes whenever you are ready. Thank you for taking this journey with me.
Thank you, Adrian.
Alan.
Yeah. I think we should just sit in that vibration for a moment and just take it in and let it go through each part of our body to integrate it. I mean, thanks for doing that, Adrian. And the whole world is going to be at Disclosure Fest at some point, isn't it? Because I was there when you did it at the Lincoln Memorial with the.
DC.
Yeah, that was phenomenal.
Yeah, it was cold.
It was cold, but it was worth it because when we get a bunch of people doing that all together, live or online, something unifies us to, into a one mind, into a collective consciousness. So good luck with the upcoming show. Tell us when it is again.
It's next Saturday and Sunday, October 10th and 11th. You can go to disclosurefest.org.
Okay.
Reserve your ticket. It's free, or you can donate. Remember, half of all the proceeds go to Crete Academy.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, see you next Saturday, and have an amazing continuation of Portal to Ascension.
Great. If there's anything you need me for next week, let me know, okay?
Awesome. Yes, for sure.
Okay. Adrian, what's your website? Portal on disclosurefest.org.
Disclosurefest.org.
Okay.
Awesome.
Adrian Valera right here. Thanks.
Thank you so much for tuning in. Sending you all so much love.
Yes. That was this morning's meditation. Tomorrow morning, we're going to have James Redfield, the author of the Celestine Prophecies, on. He's going to be talking, but But to start off the day, he'll be leading a meditation that is part of the depth of knowledge that he likes to bring people to in his books. So coming up now is a conversation with Grant Cameron, who I find is one of the most dedicated researchers out there. Grant started as a real nuts and bolts sort of guy, craft, one of the best researchers into Freedom of Information Act documents that the government has covered up. He on his website, he's followed every president's relationship to the UFO phenomena. But in the last couple of years, he realized, well, you know what? It's not about the hardware. It's about the software. It's about who we are. It's about consciousness. So he's also written a book about contact modalities. I think that's coming out. He's written one of the other books was about musical downloads from popular songs that all of us hear every day, which are connected to this intelligence, whatever this intelligence is. Anyway, Grant, we'll get into it. Thanks for being here. And
thanks for having me, Alan. That was an eloquent introduction. Thanks.
Yeah, well, you've done so much. And I think it's important that you started with the hardware, because first you have to know that the phenomena is real. It's solid. And then, well, what's really going on here? Which level do you want to talk about today?
I think the importance of experiencers, the importance of who the intelligence is. I've sort of moved, as you pointed out. I saw the UFO up close. So when people say they want to go to Skywatches, I go like, nah, I really don't want to go Skywatch. I mean, I'm really, I've seen it. I knew it came right at me the second night. I had no interest. I was sort of fell off the edge of the earth. And as you mentioned, I actually had two noetic experiences, one in 2012, one in 2017, where I basically got with absolute certainty that this has got to do with consciousness, because that was what happened in the 1970s. I'd written a book and I'd gone around and I tried to get it published, and nobody could care less. The local publisher said to me, Mr. Cameron, you may believe in this kind of stuff. Count me among the unbelievers. I went, what? So I sort of gave up on sightings. I said, if you have a sighting, it's all very nice and good, and it proves to you that UFOs are there. But I said, all I want to do is I want to find out what was that I saw, because I saw it about 5 times close in 2 years. So I went on this mission, and basically I've just allowed things to happen. So I'm always planning this book, and then another book will come out. So you mentioned the contact modality, which I think is an important book, where I look at all the different contact modalities, and I say basically it's all the same thing. So whether you're channeling, or whether you're doing meditation, or whether you're having an abduction experience, or whatever it is, I say basically I think it's all the same consciousness with a different mask on. And it's this thing that we have to be important to listen to the people that are actually interacting with the intelligence. What we do sometimes is we want to know, like, what does the government know? And I say, what difference does it make? Who cares? Right. Do you care if I know, or if what Alan thinks about it? Who cares if the government knows or they don't know, or what they know or whatever? The question is, what is actually going on? And you've got to talk to people that actually may know. And that's where I say the contactees are important. The people who have been on board the ship, who have actually gotten downloads, who have actually interacted with the intelligence, because 40% of them will say at one point in their experience, they knew the answer to everything in the universe. So I chased them, and I did this contact modality book. And then as you know, I got involved with Mission Rama and at Mount Shasta. And I wrote 2 books. The second one just came out a couple of weeks ago, where I talk about portals, where I'm now in the situation, because as you mentioned, I spent almost my entire 45 years chasing around who knew what about what's going on. So I've dealt with, a lot of people now are very interested in, Lou Elizondo and Hal Puthoff and Kit Green and Eric Davis and stuff. I mean, I wrote my first book about these people in 1990. So I've always been watching these people, and what I learned was that these people knew an awful lot more than you and I. So I always studied, what was the propulsion system? How does it work? And this sort of thing. And in this latest book, it's called Portals and UFOs at Mount Shasta. What I basically say there is, after 45 years of looking at various rumors about what does the government have, what kind of technology, have we cracked the code, do we have the button to turn this thing on? I would now say that if we have any technology, I'll know more tomorrow because I'm about to get a report, but I would say if we have any technology or understanding of what's going on, it has to do with portals. It has nothing to do with nuts and bolts. The idea that we're going to flying saucers and stuff. And this is after 45 years of looking at people like Hal Puthoff, who had an investigation. I remember they contacted me about what the Canadians were doing in terms of propulsion systems. And he's just done a recent interview where he says, we had 50 experiments where people would say, okay, this is anti-gravity, this is perpetual motion and stuff. And he said, I've got a graveyard of 50 plus experiments that we've been, and basically saying, no, we don't have anything. Or if you look at Firmage, who spent millions of dollars trying to levitate this box, these gyros off the ground and couldn't get anything. I would say, and I'm just guessing, but this is based upon 45 years of looking at all this kind of stuff. If we have anything, it has to do with portals. We do have some understanding of portal technology, and that's how they're getting here. They're moving in and out we're all in the same space. There's no time, there's no space, this kind of thing, and they're popping in and out. And that's what Kit Green said to Jim Peniston. When Peniston pushed Kit Green, who was at the CIA with the remote viewing program all the way from the 1970s, and who is now running a program for the Department of Defense. I'm pretty sure he's running the program, but he's part of a program that's studying experiencers. And what Peniston said to him was, what the heck what are you doing? What are you trying to talk to me? What do you want my DNA for? Why do you want my brain scan? He said, oh, we're looking at propulsion. And then Peniston said, you are not, get out of here. You're not looking at propulsion. And he said, well, maybe I'm using the wrong word. We're trying to figure out how does the phenomena pop in and pop out just as quickly. So this is what we're looking at. We're looking at a phenomena that I think is all one thing, that we've sort of got everything sort of backwards. And the last thing, and I'll let you ask a question. The last thing I'm working on right now, I was going to do a book called Extraterrestrial or Maybe Not, where I look at what is the phenomena we're dealing with. Because the more I look at it, the more I think it's not going to be extraterrestrial the way we thought it was. I'm going sort of the way of Jacques Vallée. And then I got sort of sidetracked by looking at one of the contact modalities that I did a whole chapter on the book, and that's psychedelics. And I started looking at the whole psychedelic. Now I'm doing a book on psilocybin, which will be my next book. It'll be out in maybe 6 or 7 weeks. And it looks at this psilocybin, and you start looking at these crossovers that you see with UFO experiences. So you see people who are doing like these bungee jumper guys that, will do 20 grams, 30 grams, 40 grams of psilocybin. And what do they say? When you get there, you meet the praying mantises. And I'm going, the praying mantises? You get that with high dose LSD, psilocybin, or if you get the DMT, the spirit molecule. Strassman, who had the experience himself and then decided he was going to study DMT, said there was they call them, Terence McKenna called them the machine elves. Well, the machine elves, if you look back in my book, Portals and UFOs at Mount Shasta, I talk about the 2 encounters with these Zendra, where 7 people are inside this Zendra with a being in 2014 and then again in 2015. And then they start describing, and I interviewed most of these people, they start describing, well, this big, tall, 10-foot being was standing there, but there was these other beings that were hiding behind the trees, and they were poking out their heads. They were smiling, and they were like playing hide and go seek. And I said, well, were these grays? And they go, no, they look like little elves. And I'm going, this is the same thing. So you see these crossovers, or talking to Sid Goldberg. Sid Goldberg is doing meditation, and he meets a praying mantis in outer space, a giant praying mantis who said, we put you on Earth for 10,000 years, and then after that short period of time, you will rejoin us. So you start seeing these crossovers of beings in all different modalities, and you start to realize, like, this is way more complex than people think it is. It is just not simply ETs coming here, with some capitalist agenda to steal our toys and rape our women and stuff like that. This is way more complex. It's way less physical, and it's way more spiritual than people think it is. You're muted.
Right. That is a great wrap up of sort of where we're at. I mean, you mentioned Jacques Vallée. One of the famous quotes from Jacques Vallée was, if we find out it's just visitors from another planet, I'd be very disappointed, because there is so much complexity to the phenomenon. There's a whole occult, metaphysical paranormal aspect, this idea of synchronicities and strange things happening and apports and dimensional doorways. So yes, it's much more complex. And I think that's probably the problem government has with presenting it. How do you present something that you don't even have a handle on? But we'll get into that on the UFO panel tonight. What I want to ask you is, because you said sort of two things. You said it's consciousness, and then there's this thing, portals. Now, what's the relationship between portals and consciousness? Because portals are also a technological phenomena if you have enough energy to create this time-space warping. So how does it connect to the being?
Okay, well, the portal is just getting from here to there. And there's, what I've always heard is about these natural portals. And I didn't really believe it until, you may know, I follow around Ron Pandolfi, who is the guy who may be running the whole show, who's the guy who's, briefs Trump and is with Trump all the time and stuff like that. And when I started watching, they were talking about portals, and I actually got a list, and I had people that I tried to get them to come on because his wife was running these go-to meetings on the internet, and they were talking about portals, and I'm thinking, like, what are they talking about? And it didn't make any sense. And then I met, if you know the book American Cosmic by Diane Pasulka, in that book she talks about Tyler D. So Tyler D, I've actually met him. Like all these high-level people, at some point I've interacted with these people.
That's not his real name, though, Tyler D.
I could use his real name, but everybody would get upset with me.
It's okay. You don't have to.
So anyway, so I had a meeting with him, and Chris Bledsoe was in the meeting. Two very rich business guys were in the meeting, and who else was there? Peter Robbins was there. This is in Pennsylvania at a cabin. And at one point, Tyler D pulls me aside. And he was only there for less than a day. He was there, and then he took off again. And he shows me these photos, and these guys flying through space. Looks like they're in pajamas, and they're flying through space, and it's a painting. And he said, "What do you think of this?" And I'm looking at it, and I'm going, "I don't know." And then he shows me this one with all these balls going into the middle of this painting of these balls going into the middle of the screen. And he said, "What do you think of that?" And then he shows me this eclipse, these three pictures of an eclipse taking place. And I'm going, like, what's he doing? He's showing me these photos, and then he shows me these pictures of outer space on these screens. And he says, "You know where that is?" And I said, "No, I don't know where that is." And he said, that's the Hughes Aircraft Building outside of LAX. And still I go, like, okay, whatever. And he said, "Well, you know what happened there, eh?" And I said, "What?" He said, "That's where the jump room was." And I go, like, "Can I see those photographs again?" And it was the whole idea was, why did he show me these photos? He didn't say this is real. He didn't say it wasn't real. He just said, "What do you think of these photographs?" And it was sort of like a prodding me. And I'm going, and I said, "Well, man, as soon as I go to LAX, I'm going to that building," because they turned it into an office building. And the other thing he showed me was a picture of a 56 or 57 Cadillac Chevy up on there's two buildings, 999 Sepulveda Avenue is where this is. There's two buildings, a back and a front building, and there's a car parkade between the two. And on the top of this parkade, he has this photo of this 56 Chevy or whatever it is. And he says, "Look in the back seat. You can see there's a postcard in the back seat on this thing." And he said, what it says on there, it's some guy writing to his girlfriend. He said, "I wish I could travel through time and space to be with you." And I'm going, "What? That's what it says?" And I'm thinking, like, why is he telling me? It's almost like he's hinting to me that you gotta check this out. And here's this guy who works for NASA, and he's in this building. And Chris Bledsoe said this guy's got the keys to NASA. He's talking to the beings. They're downloading experiences to him. He sold this company for millions of dollars that he got from this download he got. And then the same thing happened with the Ron Pandolfi. They're having these things on portals.
Right.
So I don't really deal with Ron, but I deal with people who are dealing with him. And I said at one point, I said to someone, I said, "Do you think this is actually real? I mean, I can't stand this. It's like rhymes and riddles, and I don't know what's going on here. Do you think I should really stick around, or is this all nonsense? Is this what Ron and his wife are putting out as nonsense?" And he said, "No, I think you should stick around." And that is about to come. I've actually got a tape where Ron says he's on a cruise ship going through the Panama Canal with his wife and with this guy by the name of John Sillison, who lives in LA, who went to school with Ron in university. And that's the one where Ron gets really upset because I pull it off the internet. They put it up, and then I pull it. And he said, "People always wonder what it's like to go into the next world. The next time John here goes to the desert," and he's referring to this John Sillison guy, "a number of us will go, and we will go into the next world and come back again." And it's like, well, why is this high-level guy saying this? on camera. It's the only time he's ever been caught on camera. And then his daughter, this is the clincher. His daughter was about 6 years old at the time, and they had an encounter of 6 or 7, and it was with Joe Firmage. And so they said to Kashmir, they said, Kashmir, have you got a question for Joe Firmage? And she said, yeah. So she comes on, she says, how many portals do you have in your house? And I'm going, this is a 6 or 7 year old kid. She is not making this stuff up. Someone's telling her something. And so I hung on, and what I would think, and this I'm guessing, that they actually have a physical type portal, because they talk about this John Sillison actually going to natural portals and pulling an actuator out of the portal. And this is what they've got. They've got 2. I've heard these various stories. And right now it's still a lot of speculation, but this is the whole deal. If portals are real, then everything changes. It's not them coming on spaceships. They're popping in and out. I just had an interview I just did now with a guy by the name of Yossi Ronan out of Israel. And he talks about the beings leaving, these green beings with the big black eyes that are in his 1981 in LA. And the experience takes a couple of minutes. And when they're leaving, they basically hold hands. And he says they start to walk, and they walk faster and faster and faster. And he said all of a sudden they become translucent. And he said he can see through them, and then they become light. And the light gets smaller, 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 till it's a little pinpoint of light, and then boom, it's gone. And this is the idea. This is how they come in and how they go out. And that's the important part of it is, that's what I'm saying. It's not as physical as people think. People think they've got spaceships, they're coming here and stuff like that. And that's why I've interviewed 50 people who have flown the craft, and they say, the way you fly the craft, you put your hand on a panel, you put it on a ball, you put it on the wall, you become one with the craft is alive, the craft does what you say. And I don't think they have that technology. I don't think the government has that kind of technology. And that's why they may be doing the non-disclosure is, how do you say exactly what they said? Yeah, we've got these Nimitz things. They're real. The photographs are real. They're unidentified. And that's all we know. It's pretty hard for you to come up and say, we've got these crafts. We've had them since 1947, and we can't even turn them on, because you need consciousness to turn the thing on.
So let's talk a little. I mean, there's so much there. You have so much information. I love your enthusiasm because, as you said, and I quote you a lot, this is the Super Bowl of all events, understanding this phenomena and the ramifications. So you could talk a little bit about what a jump room is, what a Zendra is, what kind of technology you think we may need for that, but also Ron Pandolfi, you say, is in charge of the Weird Desk. Used to be run by Kit Green. He covers all this stuff. And so the government has this. So give us a kind of overview of what you think the government does know. Are they using it? Did they create a jump room? If you go into that. And will this technology, if you ever, whatever you want to call it, be available to the public at any time soon? So, or later, sooner or later?
Okay, that's my speculation now, is that they have some understanding that, and when I saw it, I wanted to go back to, and these paintings were there. I actually photographed the paintings myself in this Hughes Aircraft Building. And then I started to wonder, because I'd had dinner, and he probably had dinner with Andy Basiago, and I had dinner, and I thought he was one of the smartest guys I ever met in my life. I'm going like, because I used to think he was crazy. And
I still think he's crazy, Grant. Come on.
Come on. No, I had dinner with him, and I had breakfast with him, and I thought like he'd be like, slobbering and like
nice guy. No, nice guy, but a little. Yeah. So,
but that's the whole thing. Then I started to wonder, like, maybe he's actually telling the truth. Maybe this is actually true, that they do have this technology. Because you get a 6-year-old kid, you can say, well, whatever you want about people, grown-up people, but when you get a 6-year-old kid, I'm going, she ain't making this stuff up. And that's where I got this idea, because people want to go to the nuts and bolts thing. So we get, and that's why I say I actually asked Hal Put Up about this. I thought it was very bizarre. So we get a piece of metal, and we got a piece of metal, and it's layered, and it's all this kind of stuff. And we think that if we get this piece of metal, we're going to be able to back engineer a flying saucer. And I'm going, like, they came across the galaxy. There's not pieces falling off the flying saucer. To me, this is like Apport stuff. And there's an actual documentary being done. I was just at the site that for the famous 1967 Steve Michalak case. If you remember, Falcon Lake, Canada, that was investigated by Blue Book, and he has this UFO lands beside him. He's prospecting, and he actually gets burned by this thing. And they go and they do an investigation to the site, and it's this huge rock in the middle of nowhere in this forest, and they find metal in this rock. There's metal at Rendlesham Forest. There's metal all over the place. And so I start to look at it different, that this metal is being dropped, and you can look at all the metal you want. You can look at all the photographs you want, and you're not going to learn anything until you start to talk to people who are interacting with the phenomena and who have some idea of what actually might be going on. Because 40% of all experiencers say they know they knew the answer to everything in the universe, and we just say, well, it's anecdotal. We can't really believe these people. We need something that's hardware and stuff. And that's where you get into Ron Pandolfi stating that all the to the stars stuff, all the stuff is techno scam. And this is the idea that you may believe that you're going to develop this stuff, that you may believe that this stuff will get you. It's like you think you got a cure to cancer, we're on the very verge. And so you have this threat thing. Oh, there may be a threat. We need money. We need to do back engineering and this sort of stuff. The technology that I've seen indicates that it is so far removed from anything we've got in terms of, you'll hear descriptions of people, Chris Bledsoe, Terry Lovelace. They'll say there's this little craft and it's like, the size of a Volkswagen. And they go inside the craft and it's the size of a football field inside. And then they look outside and the craft's small. They go inside, and then you get the crossovers. You get people who've had near-death. The beings have taken them into the spirit world. Ron Johnson is a friend of mine. They took him into the spirit world. Is he talking to his dead mothers? Dead mothers leading him around the spirit world. He goes into a building in the spirit world. She said, "Ron, when you die, you're going to have a room in this building here." He says, "I go into the building and it's 10 times the size in the building as it is outside the building." And then you go like, wow, I mean, there's no doubt that this is the same story. And so the question is the person is it an abduction experience or is it a out of body experience? And the more you look at it, the more you realize this is so far advanced. Or Ron Johnson says, when you fly in the craft, he said, they asked him, what would you like to see? He said, I'd like to see the Milky Way from a distance. So he said, okay, it's going to be very violent for 1 second, very violent G-force for 1 second. He said, in 1 second, the front of the window opened up, the metal became translucent, and he was outside the Milky Way looking back at the Milky Way in 1 second. So anybody that thinks we've got that technology, we don't. We have some understanding of what they're doing, but you're not going to put it out if you don't have any understanding. And that's why they're trying to raise the money in the white world, the To the Stars people and the Hell Put Off and stuff, because they're trying to get the money. But Hell will say right away that they don't have anything. Or Eric Davis said, we shut the program down in 1989. The stuff is not at Area 51 because we couldn't get anywhere with it. And that may be the actual truth, is all they know is, yeah, we've got these things flying around and we can't, even though they have bodies and they have crafts, they still can't turn the craft on. They still don't know where these things are from. It is so far removed from what we actually think. And people think we're on the very verge and we're going to have jets and cars and we're going to be flying around and stuff like that. I think we're like 1,000 years away from understanding what this is about, because it's so advanced and it has all to do with consciousness.
But you also said, hey, there's a jump room. So is the government doing what Andrew Basagio says, Mars? I mean, I doubt it, but is there a jump room or is there not?
Well, that's the whole thing. I would have started and said, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I would have said, no way. But when this guy shows me these photos and he doesn't say, believe this, don't believe this, whatever. Why is this high level guy that basically everybody bows down to? Or Kit Green says, if you take the first couple chapters off Pasulka's book, the last couple chapters off Pasulka's book, that's what I think is going on. You have this thing where this extremely high level guy is showing me these photographs and saying, what do you think? Why is he showing me these photographs? If this is all nonsense, why is he showing me these photographs? And I started to wonder, I was thinking like, maybe there's something to this. And then when I saw Ron say, number of people in this room will go into the next world and come back again, and he says it on camera, and he gets very upset when he hears I've got the tape. He said that Cameron's a thief. And it's like, well, you put it up on YouTube, and it was something. And even his friends, when I showed it to his friends, they went, wow, they just couldn't believe Ron had said that. And so the thing is that if that's right, and I think it was Ron is saying, it's not the nuts and bolts stuff. That's all techno scam. They're not getting anywhere. You're going to spin your wheels. You're not going to get anywhere if you're going to use nuts and bolts. And he starts talking about this portal thing, which indicates it may be not nuts and bolts. It may have more to do with consciousness, and that they may have developed some sort of ability. Now, it's not they have a total ability, but when you hear a 6-year-old kid, then I start thinking they have got something. I don't know what it is. And that's what I'm working on right now, is to find out and to get them to confirm what they actually have.
You know, when you're talking, what's coming to me, and you lay this out in your theory of wow, which is a essay granted for a book that's coming out called Making Contact. It was a collection of essays, and I was happy Grant can contribute, that there's an evolution to, let's start with UFOs. In the 1890s, they looked like, you know, what you would think a craft would look like in the 1890s. And we get the that 1920s, 30s, that Buck Rogers look, and there's an evolution to the craft itself, and then we get these triangular ships. Well, first we get the lights around with the Betty and Barney Hill in the 60s, and then in the 90s we get these triangular formations, but they're not evolving their technology. So what I get from what you're saying is they're going to start to do away with ships altogether. The ships is just to let us know that they're out there, but it's really the portal science that's going to replace this contact experience. That's what I get. So it's part of the evolution you lay out in that essay, and they present us with the technology that's on the level that we can connect with culturally in our civilization at the time. So they look like wooden ships.
Like, we have to realize that we are part of the we're in this Darwinian science religious idea that everything is separate, everything is random. It's just a random meaningless universe where biological robots in it. And when you start to look, the more you look at, I think, at the experiencer messages, the more you see that they are connected. Even Bud Hopkins said, or not Bud Hopkins, but John Mack said to Bud Hopkins, there was this debate that took place, you've probably seen it, in Boston, where he says to Bud, he says, you know, Bud, it's really strange. He says, you know, I'm the psychiatrist here. You think I'd be getting all the real weird bad ones? And he said, I'm getting all the spiritual seeking ones, and you're getting all the bad ones. And maybe that has more to do with you and I and how we operate. And that's what you've got to realize, is that we are part of the equation. So if you see something, it may be that they're projecting. That's what this Ronin guy told me, that they told him, is we don't have bodies. We don't come here with bodies. We come here and we appear as whatever you want us to appear as. And that we can go back into this other world. So they can come in and become physical, go back into their world. But it's this idea that we're moving into these dimensions, or even if you get into quantum physics, I more and more, I quote the whole thing where John Wheeler said, there is no out there out there. That's the Stephen Greer, where Stephen Greer quotes, you think you are a puny figure when the universe is within you. It's this whole idea. There may not be any out there. It may all be within you, as the Eastern mystics have been saying for many years. And that changes everything. If you start to realize that we're in this idea of separation and planets and stuff like that, and you start to get this idea that it may be if you're having a out-of-body experience, you're going within yourself. You're not going out of your body. If you're having an abduction experience, you may be going within yourself, because that was the big controversy with the Wilson leak. People that said at the very end, there are no abductions. And everybody said, oh, come on, this is absolute nonsense. So I went back, and that was written to NIDS. So I went back and I looked at the board members for NIDS who had access to that document. I looked at Edgar Mitchell. What does Edgar Mitchell say? No abductions. If there are, they're military. And then I looked at Kit Green. Kit Green says no abductions ever. And I started looking at all these different people, and there's nobody really supporting it. And the question is not that there's no event. There is an abduction event. The question is what's actually going on in the event. Is it a physical where you're being taken? Is it true that you can fly through, you can take you through walls? Is it true that there's nuts and bolts that you can, the craft is 100 times the size inside as it is outside? Or the idea of the crystal, where people are shown the crystal and you're shown past lives, or the aliens have the crystal. So it's, I'm saying, you're part of the equation. People always want to separate it and say it's them and there's us and this is nuts and bolts and stuff. And I've done it for 45 years. And the way it's leading me is to say, no, you are a big part of this. And it may be there is no out there. It is all an experience that's happening in your head. That is a possibility.
Or it may be both. It's not like either or, because Kit Green also examined people for markers to see if they were abducted, right? Didn't they do that? And there also are crafts. So there's maybe levels where on some level, yes, it's just portal technology and there's no craft. And yes, there may be craft. I mean, it's so complex, the phenomena. So it doesn't have to be. Yeah,
well, it's like in a port. Okay, so let me give you one example. Do you have the one with the the group in the 1990s that was like, their name is escaping me here. The big group that did the experiments. They do the one where they get the report of a 39 newspaper, 1941 newspaper.
Right.
That reports just drops down and it's pristine. So newspaper over a couple of years will yellow, and it was completely pristine. Within a couple of weeks, it was yellow again. And so the whole thing is this actually crafts that are coming in and crashing? Or if you look at Diane Pasulka's book, what do they call the field? And the field that they were in when they were picking up this metal was actually gotten from my friend here in Winnipeg, who showed Tyler D where the field was. And he went there, and then he takes Nolan, and he takes Pasulka out there and blindfolds them and all this kind of stuff. And what do they call it? They call it the gifting field. So that holds a whole new thing. Is this actually crashes, or is this like an report? Are they intentionally crashing this material? Do they fly across the galaxy all the way across, get through all this time and space, and then pieces start falling off the craft and they start crashing? That's the big skeptic argument. And that's the whole thing. You start looking at like maybe, yeah, they can come in, they can become physical, they can go back into their world, and they're only physical for a period of time, and they can go back and forth. We just think that we're stuck in the physical world and we can't move. We can't do the same thing they're doing. So yeah, if they come in and they crash when they're in the physical environment, yeah, then there will be a physical element. Or if they drop a ports, because where are our ports coming from? It's not like, well, it's nuts and bolts. It's coming from the spirit world. It's coming from the UFO world. People are saying, I have the famous one, the Addie photographs. You've ever seen it? So Addie was a girl who was, there was a group of a seance group in England, and they dealt with this Addie girl who claimed to be about 12 years old. She lived in the house that they were doing the seance or whatever. And the one thing, and it's actually on tape, they actually get this on tape, where she drops this photograph of herself in a classroom. Mm-hmm. And she's in the top right-hand corner, and she looks exactly like one of the girls in the seance when she was younger. Wow. So you look at this photograph. I spent weeks looking at this photograph, trying to find that classroom. And because she lived in that house, this is 1910 photograph. And you see the photograph, it has these kids, but the back wall is all weird. It starts with full bricks, partial bricks, and the other side has no bricks. It's like they've photoshopped the back of the photo. It's just really weird. And I could not find the photograph. And the school had to be within a mile of her, because it's 1910. There's no school buses. They're not going anywhere else. They've got to be close to her. Could not find it. So the thing is, with this report photograph that appears, is that a physical world thing, or is that created and brought in from the spirit world? And we always get linked in this thing. Well, if it's physical, then it's physical world. And we know from reports that this stuff can come out. It can be manifested. Kai Muga can make it come out of his hands. It comes out of his eyeballs, out of his ears. This is this weird angle where all these contact modalities cross over, that you see the same phenomena happening. Ports happens in psychics. It happens in mediums. It happens in UFO experiences. You see these parallels across, and you start to realize it's all the same thing.
Right. You're just opening up a huge, I wouldn't call it a can of worms, but a huge complex universe that we're really a part of. And we've been so brainwashed and conditioned to see a world through this narrow scope. And I think what you're saying is the ETs, whatever you want to call these beings, is opening us up to the phenomena about the complexity of being, of being conscious, aware entities. And there is no simple answer, and the government's been hiding, religion's been hiding it from us, everyone, science. So we're here to start to take responsibility for a bigger reality that we're a part of. And you're just kicking open the door to those possibilities, Grant. We should wrap it up in about 5 minutes, but and we're going to pick this up later in the day at 5:20 when we do the panel. But from everything you've said, where should people plug into the phenomena? If there's so many people listening that want to have experiences or want to connect in, and you've looked at a huge range of possibilities. So what would you leave people with now as far as opening up to this intelligence phenomena and in a way having it change their lives? Because that's what it's really for, I think, to show this more to us as human beings.
Well, I would give a warning not to get stuck on one track, because as you know, I worked as a bartender at the Faculty Club Lounge at the university for a number of years. So I got to know professors and realized that people can get stuck down one little angle of one field, one specific, and they can't do anything else. And that's the problem. We have to stay out of one track. We have to realize that there's all this this stuff happening around. As to aliens, I mean, I'd hate to say it, but people say, "I want to see an alien." And we have these CE5s. We had some here, and I said to the guy who's doing the CE5s, he has all this $100,000 of equipment or whatever, and I said, "You want to see an alien? Do DMT 3 times. You're going to see an alien." "Well, I don't want to do that." And it's like, "Oh, okay. We want the alien to come to us. We're going to do a little meditation, and the aliens, they're busy doing stuff." And it's like, drop what you're doing and fly by. And I think we get into this problem that a lot of what we're doing in the UFO community it's just entertainment. It's like in the late 19th and 20th centuries, people went to mediumship things. They went to, hear dead people or whatever, rich people. And what we're doing now is we can't turn it into entertainment. And that we need the aliens to show it to us because we're interested, we're whatever. If you want to find out, there are many ways, but you've got to deal with the people who are having the experience and say, how did you do it? And go from there. We're ignoring the people who are actually interacting with the phenomena at big time because we're so into reproducibility, and that's just anecdotal. It's all anecdotal. It's all belief systems. And if we're using the rational analytical brain, we're saying, what I see is, I want, rational analytical. And I say, if the rational analytical brain had its way, we'd still be in 1492 on a flat Earth with the sun going around in the middle of a universe by ourselves. The only time things will change is when you bring new information in. Einstein said you cannot solve a problem using the same information that you used to create the problem. You have to get new information and bring it into the equation. And the new information is coming from experiencers. You can look at all the sightings you want and all that kind of stuff. You've got to talk to the people to get new information and then be open about it and play it like a chess game. Just don't get hung up. And that's what I've tried to do, is look across all these different modalities, and you start seeing these patterns, and you realize that there is an answer that you can get, but it's not
the one you expect, right? It's not. But Grant, your research is so valuable, and you just opened up a huge portal, I would say, to what we think is out there. And really, you're saying we have no idea, but we have to go with letting go of the old models, because that's the only way we're going to understand what's going on. I'd love to do a whole show with you about Zendras and portals and doorways to other dimensions. So we can do that. Sorry it's been such a short time here, but I think this has expanded the conversation that we're going to have the rest of the day. And we'll pick this up tonight, okay? This evening, around 5:20 on the panel. And how can people...
I'm sure Hertak will have some input on portals, because there's a guy. I mean, that's the example. When Hertak gets taken for a couple of days and they give him a couple of books and a download, you better start listening to the guy. And people just say, no, I don't want to listen. Just give me some pictures, give me some entertainment. You got to listen to the people who have been there and talk to the intelligence.
Right. And someone like J.J. Hertak, who was taken up to these other realms for 3 days and met these high beings, his life changes and his mission changes, and he's here to serve the greater mind with multidimensional information. So we're going to get into that. And that's really where, from what you're saying, the UFO studies are going to this multidimensional awareness. And that's what all the experiences said that last night on the experiencers panel. So how can people find you and get in contact with you and know more about you?
White House UFO is my YouTube channel where I post most of all my interviews, and Presidential UFO Facebook is where I post daily stuff.
Great, Grant. I'm so happy you're really at the cutting edge, because you're at the forefront. A lot of people are trying to look into hardware and cases, but you're taking it somewhere new. And this is where I think we all need to go. And I think this is what Neil has put together here in the last 5 days, is where are we going from here? Let's not look at where we've been. Let's look at where we're going. So thanks so much.
Sure. The closing point is that in 75, I saw it and I said, somebody's got to know what's going on. I'm now 66. I'm running out of time and I'm desperate to find an answer. So that's where it's at.
Well, you're closer than you've ever been, but of course it's like the horizon. It keeps moving, right?
Yeah, so, you got it. Thanks, Alan.
Thanks. I'll talk to you later. Thanks for being here. Okay. Next up, that was Grant Cameron, and my good friend Scott Katamas, I think, is going to introduce one of his fellow Greek brethren here. So Scott, thank you for all that you do. And I'm so happy to be part of a Saturday Night Alive every week and all the shows you're doing. So take it away, my friend.
All right. Thank you, Alan. Alan and I love to share with people that we met in 1989. I was making a movie in Maui, and we needed an assistant director, and Alan was sleeping in a tent on the property where we were shooting, and he became our assistant director, and he was great, part of the crew. And here we are.
I go to Maui to get away from New York, because I was in film production. I'm camping out in a film crew shows up. Scott says, we need an assistant director. And I didn't go to Maui to make money, but there it was, fell in my lap. And we've been connected off and on for 30 years, Scott. Was it 40 years now? 30
you know what? I haven't asked you, were you there the night that we saw the UFO in the hot tub? Were you with us?
I heard about that. No, I did hear that everyone comes running out saying we saw a UFO, but I've seen my own UFO, but I was not in the hot tub that.
Yeah, that was, it was quite a sighting. It probably was piloted by a human being. I don't think it was extraterrestrial. It was kind of the classic ones, but anyway, we all saw it and hovered, and it was relating to us. It was an amazing experience.
Well, we have one of the experts with us now, one of the people you're going to be with.
Well, that's right. I think we would have put the spotlight on him. So
thanks, Scott. I'll talk to you later. And thanks again for including me in all that you do.
Absolutely. Hey, everybody, you are looking at the beautiful face of my also longtime friend, Costa Macraeus. He's the founder of ETLet'sTalk.com, the ET Let's Talk community, the People's Disclosure Movement, the People's Love Alliance, and the Global CE5 Initiative. I've known Costa for also probably 30 years. He's an international networker, he's a creative artist, and he's been working on behalf of healthy relationships between all of us, all life forms, ET, human, his whole adult life. He's an amazing guy. He's a dedicated spiritual activist. He's been fascinated with the mysteries of the universe his entire life. And his current passion and mission is the website, ETLet'sTalk.com. We're going to learn more about that. We're going to learn more about the People's Disclosure Movement. But let's just start by welcoming Costa. Hey, buddy.
Hey, Scott. Nice to be here with you. Thank you very much for that kind introduction.
Absolutely. Let's go right into this really important project that you've created. Tell us about ETLet'sTalk.com. What is it, the community? How did it get started? How do people participate?
Sure. There's a lot there. ETLet'sTalk.com is today a growing community of 50,000 more people in more than 100 countries across the planet. It was founded by me in 2012. And we continue to grow and add more people and more teams across the planet. The basic idea has been in this community to teach the star people contact, ET contact. They like to be called star people, they told me. But I sometimes just go back and forth between ET and star people. So I hope they forgive me for that. But the basic idea is to teach individuals and teams how to make their own contact with these beings who are here at this time and to interact with them. We use actually it winds up being different protocols to do that, and I can talk more in detail about that as we go on. But the basic idea is the use of consciousness, intention, the raising of our vibrations so that we can be detected and known and interact with these beings who are often operating on higher vibrational levels than we are. So as a community, we've been doing this since 2012, and we've been holding monthly virtual get-togethers on Saturdays since then. Actually, since 2010, I started that, where the entire community gets together during a Saturday that's nearest the new moon so that we can get a dark sky for the people that want to have visual kind of sightings. But we've been doing this every month and joining as this virtual community and joining and visualizing ourselves as a network across the planet, which creates a unified group field of welcome and invitation to the benevolent star visitors. And by doing this month after month over the years, we have amassed quite a load of experience from hundreds of sightings, stories, healings, all kinds of communication that's happened in the community as a result of this activity. And the idea is to keep it going. And that's what I'm really all about, is to tell people that this community is out there. There are other communities too, which I'm happy to see, because we are a worldwide movement. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as the People's Disclosure Movement as we go on. But our ET Let's Talk community is definitely about just making this contact, teaching people, everyday people, how to do it and how easy it is, and then creating a support group so that we can all share our contact experiences and learn from each other and teach each other, because this is not only experimental what we're doing and unheard of, but it's also experiential. We're learning as we're going. I don't think any of us has, or none of us should claim that we have all the answers about what the star people are, who they are, where they're from, and what they're doing. But we have a lot of pieces of a jigsaw, of a puzzle that we put together as a community and share the information so that we can get a clearer and more holistic understanding as we go on of who they are and how we can work with them, because they want to work with us, and how we move forward as partners, which is really what they're wanting. So that in a nutshell is what the ET Let's Talk community is about. And I always ask people to come join. Membership is free, and you can just come to etletstalk.com and become part of the community and become part of the conversation, and most of all, become part of the experience of making this contact. It's awesome.
One of the things that I really appreciate about what you're providing is that it's an opportunity for people that are maybe feeling isolated, or like they've had an experience and people are saying you're crazy, you're not believing them. And so your community really helps people to realize that they're not crazy, that actually the experience they've had is a blessing and something very special.
You put it very well, probably in better words than I could, Scott. That's beautiful, because at the basis here, this is an effort of the heart, or an attempt to make communication. And when people come to me, and this happens every day as I network and meet new folks who are coming into the community, what you mentioned is very germane, because everybody has a story of how they've had a sighting or a communication of some sort. And more often than not, people will say, as you've noted, that they have felt that they may be made fun of or thought crazy or lose a job. So they have kept this to themselves. Not everyone, but many people have been in the closet about this. What this community has been about, and this movement, is to make this more acceptable, to throw off the chains of how we've been described by the cover-up that's gone on, that has diminished those of us who've had these experiences or attempted to, but now to put the power back in our hands as people to tell these stories, to come out and say that there's way more of us than anybody ever realized who've had experiences. And it's time that we got together and shared those experiences and supported each other. Even if we're not getting support, from family members or from partners or from work colleagues or whatever. So yes, the community is all about emboldening people and making it safe for them to come out, tell their story, and realize that they have a lot more company than they ever thought possible. It may be virtual company because there's thousands of us across the planet, but thanks to the miracle of Zoom and the internet, we do have that support, even if it's electronic.
I'm going to go back and forth between some of my questions and questions from the audience. Kira Slade writes, I've had several connections with my star family. I love the feeling that happens when I connect with them. I want to keep it going, but I also feel the need at this point to keep a balance with my physical world. I'm not sure how to balance it. Any suggestions? Great
Well,
question.
sure. I run into that too. This community is so vibrant and growing, and I've been having my own experiences that I could easily drop everything else I'm doing and just be happy continuing, with the ET contact. But we're here to, I believe, spiritually, to learn how to balance, so many things. What I would recommend is what I do, like with any other project, allot so many hours to yourself for this activity. There's no reason this should have to be any different than any other activity you're doing, right? You don't let other parts of your life kind of railroad and run over other parts of your life. Most of us, I think, do plan. Actually, I have to confess, I don't plan enough, but the intention is there, and we allot the time, and we say, this is my reserved time for my meditation, for my ET contact. This is the time I reserve to go out with my friends under the stars and make contact. And of course, these are the other times I reserve for doing the laundry, going to work, taking care of my family. It should be done with grace and with a sense of joy, is what I say, not with a sense of, this is not a zero-sum game. By taking away from one thing, you're leaving another thing undone. This is all about, there's plenty of love to go around. You just have to manage your energy, manage your time, and I think you can have a balanced life doing that if you just have the right attitude and not feel rushed or judge yourself or say you're not doing enough. That's something that happens a lot, where a lot of us who are in the service work may say to ourselves, man, I should be doing more in my waking hours to save the world, to do this and that. And the truth is, we can't burn ourselves out. So my advice to you, don't burn yourselves out. Find that balance in time and in your heart and energy, and realize that we have a lot of cosmic help, and your star families, I'm sure, must be telling you also that you're not alone. A lot of us are working on communication with them and with doing our service work to help save the world. So it's not just up to one person. We shouldn't feel like we have to give all. It would burn us out. Let's give some and balance it. And I think that will be doing the best thing that you can do for the overall picture of how we're evolving. Thank you for considering that and bringing it up, because it's an important question that faces a lot of us.
Oh, it's beautiful. And I want to add one other thought too, if I may, and that is, when we have a mystical or sacred experience, don't make a religion out of it, right? Mm-hmm. And don't try and assign too much meaning to it. Sometimes it's just a beautiful experience, and it's beautiful to see what our interpretations might be, but not to get too attached to the interpretation.
I agree, Scott, because especially when you start, when I started in this and my experiences were coming, it was, gee, wow, let me drop everything else and get into this. No, you can't do that. It goes back to what the previous thing we were talking about is, find a balance, and you will find you enjoy all of your life then, because you've found that balance. And I want to extend a little bit the point you were just saying about not turning it into a religion. Really good point, Scott, because early on in my experience talking to the star people in my communications with them, one of the first things they said to me was, do not look upon us as gods. Don't do that. We are to be considered as elder brothers, sisters, and cousins. We're family. We may be family that is a little bit further along a spiritually or technologically evolved path than you are now, but we're still family. In other words, don't make a religion out of us. That has been done, as we know, and they don't want that to continue into the future. This is a collaborative, peer-to-peer kind of partnership with them that they want as mentors, as friends and family again. How would you feel about discovering a cousin, let's say, across the waters that you never knew you had? Maybe you did some kind of genealogical research and, oh my God, there's this person. And you find out that they are so much more knowledgeable and experienced in life and things You would not worship them, but you would want to communicate with them and say, hey, how are you doing? Let's shake hands. I've got some questions about this. You've been down this road. What would you recommend? You know, that's where the partnership comes in. It's that elder family, an elder brother or sister, cousin, that out of love for you will give you advice and help you along, but not do your work for you, because that would be taking away from your own evolution.
It's so beautifully stated. I really love that. They are our elder brothers and sisters that are here to guide us and support us and their family. That's beautifully put.
Yeah.
Hey, how did this all start for you, Costa? I mean, I know it's been a lifelong thing, but any stories you want to share about maybe how this kind of got going for you?
Oh, absolutely. I like to say that everybody who comes into this community has a story. And it's just my pleasure to be listening to yours and other people's stories, because you know what? No two are alike. I am learning every day. So yeah, I've got my own story. The real brief background is I came of age in the early 60s during in the United States and in the Midwest in Indiana, at a time when the NASA space program, regardless of what many people here think about NASA, back then it kind of ruled the roost. And the Gemini, the Mercury, the Apollo programs, all of that was part of a shared world experience back then, as humanity strove to reach the stars in conventional ways. So I was informed by that program, and I was into astronomy, had a telescope. I was reading a lot of science fiction. So my whole youth was really pointed upwards and always wondering about the splendor of the heavens and enjoying that and feeling a mystical connection to it, as well as wonder what the life is out there. You know, there's got to be life. When I was about 10 or 11, I picked up a classic paperback book with a UFO, a classic UFO with a dome-shaped top on the cover, and a lot of pictures that came out of the contactee movement of the 50s, and I was smitten. So that was my childhood. I could not read enough at that point. There weren't a lot of books, not like what it's like now with the internet, where information about our star people friends is all over the place. But back then, I read what I could, and that set the stage for what happened in 2006, which is when I discovered that people using the Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind protocols, using consciousness and meditation and raising their vibration, could get together in groups and actually make their own connection, instead of being passive and hoping that sometime in their lives they might have a UFO encounter. This was a proactive, human-initiated, interactive experience. And so in Mount Shasta, one night during the week that I was learning with this group of people how to make our own contact, and we were seeing the lights in the sky and orbs in the trees and all kinds of things, I had an experience that changed my life, and I'll try to be brief about that. But for a half hour, in the company of 9 other adults, sane and sober, at around midnight at the foot of the mountain, we watched a small sphere, a starship, a small starship of about, I want to say, to 3 to 5 feet diameter. Time has kind of changed. I didn't pull out a tape measure. I didn't want to get that close, although I thought about it. But a sphere materialized out of thin air in front of the group of us, maybe about 6, 7, 8 feet away from me. And it hovered above the ground just a few inches. It was noiseless. There were no other real artifacts, things going on, no wind. It wasn't the shadows, it wasn't the moon. It was clearly there, and it was you couldn't see through it, opaque. It looked gray to me, but for half an hour it hovered there, and then one of the people from across the way who was watching this suddenly said to all of us, I just got a telepathic message from the beings who are inside of this, and they tell me that they're scientists and they're here to study the human energy system. And I thought to myself, wonderful, we're somebody's PhD project, you know, it's a field trip, but okay, it sounds innocuous enough. It makes sense to me that other beings would be doing this. So for that half hour, the woman that was standing next to me, I'll call her Gloria, who also saw this, was not talking, and she was not moving for the half hour, and she had her arms out like this for that half hour. I stayed close to her because I knew something was going on, but I didn't want to move away just in case she showed any signs of distress. At the end of the half hour, she just kind of got a little woozy and physically moving around, and I steadied her by her shoulders and asked her, what was going on? Are you okay? And all that. And she said she was okay, just a little disoriented. I asked her what had happened, and here's the real core of my story, what changed my life, other than seeing this other object materialize in front of me, which is, I've never seen that happen before, it'd float there. But what she said was that one of the beings from inside that little ship, one of the scientists, approached her telepathically during the time that she was standing there, not moving and not talking to the rest of us. This being asked her if it could merge with her and study her energy system. Many people would probably run away with their hair on fire at that point. Some of us would not. And she had the greatest presence of mind because what she said to this being was, you can do that, but I have 3 conditions. One is that I remain cognizant of my surroundings. I don't want to be unconscious or knocked out. I want to be aware of my surroundings. And the being agreed to that condition. The second condition was, well, I want you to leave when I say that you should leave. And the being agreed to that. And the third condition was, and what presence of mind to ask all these questions. But the third condition was, I don't want any probing, no messing with my sexual organs or whatever, none of that. And the being agreed with that. So at the end of that half hour, I guess they were done with the experiment, and that's when she became a little unstable and snapped out of that. And we watched then as this small ship then suddenly receded into the background. It dematerialized just as silently and quietly as it had come on, and it was gone. So right then and there, all the laws of physics I had been taught had been violated because I've never seen anything materialize like that and hover. And so I said to myself, if this can happen to me, and it happened rather easily, all we did was sit in a circle and meditate. Anybody can do this. And I really felt compelled to help people understand that this is real, that everyday people can do it, and that I want to start organizing people to do this together as a group and have more of these experiences.
Beautiful. That's thank you for sharing that story. And I think one of the things that's coming through in what you're sharing is just how diverse people's experiences can be. And again, just recognizing that each of us have our own unique perceptions, our own unique way of seeing things, our own unique archetypal understanding. And so a question for you, to what degree do you think that this might actually just be a dream world, and each person's having their own unique dream that includes their own unique dream of connection to the star family?
I think that's totally possible. We do live in a consensus reality. And I mean, that's a real profound question. I'm not sure I have the answer to that, but it's certainly possible. We're all walking around. Think about it. How do we manage to form societies, right? Or any kind of a group when each of us is in really our own little reality? We've had, as you said, diverse experiences that have informed us and altered our actions. How is it that we still manage to get along with all these other people that have their own other little realities? So this is a more deeper fundamental question, not just about UFOs and ETs, but basically, what are we doing here on this planet, and how are we managing to do it and agree to get along and get things done when sometimes we don't agree on what we're seeing and such? I don't have an answer to that. It amazes me, Scott. It amazes me, and yet it somehow still seems to work, right? We have formed, since humans were invented, we have formed groups, tribes, societies. We've warred with each other. We've loved each other. We continue to build. We continue to destroy. We're all sharing some kind of consensus reality, despite what's going on between our ears here in our own personal reality. And I'm not wise enough to know how all that works, but I will say that I honor the diversity that's out there, because it just shows you that you don't know everything, and you can't be walking around like this with your blinders on thinking you have all the answers. And that's why I said this is an experiential community. You learn from every single person that has had an ET Star People encounter. You learn something new about what they saw, what they expected to see, how it's affected them.
We've got about 6 minutes left, so I'm going to fire off a few quick questions. Somebody asked, can UFOs come as orbs? Or what's the relationship between orbs and ETs?
I think that they can. It has happened to me. It's been in my experience where I have seen ETs in the orbs. I'm not wise enough to say that I know all the physics that are out there. If they're coming in as an orb and there's an entire ship in there, and yet they seem to be the size of a grapefruit or a beach ball, and they're floating in a tree, and how they're getting in there and taking up all that space, I don't know. It's a part of reality that is not yet evident to me. And yet I have seen those orbs, and we've had pictures of them. And we have seen faces in them when you magnify them, so you know that there are beings in there. Who's to say that we as humans know everything there is to know about the construction of this universe, of reality, and that we have all the answers and all the formulas? I'm a very scientifically based person, so I do honor formulas. We see them working. Everything we're doing right now is the result of some scientific law that was discovered, right? And is being used to allow us to talk to each other this way, to create the table that we're on, whatever. Science matters, but I don't think science knows everything. And so the science of some of these star people being able to come in different forms is something we have yet to learn. And I find it actually exciting. And that's why I like the idea that our star friends are family, because I want to talk further with them and find out the formulas they're using, the stuff that we don't yet know about physics and hyperphysics that they're using to travel through the dimensions and to achieve different forms.
Yeah, I think that's really beautifully put. I mean, 100 years ago, who could have possibly imagined how a transistor radio worked or how a cell phone worked?
Oh,
right? I mean,
yeah, it would have been magic, and to some people black magic, but to some people this is white magic. It brings us together.
Exactly. Tell us about the People's Disclosure Movement and the People's Love Alliance.
Those are the two movements that I personally see within my vision as being the hope of the world. There are two integrated movements, the People's Disclosure Movement and the People's Love Alliance. The People's Disclosure Movement is the widest, most interactive movement to bring us humans in contact with our star people. ET Let's Talk is part of that movement, as are so many other networks that are teaching people how to make contact. And it's bigger than you think. 1.3 billion people actually believe that star civilizations exist and that we should be communicating with them. Wow. Now, not all those people are making contact. Half of them are looking for their next meal, but the belief is there. The mindset is there that life is out there, it's here visiting us, and it's in bigger numbers than any of us ever dreamed. So that's our People's Disclosure. We're not waiting as people who are making our own contact. We're not waiting for a government, a president, a premier, a prime minister to make an announcement. And I know this may come as a shock with some people, but I'm not looking for disclosure. I don't care anymore about the official disclosure. The People's Disclosure happened in 2019, a year ago, when my star friends tell me that enough of us were making contact with them that we now have an incredible momentum that cannot be stopped. There's so much of humanity that is ready and has made contact. It's the biggest elephant or the biggest ET starship in the room that no one has been talking about, but it's the People's Disclosure. There's enough of us now doing this that no government or institutional authority can tell us, can cover it up anymore. That's all in the past. We're talking about the future. That disclosure happened in 2019. It's the People's Disclosure, and we're carrying it forward until the day comes when the conditions are right for our star people friends to be here on Earth with us so that we can work more openly with each other. So that's the People's Disclosure movement. I see a lot of hope in that. The People's Love Alliance is composed of 1 billion human beings, I'm told again by my star friends, who have a kind of a bigger view of the big picture. 1 billion human beings have opened their hearts just enough. Doesn't mean that we're all Mother Teresa, but just enough that we are open to the new energies coming in now that want to build a golden age on the planet. We are people who value kindness, goodwill, love, compassion, building rather than destroying. None of us is perfect, but we're all, like I said, we're open and we're working towards that. And that's what the People's Love Alliance is. I will be making more videos, and that's why I encourage people to come to etletstalk.com, because I can communicate with you and tell you when I'm going to be giving more information about this Love Alliance. And what it means is that there are people in greater numbers than any of us imagine, this 1 billion, who are actively working to make a better world, and that we do have a chance to survive all these incredible challenges. Don't need to enumerate those. Everybody knows what those are, that may want to destroy our civilization, but we're up to the task. We are those who are the builders, and that's what the People's Love Alliance is. And it's working together with the People's Disclosure Movement. I don't see them as different things. They're two sides of the same coin. The cosmic societies are here to help us because they know that we are at a point where we can spiritually evolve. Call it ascension, call it what you will. There are many names. And though they don't want to do the work for us, they're here to help us. The People's Love Alliance are the people, us, our friends, who are doing the work that we can do, that we're able to do to make a better world. And there's so many different ways that and different roles that we can play that are out there. You know, none of us are doing the same thing, but it's taking a global village to save this planet. And we have the help of the galactics to do that. So in a nutshell, that's the People's Love Alliance working with the People's Disclosure Movement. And that's what makes me a cautious optimist that we're going to make it through this. It looks tough, but we have way more help. And I keep telling people, concentrate on what you want, not on the victimhood of what's been done to us as a species or as a planet. There's a lot of history to that, but now's the time to create and look forward. The best way to predict the future is to create it. And that's what we're doing in these two different movements.
Beautiful. People are asking for your websites and how to reach you on these different programs. So I know that we've got to switch over to Alan. He's going to be hosting Phil Gruber. But maybe you can pop onto the chat and just give people a little more information in the chat box, Costa.
Yeah.
He could just say, you want to just announce it and then put it in the chat, Costa?
Yeah, I can do both. Thank you, Alan. etletstalk.com. Just come and join. It's free. And you'll get on my email list and get all the information that I put out about what we're doing. And you can also contact me, Costa at etletstalk.com. KOSTA at etletstalk.com.
Great. Thanks. Great conversation, Scott. And
thank you.
Thank you, Costa. Great to see you. And I'm turning it back over to my old buddy, Alan.
All right. Thank you all.
Scott, it's always good to work with you. I feel like, this 40-year partnership keeps going.
Well, at some point, we're going to probably learn how to reverse aging and all beam up and go into the next reality together, one way or the other.
We're already non-local. Just think, you're there, I'm wherever I am.
You're in New York or Arizona, I'm in California, and we're all still connecting in these beautiful ways. And thank you, Alan, for how hard you've worked. Just want to take a minute. I mean, you and Neil have done so much to make this weekend happen, and especially with the incredible challenges that happened. God bless you guys.
I have to say, Neil did 95% of it. I just showed up, but
we all know that Neil is very well on his way to sainthood status. He is definitely Saint Neil.
Oh, wait, Scott, are you doing something tonight? Do you want to mention what you're doing?
No, actually, I've already done. This morning, I had Michelle Anderson as my guest on my Sacred Sunday show this morning. This is it. After this, I'm actually going to take some time off this afternoon and evening. I did, of course, Friday night Straight Talk, Saturday Night Live for the Peace Tribe, this morning Sacred Sunday show, 3 interviews here, plus client sessions. I've got one client at 3 o'clock, and then at 5 o'clock, I'm going to actually take the evening off.
I know I don't know how you zoom around so much. It takes a lot out of me, but you're incredible. You're just there. And we need it. We need the community that you and Neil and Deborah Giusti and Sharia and Michelle and Costa, these are like nexuses of people coming together like little cells forming this bigger organism. And that's what this time is so amazingly beneficial for, coming together with our community.
Absolutely. You know, the last thing I'll say, and then I know Phil just showed up.
Yeah.
And it's what I say every week on Saturday Night Live. We are the ones we've been waiting for. Absolutely. This is the time we've been preparing for. Every single person who can hear my voice right now, you are part of the Global Peace Tribe. You are a critical cell in the new butterfly that is forming out of the caterpillar goo, using that analogy. We are all imaginal cells, and we're finding each other so we can create this beautiful new world. So Imaginal Cell Scott is turning it over to Imaginal Cell Alan Steinfeld.
Great, Scott Katamas. And the one I've been really waiting for is our next guest, Phil Gruber. Phil, we've been waiting for you.
Where thank you. I didn't realize I had my hard hat still on. My original NASA hard hat. Oh, Scott, don't go. Hey, Alan, how are you doing?
Phil, we don't need to go into too much of our background, but I've known Phil ever since I walked by a restaurant on East 6th Street, and he said, "Hey, who are you?" And then we realized there was this metaphysical, cosmic information we had to trade back and forth. And I'm happy you're here today. And
I'm happy you're here today too. You were the best man in my wedding, and you still are the best man in my book.
All right.
Look at all this light coming out of my head.
I know.
Oh no, it's the chandelier behind me. Can everybody see me okay?
Yes, we can see you more than okay. You're okay. Phil also produces the Higher Consciousness events once a month. Do you want to mention that a little bit?
We'll mention that. I've been doing a lot of webinars, you know, and I'm much more comfortable with the Zoom format now. So I've been doing webinars from here. By the way, it's here in Singapore. It's 3:40 a.m., 3:40 in the morning, that magic time. What do they call it? That Brahma, what do they call it again? There's a special name for that. Oh yeah, Brahma Marathon.
All right, people, they get up and do a special meditation, right? But let's talk about your work in particular, because you've really broken down the contact experience. I mean, Grant was great. Did you hear my conversation with Grant Cameron?
Absolutely. It was great seeing you and Grant. And I love just watching Costa and Scott. Just really amazing, amazing conversation there. It's been just incredible.
No, but go into the detailed accounts of what contact is on many, many levels of consciousness, because you presented a paper like 2 weeks ago where at first I said, what is he talking about? And then I realized how ingenious it was in how the DNA holds information of the contact so the conscious mind can receive what's been perceived by the unconscious mind. So do you want to present that today?
Sure. Ultimately, everything is about the DNA. Ultimately, everything is filtered through the DNA. Contact is always happening. You know, our higher selves are always in contact with us. It's to the extent that we can process, we can translate and transduce that consciousness, okay, of ourselves in the higher dimensions, in the higher harmonic universes. And it's all ultimately about the DNA. And I will tell you, for clear contact to happen, and if you want, I'd like to talk maybe a little bit later about the differences between channeling, conscious channeling, trance channeling, symbol code implantation, and telepathy, I think, like we did a couple of weeks ago, because I think a lot of this contact is coming through channeling. And for people to really understand the channeling experience, I think there's a lot of levels of detail that need to be understood. But ultimately, as you said before, everything is ultimately filtered through the DNA. DNA is like the universal translators and the transducers.
Right. I just want to do a brief introduction because I don't think I really did introduce you, because Phil Gruber, my friend, former roommate. First of all, I want to say you inspired me to go out there on the circuit and start lecturing. I said, Phil, how do you do it? And you said to me, you just open your mouth and start talking about everything you know and studied. It just starts to come through you, and it's sort of beyond the preparing and thinking. You just let yourself be a vehicle, and you inspired me to do that. So thank you. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be here talking to you. But you are a metaphysician, so you look at the contact experience in terms of multiple dimensions. And when people say multiple dimensionality, there is a prerequisite for that. And that was the study of what Blavatsky and other people brought in as occult knowledge. But we don't have to call it occult anymore. It's really levels and levels of consciousness. So, but you're an occult metaphysician, basically, and you reference things through those levels of the unseen, let's just call it that. And you're a historian too. So, you know, you also left me your library. Thank you. The Fontanelli cathedral work and all that. So there is a prerequisite that Phil's in touch with for studying multidimensionality. It's not just something someone invented in the last 10 years. It's been around for centuries, for eons. And now we're languaging it in terms of popular culture. So Phil, go into the study of the DNA, the activations, the metaphysical understanding of who we are.
I think it's an aspect of, you know, there's the larger disclosure movement, where we're getting experiencers, abductees, contactees. There's another aspect of the disclosure experience, or what we call disclosure, where we are really learning now more of the mechanics of how these things happen. We're learning more. The information is here about our true history, our purpose for being here, the purpose for our creation. And I think this contact movement and the experiencer movement, there are reasons that people are chosen for contact. There are reasons that certain people are being contacted, and contact is coming in many forms. Like I said, for some people it's channeling. It could be conscious channeling, where there is no dissociative state. You know, in a full trance channeling, there is a full dissociative state. In true conscious channeling, there is no separate. There is no what do you call it? A disconnect. You know,
yeah, you're still conscious.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that in a minute.
Yeah.
But in terms of disclosure, the knowledge is coming in. It's always been here, but it's come through certain people that have had direct contact experience, direct physical contact experience through childhood. It's actually a hallmark of certain types of indigos that we call the type 1s and the type 2s. And I'm sure a lot of people out there can relate to this, where there have been direct physical contact with representatives of elder races, even from childhood. There is a reason that contactees, for the most part, are chosen. And as you said before, or alluded to it, as everything about the DNA, you have to be connected with certain races, basically, even to be a candidate for contact. But I want to bring it back to the DNA and bring it back to my experience a little bit, so people can have an idea of where I'm coming from. Basically,
wait, can I just interrupt? Can you throw in there, when you go through it, the apparitions, the Mary apparitions that happen worldwide? Because I think they're another form of that. So go ahead. I was just wanting to
exactly. I'll talk about anything you want to talk about. I'll talk about the Mary apparitions and the visitations.
Go into what you were going to say, and then we'll throw that in later.
Part of the disclosure movement is what's being disclosed now is a lot more about our true history, the true history of the human race, the human lineage, our history as angelic humans, the reason for our original creation, why the indigos have come. Contact is a multi-level, tiered, multi-leveled experience. And to understand our true history, where we come from, why we're here, what we're here to do, what our contracts are, the original purpose for our creation, we begin to understand why the Mary phenomenon, why the return of the divine feminine, the indigos, understanding the mechanics of who we are, where we come from, our true history.
Okay, give us the true history, Phil. Give it to us.
Okay, here we go. What do you call it? Buckle your seatbelts in. We're going to talk about star seeds, okay? The original human design. And this gives us the background for the contact experience, okay? The original human design itself is of extraterrestrial or angelic origin. Originally, human beings were created in what we call the fifth dimension, the second density, dimensions 4, 5, and 6. That's why it's very important. Again, as I said, as part of the disclosure movement, we're learning more about ourselves now. We're learning what makes us human and why we've come back. And most of us have chosen to come back at this time. I will tell you right now, I'll be very frank and candid with you and everybody that's listening to us right now. I believe that everyone on this call, has chosen to be here. I don't believe that all Earth humans, usually when they detach from this body, when their consciousness detaches, when they pass over, when they transition, they may go into some of the lower mid astrals as we've come to understand it. But the reason you come back for successive cycles of incarnation is because you're forced to. If you haven't cleared X amount of your karmic miasmic blueprint or imprint, that residual karma that you haven't healed, you're anchored here. You're magnetically pulled back to the earth for cycles of incarnation. I think, Alan, we've all chosen to be here. I think we've chosen our parents. Listen, a lot of souls that start the incarnation process or start the fetal integration process, if they feel that their mother or their parents haven't done the clearing they've needed to do, they will start the fetal integration process within those first 8 cells. But then if their mothers especially haven't done enough clearing, they're going to turn back and go back to where they came from. Here on the earth, this is manifested as stillbirths, miscarriages, abortions, and yes, they are tragic events, but realize that these decisions are made on the higher levels. I want to talk about the 1111 right now because it's very, very important. I think a lot of people out there notice the 1111 on the clock, and this is very, very important to understand too. I think we were very fortunate by choosing our parents. Read the Pistis Sophia. Jesus Christ himself talks about how he chose his mother. And when we talk about the divine feminine movement, this is very, very, very important. And really raising or elevating the feminine back to her rightful place in the spiritual hierarchy. We're all Marys. We're all beloved of God. We're all beloved children. We're all very, very, very special. But here's the thing. I almost forgot what I was talking about because I'm so excited to be on this call. The Pistis Sophia, Jesus talks about how he chose his mother, how he chose Mother Mary. Bill Van Horn wants to know what happened. I'm going to tell you right now. Okay. Jesus said he scanned the world from the higher harmonics, okay? Jesus came, projected his consciousness out of a large collective, an avatar collective, maybe Sananda. Maybe Sananda, by the way, is in my way of thinking, is a large avatar collective. If someone claimed that they were channeling the whole collective known as Sananda, I think their head would explode. But Jesus, as many avatars, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, past, present, future, have chosen, will choose, they have individuated out of large collectives of what we call an avatar, which is basically a large collective of hydroplasmic liquid light. To the earth, you project your consciousness through sets of interdimensional stargates, which are really sets of black and white holes. A lot of people understand what the black hole is. It's a magnetic vortex. It's a black hole, but you just don't stop there. You go out the electrical white hole. Not unlike our chakras, stargates are simply structures of energy that you use to travel from one dimension to another or from one harmonic universe to another. You go into the magnetic black hole, out the electrical white hole, into the next black hole, out the electrical white hole. There's a path of interdimensional stargates that a lot of us took to get here. And I will tell you that I do not think that a lot of us have come here as a result of past lives. most of us, I think, and most of us that are on this call, and most of us that are really into this work, and God bless Neil and Scott and Deborah and you for helping to bring all this information out. That's what I meant about disclosure in the beginning. What's being disclosed now is not just the experience that we've had that have brought us to this place, but actually more of this science, the spiritual arts and science that we really need to understand, Alan, to understand the true nature and function of Ascension, what Ascension really is, multi-dimensional identity integration, what stargates really are, what our true history is. Jesus scanned the earth from a higher place. He said he was looking for a virgin. Now, what does that mean? Yes, in Aramaic and Proto-Aramaic, Canaanite, virgin can mean young girl or young lady, but what the virgin really means is a creative energy female that uses her thoughts in an innocent fashion. In other words, that uses her creative energy in a state of innocence. The thoughts are devoid of any disharmonies or distortions. In other words, he was looking for a mother that didn't have any karma. That's what virginity really, really means. And our return to innocence, I think you know this, Alan, our return to innocence is returning to that state where not only we can control our thoughts. Jesus, it would not have benefited him to be born through a mother that still had residual karma or miasmic load. To be birthed into that pattern, you would have had to spend your life looking for ways to heal your karma. And that's not what we're here to do.
We'll talk about miasmic loads because a lot of people still have that and we're trying to detach from them. So please.
I believe that we're not here to heal our karma. We're here to fulfill our soul's purpose. And for most of us, I think our soul's purpose had already been fulfilled by our parents. I think we're here because of soul contracts. I think our parents may have been quote unquote soulmates. I think we're here to do much higher work. I think we're here to do here in the earth what angels are supposed to do, the work of angelics in the higher harmonics. We're here to fulfill avatar contracts. Yes, I'll get to the 1111 in a second. So it would not have profited or benefited Jesus to be born through a mother that had not resolved all of her karma. He would have been disabled in some way, may not have been to fulfill his contract here. Some people feel that the higher contract wasn't able to manifest, but he was looking for a virgin. He was looking for a woman who used her thoughts in an innocent way. In other words, a woman that did not have any karma. And our return to innocence, our rebirth now, and birthing into this new age is to find ways not just to clear our karma, because when you clear the karma, then the path is clear to fulfill your soul's purpose. We're not here. Yes, we're here to clear our karma, but that's not why we're here. We're here to fulfill our soul contracts. We're here to learn what Ascension is really about and our true history and the reason for contact. This all goes into the same pot. But we definitely need to clear our karma. Not only that we inherit not only from our parents and generations back, but also from parallel lives, our incarnational soul family. We come in with a lot of karma that's unresolved. And just think how much healing we can do if we heal ourselves of our karma. The lesson is only there for us to acknowledge what we need to heal. If you don't have the karma, you don't need the lesson anymore. And there are very, very powerful ways to heal all residual karma in what's called the miasmic imprint. Miasms are the crystallizations of disharmonic thoughts. And those crystallizations, all thoughts will crystallize as the DNA or in the DNA. DNA is really a crystallization of thought forms, and we are the hologram projected by our thoughts, by our DNA. If you have distortions in the DNA, and I know this is what you wanted to get into, but if you have distortions in your DNA as the transducers and translators as they are, you're not going to get the information clearly, okay? You have the double helix here. You have an electrical and magnetic helix. You have 12, you have magnetic code, you have base codes, acceleration codes. We don't have to get into that now, but we will get into that in the next contact webinar. Right. But when the helix, the shape of the helix is distorted, You're not going to have the nucleotide base pairs. I know this is seeming going really fast, but
No,
everybody's
it's okay. We'll have
sure.
to watch it a couple of times. Go ahead, keep going,
Okay.
and get to the 1111 too.
Okay. You have the nucleotide base pairs. You know, those latter rungs in the D. Oh, now I'm slowing down. This is good. The latter rungs in the DNA are hydrogen bonds. Me and Alan love this. They're hydrogen bonds, okay, where the nucleotide base pairs are. Basically, you have electrical and magnetic codes, one helix magnetic, one helix and electric, okay? Electric and magnetic, magnetic and electric, electric, magnetic, magnetic and electric. That's very, very good. But with karma ultimately manifests as sort of black crystallizations in the DNA, which distorts the shape of the helix. Because a lot of the ascension process is the DNA strands coming together, helixes coming together, and DNA strands coming together, creating that fusion and that creation of this unbelievably beautiful blue photonic light that accelerates the oscillation rate, that speeds up the oscillation rate of all the particles in the body, moving us from carbon silica to liquid light to living light. It distorts the shape of the helix. So now instead of electrical and magnetic, magnetic and electric, you have magnetic and magnetic, electrical and electrical, and now the helixes can't come together. There's polarization now, okay? When the strands and the helixes and the strands are meant to come together, okay? Now, here's where it happens. The hydrogen bonds, those latter rungs in the DNA, they're red. They present in the red spectrum. So if you want to have the true exodus, if you want to escape the bondage of Egypt or the bondage of our three-dimensional electromagnetic bodies, biological bodies, you have to do what? For the helixes to come together, there's breaks in the hydrogen bonds where the helixes come together. You have to part the Red Sea. You see, when you part the Red Sea and part the hydrogen bonds, the helixes come together, then the strands can come together, the fire codes can be released. There are levels and levels of this information that are absolutely stunning. Now, the 1111. I believe that most of us, certainly most of us on this call, have not come here because of past lives. Past lives, I think we confuse past lives with our incarnational or soul family, but I think a lot of us have come, well, I think all of us have come from the future. What a lot of people don't realize is that the higher dimensions to our perception here, what happens in the higher dimensions happens in the future. The angelics are our future selves. We are the past lives of our future selves. When angels have past life therapy, it's us they're contacting. The angels are our future. Heaven is the earth's future. Those of us that can make it here, yes, the future is paradise. Those of us that can make it here, I'll explain what happens in a second. But I think a lot of us have come from the 11th dimension. Here it is, the 1111. The 11th dimension, the 10th, 11th, and 12th dimensions are what we call in harmonic universe 4. We believe in a 15-dimensional time matrix, where there are 15 dimensions. Within a time matrix, consciousness is dimensionalized, okay? Outside of a time matrix, you have non-dimensionalized cosmic consciousness. This is where the Ascended Masters are, okay? Where there are cosmic seas of non-audible vibrational sound. But when you come into light, and where light language starts, is in the 15-dimensional time matrix. You have 5 harmonic universes, each composed of 3 dimensions: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, and 15. 5 distinct but interconnected harmonic universes, each composed of 3 dimensions. The 11th dimension is in harmonic universe 4, which is 10th, 11th, and 12th dimension. These are dimensions of liquid light. They're pre-matter liquid light. It's pre-matter hydroplasmic liquid light. The true biologies, if you can call it, of the, yes, plasma. we're starting to understand, even conventional physics now is understanding what plasma is, but the dimensions where the avatars are stationed and the avatar parts of us realize that we have parts of ourselves in all these dimensions, in all these harmonic universes. The 10th, 11th, and 12th dimensions are dimensions of pre-matter, hydroplasmic liquid light. The true biology of the avatars, the Christ avatars, the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, is actually liquid light. Now, the 10th dimension this is the cradle of Lyra, by the way. The cradle of Lyra or Lyra, rockabye baby on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle of Lyra will rock. When the bough or the seal breaks, the cradle will fall and down will come baby, cradle and all. You see, we fall into the bottom of the tree, Alan, but we still carry the imprint of the cradle of Lyra, which is our 12-strand DNA pattern, okay? 10th dimension is Lyra Vega, which is interesting because in the movie Contact with Jodie Foster, she goes and visits the Vegans there, not to be confused with vegans. These are the Vegans. 11th dimensional Lyra is a place, a planet that used to be called Avion, Aveyon. Now we know this place is Avalon. This is the true Camelot. 11th dimensional Lyra, Avion, or Avalon. And in the Bible, these dimensions are called the rivers or seas of crystal because they knew there was crystal silica. It's pure liquid silica is what it is. Now, 11th dimensional Lyra Vega. 12th dimensional, I think it's a place called Aramatena, but we don't have to get into that. I'll talk how we break the bonds in a minute. And what the most powerful healing that I know is, I think that a lot of us that see the 1111 on the clock, we started this incarnational journey not from the past, but from the future, okay? We individuated out of avatar collectives. In other words, we started from avatar collectives and we willed our consciousness to pass through all these interdimensional stargates to get here. So that's the first 11 is Lyra, Avalon, true Camelot, okay?
The lowering of vibration was the first. So we started from ascension in a sense, and we're lowered ourselves into form from the 11th plane.
Yeah, those of us that are in this specific incarnational journey, not from the past, we've come from the future, okay? And every time we're able to come here, we bring more of the future to bear here. We're here to bridge heaven and earth, earth's past and earth's future. Now, to get into incarnation on this planet, from wherever you've come from, higher dimensional star systems, it's important to understand that the Pleiades, Sirius, Orion, Andromeda, they exist within our three-dimensional time matrix here, our three-dimensional universe, but there are higher expressions of all these star systems. When people talk about the Pleiades, in my understanding, in my paradigm, we're talking about fifth dimension. Pleiades, fifth dimension, Sirius, sixth dimension. Contacts from the Pleiades are coming from the fifth dimension. Contacts from Sirius coming from the sixth dimension. Contacts from Arcturus, Arcturian intelligence, seventh dimension. Orion, Orionic consciousness, eighth dimension. Andromedan, ninth dimension. 10th, 11th, and 12th dimension, okay? That's coming from the Christ avatars, the Buddha, and the Bodhisattvas from the fourth harmonic universe. Remember, we cycle down from living light to liquid light. This is where light language begins, to pure etheric crystal consciousness, to semi-etheric, to carbon here. Now, I'm going really fast, I know. I'm going to slow down.
I think you're planting seeds for people to just take in, maybe not understand, but plant the seeds of these higher octave thoughts, I would say.
I think that, Neil, I think that you colluded to get me up at 3:40 in the morning. So I'd be in this exalted, elevated state now.
That's right, because I don't usually see you in this state.
That's right. Well, I don't know. We've lived together on and off.
Well, keep going, because someone asked, is there any other way?
Okay. So here we go. I want to finish the 1111.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So we've come from the 11th dimension. To get into incarnation here on the earth, we have to pass through a huge stargate at Earth's core. This huge stargate at Earth's core is called the Halls of Amenti, the Flame of Amenti, the Gates of Paradise, St. Peter's Gate, the gates of heaven. And then you have to come through one of the Earth stargates that correspond to the interdimensional stargates before you go into start the process of fetal integration. So you've come from the 11th dimension, Lyra. I'll tell you how I know this in a minute. You go from Lyra, Avion, or Avalon through all these stargates, okay? You go through the Earth's core. This is really important understanding. You go through the Earth's core where you leave an imprint of your DNA. We'll get back to this in a minute. Everything begins to make sense. Then you go through one of the stargates that correspond to the 11th dimension. The 11th dimensional stargates on this planet, in my understanding, is the Vale of Pusey in England, in the UK, where a lot of the crop circles are. And I believe a lot of the crop circles are to expedite soul transit of souls into this planet. Some maybe not, but most of them, I think as Freddie understands, they will accelerate and facilitate travel through stargates. The Vale of Pusey in England, and in Ireland, a little island called the Isle of Eye. So you go from the 11th dimension, right? Lyra, Avion, through the stargates, through the Earth's core, either through the stargates that correspond to the 11th dimension in England or Ireland, and then you start the process of fetal integration. The reason why it's so important, you pass through Earth's core, you leave an imprint of your DNA. This is what I believe our greater mission is. We have that 12-strand DNA pattern. I think enough of us now, when Jesus incarnated here, when Mary Magdalene and all the Marys and all the Christ avatars and Buddhas and Bodhisattvas incarnated on this planet, they had to pass through the Earth's core also, and that interdimensional stargate, the fields of Amenti or the gates of paradise, and they left an imprint of their DNA. When enough of us, this is why the waves of indigos have come in. All the indigos had that 12-strand pattern, at least. That 12-strand pattern is the pattern of the original human race, the original Turnousian race, the original angelic human race. When enough of the indigos, and I think enough of us have been able to birth into this world and left an imprint of our 12-strand DNA, now all incoming souls have that 12-strand DNA pattern. It's not entirely activated, Alan. It's a potential that people can activate if they know how to do it. This is why when 1111 comes on that digital clock, we're coded with that 1111. This is my best interpretation and explanation of the 1111. And now I think people understand more about going through the Earth's core and leaving an imprint of your DNA. These waves of indigos, these most recent waves, the indigos have been coming in for hundreds of years. The psychics and clairvoyants began to notice them in the 70s because they had a DNA activation level where they could perceive those colors in the first place. They called them indigos. And now I think a lot of people don't know this, why we're called indigos in the first place. Yes, the children got noticed first because of their youth, their life force. The colors are more vital, more bright. But the reason the indigos, mainly the children, had that preponderance of indigo in their auras is because they had parts of the 6th strand activated. This is one of the keys. Each DNA strand is coded to process one dimension of consciousness. This is very important to understand. So if you're getting information from the 5th and 6th and higher dimensions, you've got to clear the karmic residue, especially out of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd DNA strands, because ultimately it's going to be channeled through those 3 lower strands. This is why, especially people that channel light language. And remember, all of you out there, everything is light language. We're more used to the channels toning or singing or chanting, and realize that angelics are very, very much like us physiologically, biologically. Their internal organs a little bit different. Their heads are a little bit expanded this way or this way. And this is why a lot of people are getting cluster and migraine headaches, Alan, is because the cranial sutures here, they're made to separate our brains, our cranial vault, our skulls are meant to enlarge. If there's if there's karmic residue or blocks in that natural evolutionary organic ascension process, they're not going to open and you're going to get headaches instead.
Right, okay? Because as the pituitary pineal gland expands to get more light, those skull bones have to loosen up in order to.
That's right.
But you're getting so many questions. Is this path you're explaining, Avalon, going through the Earth's core, the only way to the 11th dimension? Is it something, or is it rather the way you recommend?
No, listen, the way we came in is the way we go back. To understand the roadmap of where we started, to understand the anatomy and the structure of a time matrix, okay, and an energy matrix, helps us understand what angels are, what state, where they are in the dimensional picture, where our souls are, where the angels are, where the archangels are, where the avatars, where the rishis, what ascended masters truly are. It helps us understand who and what we are. Now, in terms of contact now, and then I'll talk about the DNA. And right away, I'll tell you, for those healers out there or healing facilitators, I think the most powerful healing in this world is the energies of forgiveness and gratitude. Forgiveness and gratitude are sentient, conscious identities, okay? When we think thoughts, see, every thought we think, read the master key, Charles Hanel. It's more useful now than it ever has been. All these teachings we've been getting, all these success programs and peak performance, ultimately, we have to control our thoughts. Because all thoughts are impelled by their nature or compelled to objectify themselves, okay?
Phil, we sort of have to wrap it up, but I mean, you're so many people.
Are you serious? I thought we had 40 minutes.
Well, what time did we start? Anyway.
Oh, wow, it's 4:25 already. Wow. Listen, I know
you have something coming up on Portal to Ascension. I'm just looking for that. No, there's so many unanswered questions. I just want to say to Anne, I don't think wherever we incarnate is a mistake. Wherever you incarnate is supposed. But
listen, if you can copy and paste these questions, I will do my best to answer them. If they leave their emails on the chat and you cut and copy the chat, I will do my best to answer all these questions. I know I planted some seeds here, but I will tell you, as far as healing the DNA, the karmic miasmic load in the DNA, which is caused by our improper thoughts, disharmonic thoughts, thoughts that don't honor the law of one and all that kind of stuff. Forgiveness and gratitude. Look at the Emoto crystals. The most beautiful crystals of Emoto are the ones where thoughts of forgiveness and gratitude are projected. Let me speak for one more minute. This is really important.
No, please.
Forgiveness and gratitude. Look at the light. Look at how much light it can hold and light it can radiate. Why? It's the structure of the crystal. Crystals that have no structure can't hold that consciousness, can't hold multidimensional consciousness, can't hold the love and compassion. But thoughts of forgiveness and gratitude, you see how beautiful and full of light and radiant they are. Jesus said to Magdalene, you are the effulgence of light. Why? Because if you become the living embodiment of forgiveness and gratitude, think of it, look at the Emoto crystal. Every crystal and micro crystal in your body will be able to hold and radiate that light. That's when you become a presence healer. So think of forgiveness and gratitude. It's not about blame, it's forgiving. What do you have to be a clear and open channel for grace, for the Spirit of God to move through you out into the world? And gratitude, read Wallace Wattles' The Signs of Getting Rich. Gratitude is a magnetic force that unites your brain and your solar plexus in the heart space. That's that warm feeling. That's that feeling of gratitude. Gratitude for you, gratitude for Scott, gratitude for Deborah, for Neil, for Scott, for all the people that are coming in on this. Your light language may be toning, it may be singing, it may be chanting, it may be art, it may be poetry, it may be just smiling and giving someone a reason to live another day, to give someone hope. It's as Kiara Windrider says, and he's always on our contact panels, the only thing that didn't escape from Pandora's box was hope. Hope springs eternal, forgiveness and gratitude. And how do you forgive? Make your apology. And with forgiveness, the Pistis Sophia, Jesus said through Mary Magdalene, the soul is declared innocent of all intensifications of karma. And the Pistis Sophia that I recommend is the commentary by JJ and Desiree Hurtak.
I always forget how incredible you are once you start talking, because like you're filtering.
I can't believe, I think time is accelerated. Whenever
It did
we're
accelerate.
together.
But Neil is producing a big event for you called Visitors to a Small Planet, where you're going to do 3 hours of this type of deep downloaded information. We didn't even get to the digital contact. That is March 21st, 2020. Go to Portal to Ascension, Visitors to a Small Planet. Also, me and you, Phil, are doing in October 20th. We are doing
Dynamic Duo. It's going to be Tuesday, October 20th.
Yes. What are we doing?
7:30 p.m. Central Time. Contact with Higher Intelligence, Part 4. And in this Part 4, we're going to name the names. We're going to talk about the primary agendas of visitor races, the reasons for contact, how to create a contact platform for higher intelligence, and the reasons we're chosen for contact.
Okay, but how do people sign up for that Higher Intelligence Conference?
That's a really good one. I think they have to contact you or contact me. May I leave my email?
Yes, put your email in the chat, and you can contact me at
Listen,
New
if you have
Reality.
if you have any questions, please
Yeah.
do not hesitate to email me. I will, all panelists and attendees. Okay, here it is.
Yeah,
Phil.
look for more of Phil's incredible downloaded information. It is.
This is my email, everybody. Listen, you're doing me a service here, because if I'm not doing this, I'm binge watching Netflix or Amazon. So with any questions, we're going to
153 at Hotmail. We have to go to our next customer.
Okay, thank you so much, Neil. Thank you so much. These are our portals to Ascension. And Alan, you are the man.
Okay.
You are the man.
Thank you, Phil.
I love you all. Thank you so much. I'm going back to sleep now.
Okay, you're incredible though. People are so inspired. Just look at the chat before you go to sleep and see how much people want this information.
I will try to answer the questions, as many as I can. Leave your emails so I can answer the questions, or email me. Thank you so much. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Come back. Love to see you soon, and really keep doing the research, because we need this information. You're taking us to the next dimension. So thanks.
Thank you.
My good, incredible. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. These are some thanks, Phil. So grateful. Sharia, let me take a breath.
Whoa!
Wasn't that amazing?
That was awesome.
You can't hear that anywhere else. You're not going to hear this on ABC News. I mean, right? I mean,
shout out to Phil. I met him at PTAC 2019, and now I'm like, holy smokes. I wish we had started the conversation back then, because this is awesome.
What did you get? What was the takeaway from that whole?
Oh my gosh, there's so much. Well, the idea of us leaving our imprint of our DNA in the core of the earth means, it's still there and it's pure form. And I'm sure it's elsewhere in its pure form as well. But, in other words, perhaps I think he was saying we are to re-access that and bring it forward here fully.
And also, as we evolve, we shift the DNA to a higher upgrade, so other beings coming into the earth plane get the benefit of everyone's evolution. This is how we progress to higher levels. That's what I got.
Like people were saying, it's an open source universe. I think it was Adam and Paul yesterday. It was like we all help each other in the rest of the universe.
We're all connected. Right?
Yes, and so that also makes sense. So yes, that was very exciting, and I'm looking forward to his program next year. And I think a lot of people want more before that too. So maybe we should.
And it fits in with your work, your Ascension work too. So
it's all very related to the energy healing, and our next speaker, Brooke, who's coming on now,
I'm going to sign up.
An energy healer, so we'll get to hear even more from Brooke Grove's perspective as a master energy healer. Welcome, Brooke. I'm going to just introduce you briefly here, and you can, if you're able to unmute yourself, but let me just pull up something that I can read a little bit about you here to let everybody know who's in the house. Brooke Grove is a near-death experiencer, an integrative healer, shamanic energy medicine practitioner, and writer in co-creation with spirit. Brooke has advanced degrees in clinical psychology, marital and family therapy, and clinical art therapy. Additionally, Brooke has postgraduate certifications in transpersonal psychology, eco-psychology, meditation, and trauma. She knows how to read our energetic signatures to intuit what's going to help each of us thrive and do our part here on the planet, and has a goal to explore, transmute, and empower the evolution in human consciousness through gratitude, service, and light. And just like Philip was saying, gratitude is seriously like the highest, one of the highest available vibrations for us to do this healing with. So anyway, thank you so much, Brooke. Welcome. And let's see, I'm not sure what's happening with the view. It's on New Realities, the word right now, Neil, if you can fix that. There we go. There you are, Brooke. Thank you so much for being here.
Hi, thank you for having me. On the vibrational note, I just came from an NDE talk and I crashed the system over and over. So I'm going to try to keep my vibe as grounded as possible.
This will help. I'll hold my shungite crystals from crystal.
I've got all sorts of goodies over here too. But that said, so you want to ask some questions or?
Sure. Well, I think there's a lot of momentum that's probably related. I think you were listening to Philip. So let's weave these two things together. What was your take on what he was saying related to the work that you do as an energy healer? Because there are a few other energy healers in there, kind of trying to put together how our work as healers actually impacts and affects the karma and the DNA.
Mm-hmm. I definitely concur. I mean, he was speaking my language when he was talking about everything being a form of light. And definitely for me as a near-death experiencer, much of what led me away from my clinical background and to here now was the fact that I saw the light body of everything, you know? And then I later had 2 intuitive children that were born to me. And it's very fascinating because my 7-year-old son, the other day, I misspoke and I called him an indigo. And he goes, "Oh no, mama, I'm a diamond. I'm under 10. And I'm like, I swear I've never told him that vernacular. And he goes, "You didn't have to tell me." You know, so they're just coming in intact and like activated, some of them in ways that many of us had to work through and are still working through on deep and profound levels. But yes, the more light we embody, the more light consciousness that we actually put out there, the more it shifts everything for Gaia and every inhabitant.
Yeah, and Phil was talking about the hydrogen bond being like the bonds of enslavement being stuck together. And then, you know, when we do that light work and that energy work and that healing, do you feel that we fix the DNA? Would that be your intuition or your knowing?
Oh yeah, when I'm doing shamanic energy medicine on a lot of my clients, I do it all remotely now. It's fascinating because I'll literally like be seeing light code activations in the DNA. And, you know, I didn't get to hear his whole talk. I wish I did because it was so fascinating and so spot on. But when I'm seeing the person in the quantum field, you'll literally see the light lighting up as karma lifts. So it's super profound. It's super beautiful too when you're seeing the light. Because for me, it's mostly visual as well as
beautiful. And so when we talk about ascension, we're shifting, you know, from this sort of fall that we had back up into our innate, natural, higher dimensional reality. And I understand from that there's anything from 6 and beyond is where a lot of people came from to even get here in the first place. And so what do you feel is happening with the ascension, and how does this all relate to people? Like, what is the ascension in your mind, and how does this relate to the energy healing work?
Well, for me, I follow like it pertained to me that in 2012 things did begin to shift. Okay, but humanity just wasn't ready to catapult to 5D. It would have caused like catastrophic, you know, devastation and loss because we just weren't there. But the 3D model fell apart, and since then, most people have been kind of tippy-toeing from like a low 4D, some to a high 4D. There are some who just catapult to 5D, but I know for myself, even with all my gifts, I still have a shadow. So I still usually am in the higher 4D realm, but I see a lot of people who are in the lower 4, yet they're married by consciousness to the 3D. They're still holding on to the old, you know? So what is ascension? I mean, to me, it's returning to our core source. You know, we're all fractals of the one. And so this is just the process about, you know, recalibrating our light body to its full expansion, its full gift, where literally anything is possible then. We become magic.
We become, yes. And how important do you feel that supporting things like nutrition and downtime in nature and those kinds of things are to support the healing process?
It's huge. I mean, most Ascension, you know, guides recommend detoxification and recalibrating the human system so that you can, you know, take in all the photons and all this light. I know as a near-death experiencer, when I woke up and all these gifts were just activated, it was very hard on my human. Very, very hard. My body went through a lot, and I had to make drastic altercations in lifestyle so that I could sustain this light, so that I could work with it, and so it didn't terrify me.
And you know, Brooke, a lot of us are very fascinated about what happens in the near-death experience. Would you be willing to share a little bit more deeply the details of that experience, of how it transpired, and then what was the ensuing knowledge that you gained and how that integrated in your life?
For sure. I
was this friend here.
This is Apollo.
Apollo.
He's come to shed some light.
Yeah.
So my NDE, I was diagnosed with autoimmune disease. I am a polytrauma survivor, and I didn't get to express it safely in my home, unfortunately, and I didn't get the right intervention. And so I manifested physical disease as a response to the trauma. And the disease, ironically, the organs that were actually holding the emotions that I was suppressing, the liver, anger, the kidneys, fear, and the lungs, grief, they all failed. And so I went into a coma. The 2 organs were already failing, and then the liver went, and it just took them all. And so I went into a 3-day coma. And I was declared brain dead. My family read me my last rites, they're Catholic, and no one expected me to wake up. And while that happened, I literally remember being in like ICU and just coming out of the body and looking down, and I was still my consciousness. I still had my personality. Like I was looking down like, is this an X-Files episode? What are they wearing? Wait, that's me, you know? And then like, I'm just going up and up and up. And then all of a sudden there was no connection to this earth or this space. I was in the cosmos. That's how it appeared to me. And so of course the ascension process makes so much sense, and us being from other places to me, because my near-death experience was going back there. I was surrounded by light beings. They were pure light. They communicated by telepathy. There were no words. And I was drawn to the source light, but I kind of like knew there was something I wanted to be back here for. And that's when the light beings let me know that I had a choice. In my case, I was given a choice. And they said I could come back here, and they say it in this beautiful light that it's really hard to articulate in words. Okay. So they say I can come back, but if I come back, it will be incredibly difficult. However, it's in alignment with my purpose, because all of these people are going to be changing, and these big things will be happening, and all the horrors that I went through are going to be part of, you know, what I teach and what I do. And at the time, none of that really made sense to me, but I knew I didn't want to come back here to fulfill any karma. Like I was like, I'm done with this trauma crap. Like, get me back in there, you know? And then I saw these other lights, and they were not like the angels or any of the light beings that surrounded me. And I became curious about them. And they were the way I see auras now. And they were this beautiful indigo, and then this really beautiful green. And there was something about them that I knew was also resonant to the body. So I went over to kind of like peek at them. And at that point, I knew I wanted to go back. And so I said to the light beings, well, how do I get back? You know, because I'm just floating around in like the most beautiful cosmic space. And they told me to look for the one light unlike any other. And at that point, you know, you don't have a body, you're just consciousness, but you move around at like these crazy speeds of light, literally. And I saw this light, this piercing, awful light, and I followed it. I was catapulted back into my body. And that's when I saw a flashlight. And it was the flashlight they were checking my vitals with that I followed back into.
Like any other. It's like weird 3D light.
And I'm super sensitive to artificial light now. So it's just very ironic that that's how it happened. And yeah, but they didn't expect me to come back into the body. So I was in the body, conscious, intubated, strapped down, PICC line to the brain after having this transformative transpersonal experience. And nobody communicated with me. So it was really wild to go from like, you know, just divine love and union and all of that, and then be thrusted back here. And at the same time, I open my eyes and I'm in ICU and there's glass walls and people are dying, and I'm seeing soul bodies just come out. I'm seeing auras like full on for the first time. I'm seeing the energy field of everything. And I'm trained as a clinical psychologist at this point. So
wow, that must have been
quite a trip.
Intense. And then how did they, at what point did they notice, oh my God, she's alive? Did your vitals start showing up again or something?
I induced a panic attack because nobody was paying attention to me. And so I legitimately started, you know, like, I'm like, well, how can I get their attention? I'm going to have to, you know, freak out a little bit. And that worked. They came over right away and they realized I was trying to communicate with my eyes because they were the only thing I could really move. And that's when a nurse realized she's awake, you know? So yeah.
That's amazing. And then, so when you were in the spirit world, they were sharing with you that this was going to be difficult. And I think, like a lot of us, we know it's going to be difficult, but we don't really know what that means until we get in it. And then we're like, what did I do? Wait a second. So how did your memory of what had happened in the spirit planes help you navigate through the ensuing difficulties?
Yes and no. It changed. It just depended how much in alignment I was with the light. Like at first it was like, yeah, that was life altering. But then the after effects started to really peak. And it's very well documented in NDE literature that in the first 7 years, a lot of experiencers commit suicide. They just can't tolerate the after effects, and they can't talk about them to many people, or they can't ground them, and it makes them feel really crazy. So I went through periods where I was like at the top of my world and loving my gifts. And then I went through periods where I suppressed them, where I was suicidal. I didn't want to be here. I started to realize how coming back to medical trauma as an experiencer and a polytrauma survivor was very important to my story. And I believe my purpose being here, because trauma is very glossed over in the NDE literature. It's almost like it's a bad word. It's all love and light. But we have to honor the shadow when we're in this incarnation. And a lot of us, that's where all this karmic clearing, you know, can occur, and the DNA up leveling. But if we don't do that work, you know, we go through many dark nights of the soul. And so those first 7 years, that's how it was for me. Then I finally realized that if I continued to suppress my gifts, I would go right back there. I was going to die. And that I only come alive in my vibration and my heart when I'm doing the work. And it's so much more enriching than clinical psychology ever was. You can make a shift in one session, like profound shifts in one session versus years of talk therapy.
I've had people say the same thing when I do the particular brand of energy clearing. They're like, wait a second, 2 years of EMDR didn't do this for me. What's going on here?
Yep.
And I think that's also part of why there are so many people whose healing gifts and insights are opening up right now, because there's millions of people getting ready to need a catcher's mitt here to comprehend what's actually going on and to begin to do the work, that process. So it's really awesome to know that you are out there doing that mighty, mighty work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let me just check real quick and see if there's any questions for you here. What is your website? They may have posted it in the chat already, but go ahead and let us know what that is here.
It's www.brookgrovehealing.com.
And okay, so yeah, there's a person named who I guess it's Ayanand, who's a medium and is experiencing a lot of physical pain. do you work with people to heal pain so she can activate her light to work and help others? Is that something that you personally are able to do with people?
Yes, that's something I work with. It all depends on your higher self as well and what you're ready to release. You know, I always tell my clients I can clear blocks, I can help you with the karma, I can renegotiate soul contracts, all that kind of fun stuff in the shamanic realm, and then heal with light. But it's what you do as the light is calibrated. It's the homework. I send like a lot of homework. I'm well known for this. But all these practices, all these rituals, all these ways of keeping yourself an open channel, that will keep it away. I actually, with my autoimmune disease, I was in chronic pain for a very long time. I had to learn to walk and talk and eat after the coma. So, and they put me on like fentanyl and, all sorts of stuff back then because it was not the same time. That said, I know what it's like to heal from severe pain. So I'm very sensitive to that. And it's definitely something I've used on myself and with plenty of other clients.
That's beautiful. Wonderful. And I can't even remember now if it was you or Philip. It's all kind of blurring together in our unity consciousness here. But we were talking about how if you don't, like, we will fall back into our I think it was you, we'll fall back into our 3D consciousness if we're not anchored all the way up. And so back in 2018, do you remember in September when they had all those eclipses and everything? So I had the direct experience. It was very strange because I was also painting a friend's cottage with like some kind of, I don't know, stain or something like that. And all of a sudden I'm kind of out in the country and I'm like, oh, we're anchoring up to 5D through the platinum ray right now. And so I had to go back and forth from total painting in the world to, doing helping with this thing that we were all doing together. And then I got on Facebook and somebody said, I think we just anchored up to 5D through the platinum ray. And I was like, it's just like, okay, we're all one here. We're doing the thing, that we're doing. And so so let's just say that was true. And we anchored up to 5D through the platinum ray back there a couple of years ago. But that doesn't mean all of the filaments of light have totally reconnected themselves up there. So would you say, what is your take on that? And how would you help people? How would you tell people what they can do to make sure that they get on the boat, if you will, more and more?
I think he was right on the money as far as talking about the karma and, the gratitude and the forgiveness. When he was saying about like, if forgiveness is forgiving, ultimately self-forgiveness is like the most healing for most people because they think that they hold, or they feel that they hold all these resentments and anger and, whatever with different people. But most of the time it's how we treat ourselves that we are hardest on our own human. And to really embody the light consciousness, to really get to the 5D and stay there, to be anchored in through the one through there, you have to let go of these shadow elements because they're not part of that vibration. They can't exist there. And unfortunately, a lot of people that are, not conscious of the ascension process, they are still really married to these old ways of being where pain is really the anchor point of their story, and they're attached to it. They have an emotional investment in their pain and their misery. And they don't understand that just through the gratitude and the forgiveness and the love, that's what the light is to me. That's what my experience of it was in my NDE when I work with it. It's love. It's nothing more. It's beautiful quantum physics, all this great stuff you can get into, but it's really, to me, we're all fractals of the one, and the light, it will get us there. So it's really about, purifying yourself, in my opinion, and pure intention, having intention that's flexible. Like if it's, that you're going to wake up every day and start saying some, light codes or whatever, or light language or affirmations that are light infused, that little pivot point, those add up, so for people that are like in a way lower vibrational plane right now, that stuff matters. And a lot of times it's just because they haven't had anyone that knows this stuff or is open to it to speak to them, because a lot of them have had experiences. I mean, almost every person I talk to has had a mystical experience of some form, but it's been either shamed out of them or it's been silenced. But you get them talking about it and they light up. And that's just it, is you literally light up, but you have to allow yourself to.
It's almost feels like on a certain level, it's kind of like what Adam Apollo was talking about yesterday, to where there is a lot of work going on in the background. And he was talking more in the communications and the technology world that's going to be up leveling us to higher technology. But even in this work of healing and energy clearing that we're doing collectively and individually now, there's a lot of work going on in the background that isn't immediately visible. So at a certain point, it may look like, whoa, we just had a huge, massive awakening that happened like that. But it's been building all the time towards that. Would you agree?
Oh, definitely. And, it's fascinating because I have a lot of family members who don't get anything that, I do or I'm about, and can't believe I walked away from my old life, but I'm like, you guys are about to get like a massive schooling as things continue to shift, and you're going to thank us eventually because we were the ones doing all the work. So make it fast for you guys. So, and then the kids, like the kids that are coming in, like ready to go. I mean, they're the way showers and the gatekeepers.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, wow. That's really brilliant. And it's funny because I have a word that I use also for being attached to things that aren't good for us. You're kind of indicating that before, like the shadow stuff that we're still identified with. It's like a morbid attachment. So we're seriously attached to stuff that's really not good for us. And again, isn't love and forgiveness and gratitude still the answer, even when we realize we have a morbid attachment to something?
It is. I mean, the key with shadow work is to love the shadow. When the parts that you're resisting, they're going to persist. They're going to, become monsters. But if you actually go in there and you say, why do I resist this? And you hold that thing lovingly, it becomes an ally.
So
exactly. Transmuted in that moment. So,
it's
and we're all
the contrast, right? That is the antithesis of who we are as beings of love and light. And some might say we came here to experience that contrast, to comprehend ourselves more. And then it seems to me got caught in a tangled web of all kinds of things after that decision that we didn't expect necessarily to have happen. But here we are, and facing it, loving ourselves is really the key and the answer. And so we have 5 minutes left, and could somebody, I put the web link in the chat to the portal Ascension, but could you tell me again your website so I can post it here in the chat?
Yes, www.brookgrovehealing.com.
Okay, great. So, and somebody else put that in there too. Thanks, Tatiana. Great. And so, so people can definitely find you there. Do you have any books or anything like that?
I've been working on a book for quite some time. The great part is it's really coming into fruition now. So it's just about like editing it at this point. I'm starting a brand new YouTube channel. My clients have really asked for it. And I'm actually going to pop over there after this because I've been doing a couple events today. So if anyone wants to chat after this, you can come over to Brook Grove Healing on YouTube and we can chat there too.
Okay, wonderful. Some people are asking, what about COVID? I mean, as an energy healer, there's someone who says she tested positive. Do you have any thoughts for her?
That's such a sensitive subject. I have an energy healer friend that had a very severe presentation of it as well. I definitely think that if the way we identify to any type of disease or any type of pathology, be it of mind, body, or spirit or emotion, definitely charges it. Okay. So treating it as something external versus that it's something that you are gives you the capacity to heal it much more. And saying even I have COVID kind of puts us in a position where it's part of us more than I'm experiencing COVID now. Those kinds of shifts, that's like using the light in your language. And that's a more 5D way of acknowledging it and carrying it than the 4D and the 3D models.
That's
So
beautiful.
I will definitely hold that person in light.
Yes. And so I'm having an experience of this thing, which everybody in the news media has been ramping up as something totally chaotic and unmanageable. Whereas a lot of other people are finding out that it is actually quite manageable and heals relatively quickly with the right protocols. So could it be that those fears projected from the media are also part of what needs to be cleared up in someone's thinking or vibration?
Oh, for sure. Most definitely. If I were a person experiencing that, I know that I would not be allowing myself to be fed any of that energy daily. You know, I mean, I'm already don't read the news or listen to this media or any of that because I know it's all bullshit, you know. But that said, that's my bias, but I'm sure many of you feel the same. But that said, yeah, what you choose to let in when you're healing is so important. It's so, so, so important.
Yeah, for
So,
sure.
your
And
thoughts can be
a
medicine.
lot of this, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying your thoughts can be medicine. You can really use them to heal yourself.
I love that. Thoughts as medicine. Yeah. And also that the statistics are showing that the recovery rate is very, very high from like something like last statistics I saw, which you'll have to do your own research, but was something from 96 to 99.9% recovery rate in different age groups. So, you know, again, if we can take the fear off of it, it's not that people have not died from it. Certainly they have. And it is a situation and it is a thing. And there are people who have recovered and the recovery rate is high. So those are also things that are good news. Beautiful. Well, we're getting ready to switch now. We have some other beautiful people coming on. Is there any last thing that you want to share, Brooke, before we shift over to our next speakers?
No, it's great talking with you guys. If anyone wants to come over to YouTube, I am not very comfortable on camera, so I'm really trying to get over that personal fear. And so much work has gone virtual now. So I'd love to just chat with you guys and hear what you're about. And thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Beautiful. Thank you so much. And up next is going to be the Journey to Truth podcast and with Misha Johnston. And Brooke, someone again was asking for your YouTube channel, if you're still there with us. Oh, let's see if we can get Brooke back on voice. Brooke, are you still there? Can you unmute yourself and respond about the YouTube channel if you are? Oh, I don't see her there. Maybe we'll try to get that in the chat. So wonderful. Are we ready with our next panelists with Journey to Truth and Misha Johnston? Well, that was a really fascinating set of conversations. And here the guys are. Welcome, guys. Thank you so much. I'll turn this over to you now.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Thank you.
First of all, thanks, Brooke. That was amazing. I mean, there's all these speakers. It would take months to process all this information. If everybody's watching all these presenters, it's been fascinating. We are going to be introducing Misha Johnson. If any of you guys don't know who she is a second generational experiencer. She had her first experience at age 3. She had numerous contacts and abductions and has been involved with at least 7 different alien types, greys, insectoids, mammalians, reptilians, and human-looking groups. She has had many MyLab experiences and has been in the underground bases in which included a Black Ops branch of our government and some gray and reptilian factions. She has had 2 periods of missing time ranging from 7 to 8 months, which included a missing marriage she has no memory of. So if Misha is here, oh, there she is. How's it going, Misha?
Hi.
Welcome. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing fine. Thank you. And any first questions you have for me, or should I?
Yes, my understanding that you have a PowerPoint presentation you're wanting to present. So we'll turn it over to you and you can go ahead and get started with that. And then when we're done, we'll turn it over to the audience if they have any questions.
Okay. Let me just get to my Move that over. All right, can you see that okay?
Yes, it looks great.
Perfect. All right, I am a certified hypnotherapist, and I specialize in past life experience, regressions for your ET experience, trauma recovery is a very large part of my clientele, because I work with people who have been through the similar things that I've been through, as well as all ET experiencers, but trauma-based mind control, PTSD, ADD, ADHD is my specialties. And I also work with people in support groups. So in 1990, I started a support group, and I've been doing support groups ever since. Now I've moved to the internet, and I'm on Zoom now for the last 7 years. I've been in different formats, but now I'm on Zoom, and I have 9 experiencer groups. Let me just kind of go through the different kinds there are. So there's 12 groups a week, and these are all free groups. If you'd like to donate, I sure don't mind, but they're 3-hour groups. They are like I have one coming up Wednesday and Thursday. The Wednesday group is a light language group, because I speak many different types of light language, many, like about 20 or so. And I also have taught it in the past. So then Thursday, I have a Starseed Newly Awakened group. And these groups are so dear to my heart, because I went through my life without assistance and help. And it is so helpful to talk to other people about your experiences. So I also have a My Lab Experiencer group, an MK Ultra and Montauk, a Super Soldier and Secret Space Program group, a Target Individual group, a DID and Ritual Abuse group, and a hybrid parent or hybrid themselves group, because that is, of course, definitely something that is real. And the last gal was talking about that. And to me, the hybrids are so very, very important to the mission of Earth. And I'm going to just go through a little bit of childhood and adolescent experience, my mission, my hybrid mission, because I'm also part of that hybrid program. My support groups I already went through, and my galactic genealogy, planetary origin. That was a new mission that I have. So my life started at 3 years old. I saw these beings. They're little furry guys. I'd hear them in the middle of the night, and they would be like little squeaky noises. And then one night I finally did see them, 3 of them right underneath the stairs. And when I grew up, I went and of course saw Star Wars some years ago, and saw the Ewoks, and realized, wow, that is the same ones that I saw. So it's interesting. Hollywood has a few of the truths about ETs in it. I also had a connection with a willowy one that came into my life at about 6 years old. So from about 3 to 6, it was the little Bee Gees, the bears, I called them. And they used to take me flying. I remembered flying over the tops of the roof and into the ship. And then the willowy one came in about 6 years old and was with me all the way into my young adult life. And this one took me through my hybrid program. Also, this one is a little bit involved in the hybrid program and my protection, but I will talk about him just a bit later. So my experiences went on throughout my life. It seemed like I'd have several for a month, several in a month, and then nothing for maybe a year or two, and then another spree of them, and then gone again. And one particular time I was seeing what I thought was one of these grays like this. This is unfortunately my art. That's the ability I have of art. But they were little short grays. And then there was a tall one that looked more like this one here. And these little short grays would come to my window because it became such a normal thing. They'd come to my window and they'd look like little deers. And when I saw the deers, I would be standing there and I saw the deers and I knew it was time to go. One of the times during the experience, I saw one that looked like a gray, but it looked a little different. So I said, asked, can I touch you? And he let me touch him. And he had more of an alligator skin. So I'd say it was probably a reptilian gray hybrid. And then at 1966, so when I was like 16, I had an experience where I woke up and I was standing in there was a huge ship above me. It was, I was paralyzed, but I could kind of move my eyes. So I saw the ship, and then I felt something very tall behind me. I could just feel my senses, I'm psychic since a child. So I felt the sense of something very tall, and then I was out. And the next thing I knew, I was on a table, and I was being examined by these little gray guys, and I were doing something gynecological, which was very upsetting to me. And the willowy one, which is this one, peeked over and looked at me. He was like at the top of my head, and he peeked over and he looked down at me and he said in telepathic, "This is necessary for the hybrid program." And I did not know exactly what that was at all at that time, but I did find out later. And then at the same time, just about few minutes later, there was a 3 beings that were even taller than this taller gray, and they were standing kind of to the back, to the back of what I'd say maybe the ship, which the ship looked so huge inside, and they had hoods on, and I immediately had this feeling of a recognition, like you get a feeling of familiarity. And I looked at the one in the middle and I said, "I know you. I recognize you." And he dropped his hood, stepped forward, and I could see it was a reptilian, not this particular one, the one I showed you at first. This and that was, then I went back fast asleep because I do not like reptiles, never did. I don't like anything about reptiles. So it's very odd that I should end up in experiences with them. And this was another experience with a reptile. This was the MyLab experiences. So I drew this picture of where, not my gray one, but another one. This one was a tall beige gray. And it was at least, well, I was much shorter, say at least 5.5, 6 feet tall. I was taken to an underground base, and I was taken there many, many times. So this is just one of the drawings that I did about it. I was either picked up by these gray beings, little short gray beings. So this was another type, or I was picked up by the reptile here, or like a reptoid. He's more of a reptoid, or I was taken by men in uniforms. Military. So I asked for help from my guides. I said, this is very scary. It was going on. My child was being abducted. I was very concerned for him because during one of my experiences, I was in an elevator going down the elevator, and there were people around me. There were people in pajamas, people in street clothes. I couldn't move my head. All I could do is look at the people in front of me. There was a man standing in a uniform, in like camo, only dark black camo uniform, standing at the door. And then when the elevator door opened, it opened up and they started shuffling us out. Now they kind of shuffled some people this way and some people to the right and some people to the left. And as I was being shuffled to the right, which was 2 people in uniforms, I saw, and lab coats, I saw my son in the other group who was 13 years old, and he was being taken to this tall, same beige type of gray that I'd had experience with. And so that was really startling. And so I asked the guides to please protect my family and myself. And I have had counsel presentations, or I should say, standing in front of the council. But this particular time, they just sent me this being. He just showed up, and he showed up in this beautiful form of energy and light. And every time I would see him, it was absolutely kind and loving and gentle. And I never actually touched him until I never touched him at all. And so I didn't know, because I thought it was just light. I was taken on board ship a few times. I was taken to classes and such that they do that. And then one night, after many months of seeing this being, I saw a human looking man, and he was very blonde, like light blonde, white hair like me, and he was very attractive. And I said, your energy, and now you're him. I want to know what you really look like. I know you are not this. I want to know. And he telepathically said, are you sure? Are you absolutely sure? And I said, yes, I am. I want to know. And so he revealed himself as this reptilian, and I had known this very unconditional loving energy, so I wasn't concerned about being harmed by it, even though to me he looked like a snake, and I didn't like that. But I come to find out that I had many lives myself as other ETs, and a couple of them actually had been reptilian, and one of them had been, well, actually two of them, both of them had been his spouse. So I knew that was the connection for me there. So my ETs have always worked with me, and when I was I had the UFO Contact Center International here in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I brought in speakers. And one night after a speaker had finished, I always have this kind of an open forum for anybody who wants to talk or what they've seen or what they've witnessed. And this gal was very upset and was talking about her experiences. And my galactic said to me, it's time for you to start the group. You need a support group for people. And I'm, oh, no, I don't like groups. I don't like to talk. I'm an introvert. No. Then it happened two more times. And the last time, this girl was crying about how she can't live in her house. She's terrified. She's scared of the dark. And so they said it to me again. Now, each time it said it to me two other times. This time, in a very powerful, strong voice, they said, it is now time to start the group. And so I stood up and I said, I'm going to start a support group. And that was in 1990. So in 1993, since I had teens who were having experiences and their friends had experience, I started a teen group. And it was the 1993, actually almost 1994, I started a group for parents and their children to come in and talk about these young children's. And a wonderful way to work with children is through their art. And so we would find ways to find out what they experienced. Their parents would have them draw art. They'd come to group and then they'd share their art. So in fact, I even encourage the adults to do that as well. So I had no intentions of being a hypnotherapist, because in my life, and I'm just going to go very briefly into this because you read it, and so people understand. I was born into an MK Ultra family. My father was my trauma-based mind control. He was the one that tortured me. Now, he also was mind control too, and he had been since he was a child. So it's a generational thing that continued on. And within this, started about 3 years old. I think it was really earlier, but I'm 3 years old is what I can remember. And so I'm going to just jump ahead. Then it continued on, and I had times where I was visiting my grandmother for periods of time, and she lived out on what they called Asylum Lane, and Asylum Lane had an asylum on it, and that was a lot more of my trauma-based control training and things that went on there to split my altars. So when they do a trauma on you, and I don't want to spend much time on this, but just so people understand, they have to split you. So they'll use electric shock, they'll use fear, they'll use terror, they'll have people killed in front of you. They will use hypnosis, they'll use drugs. And all of these methods are to split you into this dissociated time where they can then take those dissociated alters and they can program them to do whatever they want. So then I didn't seem to, really remember my childhood ever. So that's about all I remember of my childhood. I don't remember my senior graduation. I don't remember anything like that because I was under this control so much. And so I believe there was a lot of alters out there living my life as well. And if you have any questions, just pop in if you're confused or anything like that, fellas. So, so then let's go on, because if people want to know about this, they can read it in a book, or I have many YouTubes out there about my own experience and stuff, so you can get into more detail. But just to briefly touch on, checking my time here, just to briefly touch on the experience as a young adult at 17. I was checking out college. A man came up to a group of my friends and myself as we were there for that college day, and he said, "Hey, does anybody want to make money to go to college? Because we have a dream study, and you can make lots of money on this dream study. Just have to go and do dreams. We watch you dream. We put you on a machine, and we learn a lot about your dreams and everything." So I went ahead and did that because I needed help with college. I needed to be able to have some finances. So the next couple of days after that, I went into a brownstone building just on the edge of the campus. It was really still considered on the campus, and saw people in lab coats. They hooked me up and put me to sleep, and that was the last thing I remembered until 8 months later. I'm across the country in Seattle. I ended up through this time, which I have my wedding certificate. My family went to the wedding, even though they hated the man and felt that I was controlled. I was married. So what this man did was he put me in this, what they call driving program. It is a driving program where they keep you asleep for days, weeks, months at a time. And they also pull you out with your alters, and your program trained, used. And I ended up used in the Monarch and Beta program, and that is the sex slave program, and that is the program that they're used very highly now, and they even use it in the pedophilia and the trafficking, and they use that for people who like judges and lawyers and governors, so that they can blackmail them. So I was also a courier. I was many, many, many things. I had 4 altars that they had made. Plus, I had some other altars, but were in the integration system, and I was able to integrate them in groups, and I integrated them all. And now I realize how there's so many people going through all of these things, and so I wanted to help other people. So that's really all I'll go into about that, just to help you understand why it's so important for me to help people who have gone through all of these things, including, of course, the ET experiences. And so I spoke galactic language throughout my life because I had interfaced and contact with the ETs. So on more positive experiences, I was in a hybrid presentation and program. And my first presentation was a little being that was kind of put in my hands and cupped in my hands, and I immediately bonded with him. And the willowy one was just the tall whitish one that I think I showed you already, but anyway, it was a tall white one, and he was there. There was also a nursemaid that looked very much like him. And they said to me telepathically, "This is a success." And then they also showed me how some people would be very upset about their being handed a baby that looked like an alien with, you know, larger eyes and not quite so normal. And they would back off. One man dropped the child, other people screamed and ran and different things like that. But they were very happy that it was a success, that I bonded. And I think that put me in play to be a hybrid parent. Maybe that's not the only reason, but indeed that was one of them. The next child was a little blonde girl, looked very much like her. Her hair was blonde, but I was presented her. Another time I was presented this little fellow, who this was after in the 90s. I was presented him, and this was after I had met Ayano, and I'd known that there had never been any physical touch with Ayano. Had never had any dreams, any memories, or anything of any physical touch. One time I did have an experience where he was hovering above me, about this far above me, and I could feel this amazing Kundalini energy, a very spiritual energy, I might add. And I know that reptilians are not really everybody's cup of tea, but there's so many different reptilians, and I'm going to be showing you just a few of the different types and where they're from a bit later. So when I went to the nursery, I was saw these children, and the children kind of started stepping aside, and these children were very thin and they had the wispy cotton candy hair. All of them looked different colors and different ways, but still they all had the same kind of form and size. But in walks this little squattier little fellow, and he would look like he was to be maybe 2 years old or so, 3 years old maybe in size, but yet he still looked like a baby, but he was very big in size. So he looked like about a 3-year-old child. And I asked, who? They said, this is yours. And I said, who's the father? And they said, well, it's what you, Ayano, and who you call Ayano, and the all. And the all means many genetics go into it. You cannot have just 50-50 genetics. It's impossible in the hybrid program. I'm sure they found that out very early. In fact, I had been told during one of my hybrid experiences that there was some young, older children, and they told me that at that time, and of course this was really early, like, you know, in the early 70s, they said that it is hard for them to live past what your teen years are. So, but they were working on this hybrid program. So that's the hybrid program. And this is my hybrid. And then this is my adult hybrid who came to me. Now, I don't know if they're the same child, but this one, I was in a nursery, and the first time I saw him, I was in the nursery and he was in back, and there was a lot of other children, different colors, different kind of animal looking beings. This is a very important factor that happens, that just like we have animals on Earth here, I believe the genetics have been working since the beginning of time. We've had galactics coming in. And so there's some feline beings and dog type beings and monkey beings, all kinds of different beings. And but they were children at all different ages. And I said, well, which one's mine? And they said they all are. And that was, say, something around 13, 16, something like that. So very much in the hybrid program. That's also why I work with people who are in need to find out about their own experience. This is my own hybrid grandson. And I believe that the hybrid children are the future. The hybrid children that are coming in now are the most special children. They're going to, our galactics are putting them into places of importance, militarily, probably in the politics and theologies and all aspects of life. They're being put, and they already have been. This little child now is 13 years old. So the hybrid programs, who knows how long it's been going on. I would say it's been going on for decades, to tell you the truth. But the ones that are coming in now, and I have two new hybrid grandkids. They are uniquely different. They're very kind, loving, very, very, very loving. And I know, I'm sure a lot of other hybrid parents out there can attune to this. They're loving. They don't quite understand other children and the way they, are mean. I have another grandchild who is not a hybrid, and the little hybrid little fellow, when they get together, he just cannot understand her actions. I also wanted to tell you that there's also a hybrid program within the government. Excuse me, I've had this cough here a little bit. Okay, so just to quickly go over this, the hybrid program in Me Lab, whether it's My Lab and MK Ultra, all the different parts of it, the pedophilia, unfortunately, the targeting, the trafficking and stuff. These are some of the things that they use the kids for. And these are kids that this young man told me about who had lived this. And I know lots and lots of people who have been in these, the adoption system or been in the CPS system who have ended up in these underground facilities being used like these children are. And so just to go quickly, we've got remote viewing, we've got time travel, we have a hybrid program, so they crossbred, and I've seen this, children with animals. They're looking for AI information, so they've crossbred and transhumanized children and animals, and this is like a little AI child, actually, not a real child, more of a hybrid clone. So I think I'm just going to pass on that one and go right to the rest of it. So as I said, the galactic genealogy is so important. And so my galactics have forced me to every book I've written 3 books now, and they have not forced me, but they've encouraged me highly to write these books. The first 2 about my own experience, and then this one about the galactics. So everyone wanted to know what their galactic planet of origin. They wanted to know what their mission is. They wanted to know where they came, what they looked like when they were living in other planets. So I put together this illustrated book of color, and that helps people a lot because it helps them. I also, at the same time, they wanted me to put a chart together of all the major, like we have Arcturian, Alpha Centaurian, and talking Bellatrix, Orion, and Lyran, many of the different ones, as you can see. And with a pendulum, I dowse for people to find out what their mission is, what their planet of origin is. Of course, their mission comes in with the cards that I do as well. So I'll tell you about those later. But so I wanted to get to the different types of beings up there here. So we have Andromedans. There's many different types of Andromedans. These are just a couple of examples of people's experience. Many of these are from a huge binder I have that people have given me for the years of their experience. This is very interesting. These are Apollonians, and the Apollonians are a feline kind of race. They have little long tails, they have the ears and such. And as you can see, they look very much, now this is a picture of the avatar, but in my book, I have another picture because I couldn't do that, of the avatars. So it's very interesting. I think that there's more truth to that movie than they want you to believe. So the Arcturians, there's white ones, there's blue ones, there's tall ones, there's short ones of these types. The Beltrexi Orions, you've got humans of all races, you've got hybrid races, you have gray, different types of gray races, you have different types of reptilian races that live within Beltrix Orion. The Chiron race is the bird race and was one of the very first races after Lyran. Lyran was the very first one to really That's like the seat of humanity. That is the start of humans and humanoids. So, but there was the Carians as well, and the Carians would come in, were coming in visiting back in Egypt and Samaria, and they're in all of history. The Draconians also are, there's, in the underground bases, is the best way I can tell you. In the underground bases, I believe that they are working with reptoids, draconians, alpha draconians, because those are two different things, and raptors. Now I've seen reptoid, raptor, and I'm going to try to briefly tell you, I'm not going to have time to tell you about this, but just to let you know that one time during my lab experience, this fellow was in a room with me, and I said telepathically, because I had been used for interfacing for a long time, so I knew he could hear me and I could hear him. And I said, why are you invading our planet? And he sent back this very heavy energy, and he said, it's because it's our planet, not your planet. And he showed me a vision of all these dinosaurs and different prehistoric animals running and running from all these comets that were coming down. And he also told me that the comets were coming from ships, and this was, or were actually what they were not coming from ships, but they were detoured by ships, and it was an extinction. It was one of the extinctions to this planet Earth. And he said many of us that were more intelligent and smaller went underneath ground, and he said, and I am the one we have evolved to who you see now. This one was another
Misha?
And
Misha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, just giving you a heads up, we have about 5 minutes left already, and then we can turn it over, open it up for a couple questions.
Okay, all right. All right, so then this one I was taken, and it was a very long story, so you can find that out if you want to read my book or something like that. It was a scary, and it involved military and lieutenant colonel and other people, so they work with them. So we have Fomalhaults. The Fomalhaults have reptilians and all kinds of humans. Now, Iargans are a type of beings that are kind of a amphibian. They mate for life. You've got Lyrans, and a bird race that not necessarily is a Chiron race, but it is more of a mammal, and all kinds of humans. You've got Mars and Maldeki. When there was life, it was teeming with different types now of this. Now it is more this type, and there's other types. There's a mantid type as well. According to the Secret Space Program, there's many different types of ET still there. Another group of the Orion have more of the unusual types of ETs that came from other universes, all types of grays and humans. The Pleiadians are all humans, different types of humans. The Procyons are Lyrans and Sirians. The Sirians are where the whales and dolphins came from. Also, they have all different races, including the reptilians. They have, it's also where the myth and where the amphibian mermaids came from. The Talcedians are many different races, as you can see, many different. They even have a bear race. It's a big bears and large. And I think this is probably where my Bee Gees, the bears, might have come from, but I don't know for sure. The Tulis and Agarthans are the people that live in the inner earth at Mount Shasta and the North Pole, or Antarctica, whatever. And then we have Venetians, which is Valiant Thor, and I know everybody knows about Valiant Thor, who met with Eisenhower and the chiefs of staff back in the 59 to 60s, stayed there and brought a treaty that he wanted to. He said, if you drop your weapons, if you stop building the bomb, if you stop warring, and you can join the Galactic, you can join us with, age will be eradicated, you won't age past 30, or I should say, disease will be eradicated, you won't age past 30, you'll have free energy and all these amazing things. And of course we declined, and instead put a treaty together with a gray race, not a Zeta Reticula, but a gray race. And speaking of Zeta Reticula, my being is from Zeta Reticula. The other groups, this is called the willowy one because he didn't have any bones. Then there's different groups. There's the gray, there's a gray race too. So there's many, 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 many different types of grays. There's many, many, many different types of reptilians. So this is the mantid race. There's many types of mantis, many types of reptilians, amphibian reptilians, white reptilians, benevolent and malevolent. There's tall whites, which right out here at Creech Air Force Base they've been seen by Charles Hall and other people. There's the little short guys, very strange, other strange ones. These are types that have been seen on military bases. These are types that were seen at the casinos here in Las Vegas, where one of the guys in my group took the picture of them. And when he got down to the table after being in his security booth, they were gone. Nobody was there. The dealer said nobody had been at her table, so they can be visible. And interestingly, they look very much like the other ones seen in the bases. And that is it. So I open to questions. I'll just kind of...
Yeah, so I don't know exactly if we have a whole lot of time for questions here, but that was amazing. We definitely don't have time for all the questions. There has been a ton of them. We have to be here for 2 more hours.
Okay, I can cut things out. I'm at cards.
So yeah, thank you so much.
Member of the Apollo 14 astronaut group and Edgar Mitchell's Quantrek International Science Team. You've researched zero-point energy, consciousness, and the ET presence. You've got some books like How Exoconscious Humans Guide Our Spacefaring Future. This is all extremely fascinating stuff, which we are only just beginning to understand as humanity. And so welcome to Portal to Ascension Conference. I really look forward to hearing what you'd like to say. Do you want me to guide with questions, or would you prefer to just sort of take it away? What is your desire?
Well, first of all, it's wonderful to meet you. And I looked into your work. It's fascinating.
Oh, thank you very much.
I love everything you do. And your relationship with Neil is such a wonderful thing. What about, I have a short presentation. If I just do the presentation and then I'll just leave time for questions and we can discuss it.
Beautiful.
Would that be okay? I think it'll answer a lot of questions people have about our work with the Institute for Exoconsciousness. So if it's okay, I'll just share my screen. Okay. So am I all on okay? I need to go to a slideshow first.
Yes, we can see your presentation now.
But it's probably just coming
Hit
up.
play.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. I just want to thank Neil and Alan and yourself for inviting me to participate in this. It's been such a wonderful opportunity. And today I'm going to be talking about the Institute for Exoconsciousness. Our nickname is IXO. And we're a small community of committed people with a big vision. Our vision is that we are co-creating an exoconscious civilization. So that kind of gives you a little bit of idea. Sorry, this came off again. It gives you a little bit of an idea how big our vision is. Our group is an international group, and I just want to say that I am so moved by the commitment of this small group of extraterrestrial and multidimensional experiencers. They come together, we share our psychic intelligence. Our board, we're a nonprofit, and our board of directors is actually guided by our beings as well as ourselves. So when we plan our meetings, when we have discussions, we have built that into the model of our nonprofit, that those who participate are expected to bring in their psychic intelligence, their contact and communications with extraterrestrials to participate in the Institute. Just to be clear, we are a group of experiencers who are not only integrated, but we're very grounded. So we're so grounded in our contact that we actually have ongoing conscious contact with our extraterrestrials. And we use this to integrate into our lives. And very importantly, we integrate it into our professional work. So I recently wrote a book called Exoconscious Humans, Claiming Psychic Intelligence in a Transhuman World. And I wasn't expecting to write this book, but it sort of just birthed itself. And it goes a lot into what Misha was talking about. I was pleased to be able to hear part of her talk and to sort of tie these two talks together because like Misha, I had looked heavily into MK Ultra. I'd looked at Project Monarch, mind control, hypnotherapy, all of those different things. And all of a sudden, I just got interested in artificial intelligence. And I began to wonder about outside of these, quote, kind of human to human Project Monarch or MK Ultra types of control situations on our consciousness, was there an issue around artificial intelligence and our ability to actually be psychically intelligent? And what is artificial intelligence? What's that impact going to be on the whole topic of this conference today, over these days, which is Ascension? So is there an impact that's going to be a part of our ascension or affect our ascension in any way? And we don't really approach these questions as a negative question, but we approach it more as, how do we navigate this new emerging reality of transhumanism? How do we make our way in a very responsible and above all conscious manner in order to build this exoconscious civilization that we had? This morning, I tuned in and I saw Adrian gave that beautiful meditation. I hope some of you that have tuned in now have had that chance to be part of that. It was such a moving thing. And as you know, as I was watching Adrian and his just going down into his heart and into all of the chakras in his body, going down into Mother Earth and then out into the cosmos, I was just struck by that freedom that we all have now to meditate and to pray and to set intentions and to use our consciousness. And we in the Institute feel like the preservation and the advancement of natural human consciousness. So in other words, body, mind, spirit, our chakras, our entire body is involved in this psychic intelligence. That is one of the things that we have to be aware of, that we have to preserve and also advance at the same time. So just to quickly define exoconsciousness, exoconsciousness is the innate human ability. So what that basically means is that every human has, because by virtue of the fact that they're conscious and that their consciousness goes into this non-local field that we've been talking about through this symposium, the field of consciousness, that this innate human ability, through it, we can connect, communicate, and importantly, co-create with ETs and multidimensionals. So the challenge of transhuman consciousness, what does that look like? Transhumanism basically, or the growth of artificial intelligence, means that through artificial intelligence, the human body, so our sensory abilities, our ability to see, our ability to hear, our ability to speak, all of those are enhanced, as well as our emotional abilities are enhanced. And we can see this on social media with the use of memes and how things are falling into these meme-like symbolisms. So also in terms of our consciousness, in terms of connecting to one another as humans. So that's transhumanism as technology. And interesting, to sort of piggyback on what Misha was talking about, transhumanism is not new. It's not something from the 2020. This is a really old school of beliefs. It's been around a long time. When Misha talked about ETs coming in and working with animals and plants and other types of being, birds here on Earth, actually, that's all part of alchemy. So alchemy believed that we lived in this ladder. So as humans ascended this ladder of evolution, first we were animals, which is the lowest ladder. Next, we were plants. So humans merged with plants. And then the third is that humans would merge with minerals and parts of the earth, which is where we're at today. That's what really transhumanism is when we talk about machine man or whatever. And then the top level for alchemy is actually a masculine androgyny, was what the old alchemists felt would be the highest place that we reach. So this is an important point. I'll just make it very briefly. There's been lots of brain initiatives by our government with Bush in the 1990s to the 2000s, and then the brain initiative in the Obama administration. So the whole point of these brain initiations, these brain initiatives that garner a lot of money and prestige, is that transhumanism basically believes that the brain is a machine, or the brain equals consciousness. And so everything is located in my head. So basically in transhumanism, your head gets really big because that's the whole focus of that sort of science. And so very briefly about this is like a 2-second overview of artificial intelligence. They're sort of like nesting dolls. The Russian babushka dolls is how I like to think about it. So in artificial intelligence, the first doll would be artificial intelligence itself as a whole. And you can think of that as when you go on Amazon or to a retail store, you order something, and this system says, well, because you ordered this item, now you may want to order that item. So it's kind of a linking, if this, then that kind of digital intelligence. The second one is machine learning. And machine learning was basically put together by playing checkers. So a man named Samuel, I think his last name's Samuels, he would play checkers with a computer endlessly until the computer won every time. So it was just basically data input of make this move, no, make that move. And then the third little babushka doll inside of AI and machine learning is what we call deep learning. And that's what we see coming forth today in terms of driverless cars, automatic cars. I live in Phoenix, and we have Waymos driving all over, it's part of Google Alphabet, driving all over Phoenix. So this is just basically gathering data. So in the hopes that literally an autonomous car, as they call them, will actually drive better than a human. But that still leaves the question, could artificial intelligence really replace natural human consciousness? Is it really gonna be something that we need to navigate around in order to meditate or in order to connect with extraterrestrials? Is this really an issue? And I ran into this fourth babushka doll, and she's called Artificial Intuition, put together by a company called Deep Stack. So in artificial intuition, they're literally mimicking with artificial intelligence your gut feeling. So if you get a gut feeling of something that's going to happen in the future, or if how something needs to play out, then that gut feeling is what artificial intuition is trying to actually mimic. So artificial intuition is for anything that has an uncertain outcome. And so what they did was they played poker, and they used the game of poker instead of checkers in order to develop this artificial intuition. This is being used, for example, when we hear about these different scenarios that the military runs, these different planned programs and scenarios. Or John Podesta recently did a transition integrity project, probably run by artificial intuition, to figure out whether or not how the election was going to turn out. So elections or wars, these are the sort of things that have an uncertain outcome that artificial intuition is used for. So little did I know that I'd be moving from artificial intelligence into synthetic biology. I didn't even know what synthetic biology was. But once I got into it, my eyes were open to its reality. And I think many of us have become, very aware of what synthetic biology is today. We hear that bantered around. It's actually replacing what many of us took in college. Many of us took microbiology. Today, when you go to college, you may take microbiology or university, but probably you're going to be taking a form of synthetic biology in your curriculum. So interestingly enough, back in the 80s, I worked at a campus that was built from the ground up to be handicap accessible. And so we had a lot of kind of geoengineering going on there. That there was a professor that was helping these handicapped, paralyzed people to get up and walk and swim in the pool and doing all kinds of amazing things. And I got so interested in it, but I felt called to do this this conference. It was called the High Impact of the impact of high technology, the ethical impact of high technology. And for some reason, I just felt like I needed to look at this. We as a university needed to look at this. And then several decades later, I end up in Washington, D.C. As my introduction said, I was working for the astronaut, Dr. Edgar Mitchell. And I lived in this apartment complex, aptly named Avalon. And it was right across the street from Craig Ventner's Genome Project. So I could sit in my apartment and look out over the lawns of the Genome Project. So needless to say, I got very interested in that. I would walk around that building, and which had kind of one-way lights, and can you see me? I can see you. What are you doing? What's happening in there? And then in terms of ufology, I've been very, very active in exopolitics, very active in ufology for a few decades now. I've actually been an experiencer since I was a child. So I've been very drawn into that field. And in ufology, we talk a lot about the secret space program. Do we have these, ET-like craft, or, what's all this missing trillions of dollars being spent on? And I began to see that actually synthetic biology program actually wove into the secret space program, that this geoengineering that was happening in space was also happening in our bodies. That was a real wake-up call for me. So how do we navigate a transhuman world as exoconscious humans? Real quick, I want to give you the best example I can get. There's a new Nike sneaker coming out. It's called Nike Hyper Adapt. It costs almost $800. So let's just pretend that you buy your son a pair of Nike Hyper Adapt sneakers for $800. I don't know why you would do that, but if you did, those sneakers are able to monitor the internal workings of his body through his cell phone as well as his Fitbit. Also, when you buy your son these Nike Hyper Adapts, it also connects you to the Bitcoin world. And Nike now has something called crypto kicks. So you are then, through your shoes, being part of a crypto kick on the cryptocurrency network. And not only are your sneakers on the network, but also your jeans are on the network. I started looking at this company called GeneCoin several years ago, actually back in 2014, 6 years ago. And I just kind of, one of those things I just stumbled upon, and I began to see how the Bitcoin world was ready to transfer all of this work that the Genome Project had done. So Craig Ventner's Genome Project and different groups of that through the Obama and the Bush Genome Projects, how they were actually able to take DNA and put it up, your DNA, your son's DNA, and put it up on the blockchain and literally be able to reproduce yourself through this blockchain. So basically, your shoes and your shoes and yourself both have a soul, and that soul is uploaded onto the blockchain. So just to be clear, technocracy, this is going to kind of finish it up, but technocracy really is transhumanism, and it's an economic system. It's literally all encompassing. So when we spiritual people talk about oneness and all, we have to also realize that science and transhumanism also believe that they are also all encompassing. So let's start really quickly with how this happens to your son. So he's got these Nike Hyper Adapt shoes, and he wants to go to a vocational institute high school, and he wants to become a nurse. So he enrolls in a curriculum on nursing. So he maybe becomes nursing assistant, gets his LPN, whatever those different certifications are for nurses that you can get in high school today. Every time he gets a certification, he gets what's called a digital badge. That digital badge is then uploaded as his digital transcript into EduBlocks. Now, your son in high school is starting late in this process. For example, Amazon is opening a school of preschools across the country. So those children that go into Jeff Bezos' preschools will have digital badges and EduBlocks all through their entire learning situation. That's all on the blockchain. And once again, of course, your son's in his Nike Hyper Adapt shoes as also his DNA. Every time he takes an inoculation, of course, being in the nursing program, he'll take a lot of inoculations. I have to go to, regularly monitored medical visits. His DNA will be collected. All that will be as part of the gene coin. And of course, we've all heard about ID 2020, Bill Gates, Rockefeller, Accenture, and a few other huge corporations putting together ID 2020. So that will be your son's complete identity up on the blockchain. So your son graduates from high school, he graduates in college, and he's got this really strong looking digital transcript, and he goes into the workplace. And in the workplace, he joins not a normal corporation, he'll be joining a digital anonymous kind of organizations where there's no more of this top down, but everyone is a shareholder. Everyone makes choices. Everything is based on what your EduBlocks are. Of course, your pension, your medical benefits, everything is also going to be on these EduBlocks. So you'll be making decisions in this DAO about other people. They will be making decisions about you, the hiring or firing. Did you produce? Did you not produce? And all of this information that's been put into your EduBlocks and your ID 2020 and your DAO, all of that is a permanent record up on the cloud. So why does that matter to you as a parent? What's the big deal? Or why does that matter to us as exoconscious humans? What's the big deal about that? Well, when your son navigated into this labyrinth of transhumanism and blockchains and EduBlocks and digital currency, you went right along with him because you also, as parents and family members, are also linked up to this blockchain. And I think as we navigate this, we just really have to look at what this means for all of us as we're looking at what's happening to us as humans, and whether or not this is something that we want to move into, or is this something that we want to put boundaries around, or is this something that we welcome, or are we going to be cautious and careful as we navigate into it? But I just wanted you today to kind of have the whole big picture of what that meant, because I think transhumanism really sort of takes itself apart in blocks, and it's hard to see how all the blocks fit together. And I hope this gives you a little bit of an overview.
Whew. Oh my gosh, Rebecca, that is really, really, really intense. I have to say that I am having a massive reaction about this presentation. And I personally need to just state to the universe and everyone here that I choose an organic timeline with humanity fully in its own capacity of self-leadership without any technology intervention by any of these so-called luminaries who think that they're in charge of us. It's like, no, thank you.
Way.
And you agree?
I totally agree. Wow. I hope everybody here agrees.
Like, my God, no, 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 no. That is not what I choose. I don't want it. Absolutely not. Whoever thinks that they are able to, oh, do you want to stop sharing that? You know, whoever thinks that they are, I think you have to stop sharing your screen if you want us to see your lovely face again. So, in other words, whoa, yeah, no, no, thank you, no. How do we?
This is just part one. I mean, we're going to go to part two as to how we're going to navigate this.
Okay, so in other words, you're also saying that you're researching and looking at this and going, oh my gosh, this is crazy stuff. I'm not into it. Is that your position? Or?
Oh, totally, totally.
Okay,
but
great.
Also, I want to be fair. I mean, if you're a healer, I mean, this whole portal to Ascension, 5 days, is made possible because of technology and AI.
Sure, technology has its place, right? And
absolutely. Right. So I'm not saying get out of my life. I'm saying let's be smart about what we're doing. Okay. So let me go on.
As a concept isn't something I'm even interested in at all. Like, no, keep your damn stuff out of my body. Like any, you know, and I imagine a lot of people feel the same way. Like the human being was already designed as a highly advanced technology that is far superior to anything that they can think up or make up. So they're trying to interfere with it and reroute it to their own purposes, is what it feels like to me.
Oh, yes. And this isn't new. This is old stuff. This is old alchemy. This has been tried numerous times on Earth. This is nothing new. And we just need to be aware of it and navigate it.
Well, did you hear Corey Good's talk when he was saying that the Anshar, this was a while back, and he said that the Anshar consider themselves to be us in the future. And they are looking back at this time frame that we're in, and they're saying, we're still dealing with the mistakes you guys made about this, however many thousands of years in the future. And so it really is a timeline question and a big choice point for humanity. And I feel like there's beings that are presenting it as a choice when it really isn't. It's like, who even said that this is a choice? Like, we didn't ask for this choice. This has nothing to do with our highest good or who we really are as beings. And you've interjected this and now are presenting it as a choice. And that's not cool. Like, I even question who set this up as, oh, now there's this big choice for humanity. Do you have anything to comment about that?
Well, I think when all of us come into life here on Earth, that we're certainly not a blank slate. We certainly come in with all kinds of extraterrestrial consciousness. You know, there's a lot of people, myself and a lot of people on the experiencer panel, a lot of people that are watching today that, you know, we came in with a lot of knowledge. You know, we may be from star systems that have also had, like you said, had to deal with this situation. So that's why we at the Institute are doing our work, because we want to preserve and advance natural human consciousness.
That's beautiful. I absolutely love that. And yes, I do feel that other races, from what I understand, have had to deal with this.
Yes.
And this AI transhumanist concept, basically, rather than like dealing with and working with and getting to know and playing with other extraterrestrial beings who are benevolent and want to play nicely and who want to advance all of our consciousness in harmony with the one. That's one whole arena, right? And then the other arena is where it's mixed up with this more nefarious negative agenda stuff that is actually, if human beings were asked, they would be like, no, thank you. That's not what I choose. But they're trying to sneak it in or make it look normal. Do you agree?
Yes, but in order to choose, you have to be conscious.
Yes, you have to.
So if you're not conscious of what this world is, what this whole technocratic, transhuman, artificial intelligence world is, as an experiencer, then you're not going to be able to make a choice. The choice is going to be made for you. That's why we really call it exo-consciousness. We need to be conscious about, even if it's difficult or challenging, and maybe scientifically we don't want to learn about this, we have to learn about it, and we have to be conscious, or the choice is going to be made for us. That's part of Earth life, is choices. And we have to step up and make the choice that we want to make. And that's really why we're forming the Institute.
Mm-hmm. And so how do people navigate then? So making that choice, like, I know as a healer, as an embodied being of consciousness to the best of my ability, when I tell the universe, even just on my own, what I choose, that has an impact. In other words, our own inner choice with our own vibration has an impact. But is there another thing that you're suggesting that we need to do to state our choices clearly to those who are presenting this as an option?
Well, I didn't really get to get into what we're doing as an institute. I think that'll answer some of the questions.
Okay,
it's
great.
kind of like, well, if you don't want to go this path of AI or use AI responsibly, let's say, then you also have the chance to go that path. So let me just really quickly go through, and I have a video at the end. So I hope it comes on and that kind of sort of wrap everything up.
We have about 6 more minutes. So
okay, I'm just going to go really quickly and then I'll show the video and then.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Thanks.
So
and this is fascinating, by the way. And I mean, thank you for being someone brave enough to dive in and look at this stuff granularly, because I think a lot of us are just like, get me out of here. I don't even want to look at it.
It's okay. I was afraid for 3 years. It took me 3 years to write this book because I was so scared. But I'm not scared anymore.
Okay.
I actually feel very empowered. So
wonderful.
It's all good. Okay. Okay. So real quickly, as we think that we are oneness of consciousness, that AI also thinks they're actually a oneness of consciousness too. So I'll just move through this really quick. I've come to the realization after these 3 or 4 years of study and writing this book that the exoconscious humans are really the antidotes and the solutions for this transhuman world that we're moving into. And that's why we need to come together and form a community. So real briefly, who are these exoconscious humans? We are integrated. That means that we've integrated our contact. We have cosmic consciousness. So as transhumanism has alchemy, we have, which is ancient. We ourselves have cosmic consciousness, which is also ancient. We can tap into that knowing. We have high psychic intelligence. Actually, the whole book is about that I wrote is about what psychic intelligence is. We believe that we as exoconscious humans can form a peer-to-peer relationship with extraterrestrials. So that means we remain humans with ET contact, and that we are at an equal relationship of peer-to-peer with extraterrestrials. And with that peer-to-peer relationship, then we do what's called being co-creative. So we remain humans, remain knowing, remain multidimensional beings going out in this field of consciousness freely, and begin to consult and gather information in order to bring forth innovations and different inventions. And that's the whole focus of the Institute. We call ourselves CE6. I don't really have time to talk about that, or the whole biophoton field. But what we do believe is that when we have extraterrestrial contact, that we actually get a higher IQ. So a higher psychic IQ happens. And this was shown through the free survey of all the 5,000 extraterrestrial experiencers over 5 years, that when they had contact, that their psychic intelligence expanded and increased. So we have a whole perspective of exoconscious biology. It's very different than synthetic biology. And we believe that we are an antidote actually to synthetic biology, and that we can become what we call epigenetic engineers, and that we are as epigenetic engineers, our body and our psychic intelligence and the energy field around us actually become an influencer in this whole quantum field. So a great part of our community are exoconscious healers. And we believe that these healers are actually going to bring in the next phase of medicine, the next phase of biology, conscious biology that is going to be here on Earth. And we are called IXO. So we have 2 missions. Our first mission is seeding the co-created inventions and innovations. So we are seeding exoconscious humans that actually want to apply their contact into their work in agriculture or teaching and education, or building a new economics, or doing art or new kinds of spirituality. And also we are training and educating another generation of co-creators. So those are our 2. You can go on my website, I offer exoconscious coaching. I'm going to offer an online class about the exoconscious human. You can go to my website and order the book. It's not formally published yet, but it should be in a month or so. So I hope this works. This is an overview of our institute. Welcome to the era of exoconsciousness, the innate human ability to connect, communicate, and co-create with ETs and multidimensionals. Normal individuals, a singular institute. We are normal people gathered in a singular institute to recognize and integrate our ET multidimensional nature and abilities, using them to produce innovations to build an exoconscious civilization. Entrepreneurship and education. We are committed to co-creating a healthy world of free individuals with advanced consciousness. This icon represents the levels of consciousness involved in exoconscious entrepreneurship and education, which include awareness, self-integration, morally autonomous participation, collaboration, and co-creation. The X realities in exoconscious experience. This icon represents the balance of co-creation, feminine masculine, yin yang, earth cosmos. The inverted pyramid represents the multidimension accessible to exoconscious humans that begins with an inward, grounded, and balanced awareness. The upward pyramid represents our exoconscious paradigm ascending from within and moving outward to its highest purpose. Together, they form an hourglass, representing a trustworthy nature, a consistency over time of the Institute for Exoconsciousness and its members. Opportunities. Opportunity is the gateway that connects exoconscious entrepreneurs, providing exposure and support for innovative co-creations through strong dynamic networks, extending intradimensionally through and beyond space and time. Discover more at ixo.com.
We are subconscious.
That is a really big project, as you said. That's amazing. And I'd love to speak to some of the ETs who have gotten beyond these issues that you're bringing up today. That would be a partnership I'd like to have.
We'd like to have you.
Thank you. Yes, well, there's lots for us to chat about, and I will reach out to you personally after this.
Great.
And thank you so much for sharing and enlightening us to some of the choice points that are on the forefront of human reality right now. And may we prevail, and may humanity have great discernment through all of these things. Would you agree?
I agree. I think we are prevailing.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I think I could talk to you for about 3 hours.
Wonderful.
And here's Alan. So thanks, Alan. Do you have any comments or questions to share here as we wrap up?
Absolutely. I think what Rebecca is doing is so important because she is formalizing our study of this. She's creating a platform that pulls all these groups together. I'm here with Dr. Hertog, who's been working in that field for years, and he just has a few comments here. This is Dr. JJ Hertog. So what do you think of the exo?
Hi, JJ.
Yes, first of all, I want to congratulate. This was an amazing film study, and exoconsciousness is the key to the future. Our Academy for Future Science in Silicon Valley was founded in the 70s with the idea that future science has to be guided by consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
Without consciousness, there cannot be a resolution of all of the psychological and paraphysical dimensions that are interplay with the new chapter of the human society.
Right. And we need like a mainstream platform like the Exoconscious Institute to pull all these different groups together into one place.
Absolutely.
Right. So
I would love to work together. Thank you.
Yes. Well, maybe we'll visit you in Phoenix or something, okay?
Perfect. Have a nice visit.
Keep up your great work. We really
Thank you so much. Coming from you, that's a real honor. Thank you.
Yes.
From you and Alan. Thank you.
Well, thanks for your great presentation. I'm going to send you that blurb this weekend, and thanks for everything. Let us know when your book is out. Thank you, Sharia, for that.
Thank
great.
you.
Thanks,
nice to see you again, JJ. And so great to meet you, Rebecca.
Nice to meet
Wow.
you.
What a fast. Now I'm totally activated. I've got a lot to integrate after all this. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Blessings.
Thank you. I just want to say, JJ, my next guest, and you, if you want to join, is someone who's been a part of this movement since she was a teenager. I mean, her history, Kathleen Martin, goes back to the original, I would say, well-known abduction case. She is the niece, for everyone watching,
yes,
Betty and Hill.
My wife and I had the pleasure of meeting her. We feel outstanding work that she is doing. And for practical reasons, she's part of that family that really broke the umbilical cord with doubt that people had in the 1950s and 60s as to contact with other levels of intelligence.
Right. I mean, I think people like Kathleen, Travis Walton, even John Mack, there's so many people that stood up for truth, because this is true, not just for them, but it's a reality that the mainstream has yet to bring into their realm of experience. And so is Kathleen here, Neil? It's okay. Wait, are you?
I am here. Yes.
Oh, hi, Kathleen. I'm just joined for a little while with Dr. Hertog. He happened to be passing by. I thought
Well, here at our offices in Northern Arizona, I think so highly of your work. Really, it's not only super positive, but also really clears the doubts that linger from the infighting of the so-called UFO experts in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. And we're on a new platform now. We realize that consciousness is a hidden factor and probably the most important factor for quantum transitions.
Yeah, so what are you working on now as part of this whole evolutionary approach to ETs, UFO phenomena, whatever you want to call it? What's your next step, and where are you bringing the rest of us?
Well, right now I am continuing to head up a team that is continuously growing. We have 45 members who give support to experiencers and to help them to understand what is occurring in their lives. And we also have 5 consultants. 2 are psychiatrists, 3 are PhD psychologists who act as consultants to the team. It's a forward-looking team, not bound up in the nuts and bolts, and will not go back to that. So we are doing that. We are attempting to assist Les Velez. I don't know if you know who he is.
I don't know him. Do you
But
know?
Lester Velez was an individual who had the position in MUFON before I took over. And he was the one who found Dr. Robert Lelouver. And Robert Lelouver carried out the Omega-3 project. Now, are you familiar with the Omega-1 and 2 projects?
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
No.
Well, Ray Hernandez often talks about them. He's, of course, the head of FREE. And they were projects that initially started at the University of Connecticut, and to determine if near-death experiencers shared any of the characteristics that they called it abduction experiencers.
This was Kenneth Ring, right? The Kenneth Ring work.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Ring
Yes.
and Rosen.
Right. Okay.
And so they had some incredible findings that experiencers of contact have nearly all of the characteristics that near-death experiencers have. The only difference was that experiencers of contact had a little more trauma than near-death experiencers. So Les is trying to put together a team of individuals who will work on this Omega-4 project. Because, you know, in social science, it's always a good idea to continue to redo your scientific experiments. That's true of all science, actually, but more so in social science because of the variables in human behavior. So that's something that we're doing now, and just kind of trying to put our finger on the pulse of what is occurring now in terms of extraterrestrial communication. I've been really for the past 3 or 4 years focusing on communication by non-humans with humans in a variety of different modalities. So
what's been the nature of the communication? Because this is where I think we should, you know, go talk to people who are tuning in now, the nature of the communication, how the contact experience is actually changing from trauma, it seems, to one of integration. So talk about, well, really, I'm interested in what people are getting from the ETs, actually.
Yes, and people who overcome their fear of these non-humans who come in and come into the human's environment and often cause a fight or flight response. If they can learn to overcome that fear, and that's something I've been teaching people to do now for a few years, then they are more on an equal footing with the extraterrestrials. And if they can be friendly and welcoming, they will be able to receive answers to many of the questions that they have. So,
like what are they
like
getting?
what? Well,
yeah.
Well, MUFON did a study. I and Dr. Don C. Dundary were at the head of this study. We had several members of our team, many with PhDs, who worked on this study. And we had open-ended questions. We wanted to know what people were being told by these non-humans. And the most common question pertained to what we should know. And what they said is that their greatest concern about humans was our failure to be good stewards to our environment. They've been saying that. I have my records dating back to 1954 when they began sharing that message with individuals, but not many people back then, and mostly through telepathic downloads back then, not on craft. I mean, now a lot of it is occurring on craft, but maybe just as downloads in your own home too, where they come into the environment, you can feel their presence. Of course, our visual range is not very wide, so they can come into our environment. They are vibrating at a higher frequency. Their atomic structure is much more energetic than ours. We're more solid, so we can see other humans, but not them. Sometimes you can just get a glimpse of them if you look a certain way, or if their vibrational frequency lowers. But so they're doing this. They have urged so many people to also give the message to humanity that nuclear weapons are dangerous. And I hypnotized Calvin Parker from the Charlie Hickson Calvin Parker Pascagoula abduction in 1973. Well, I hypnotized him last September. And what we discovered is that Calvin had been given messages, I believe, and that he needed to share that message with humanity. And he didn't. Calvin's father worked for the Nuclear Energy Commission. Calvin was digging, he was a driller and owned a drilling company and was working on bases, drilling with the intent for nuclear weapons. And so they were rather rough with him, the ETs. They showed him images of nuclear war, of people's faces melting off, of people starving, of things dying. And it's a message that they have been attempting to have the experiencers that they've been in contact with share with humanity for many, many years. But of course, one of the greatest problems is that we don't remember a lot of what they say when we return to this more solid environment.
Right, JJ, that's just a comment. Go ahead, JJ.
Yes, I remember talking to Dr. Jim Harder, who was the first person I recall to psychologically examine Calvin Parker and download as best possible the information from October 19th, 1973. The reason I remember the details, it happens to be my wedding anniversary. And I recall the excitement that was built around statements of faith, but statements of fear that surrounded some of the details that Calvin shared, not only with Dr. Harder, but later with Dr. Hynek himself. So we know this was a very classical case, and I'm so happy that you're continuing studies with Calvin Parker.
Yes, I think it's important because I repeatedly find that the extraterrestrials have been attempting to ask humans to, or direct humans for many, many years to share these other messages of their concern about our planet and about the sustainability of our planet. They are extremely concerned that we could become extinct if we don't listen, if we don't institute these changes. And some of them say that we're their experiment, that they planted our seed here on this planet. And they certainly don't want to see this beautiful planet destroyed and the life on it destroyed.
You say it so well. I'm so happy that you're connected with this case study. Has Calvin been, I know some of this perhaps is very sensitive, but has Calvin shown other details that are significant in terms of the what I will call the cosmic others concern that we are going the wrong direction with nuclear science of missile systems, et cetera, that would indicate we're taking a slide towards self-destruction? Are you able to say a little bit more about more recent briefings with him? Should we feel comfortable now that he can say more of the shocking experience he had in October '73?
Well, Calvin has learned that he has had additional experiences, and that the one in 1973 was not the only one. He had one in 1995 as well. And there was additional information given then regarding his failure to carry this message to humans. And they treated him rather roughly. So that's about all that I can say at this time.
Well, what was the message, though? Was it just about taking care of the planet, or was there a deeper message that was?
The message was the need to denuclearize this planet, that the nuclear weapons are the greatest threat to humanity, in addition to our failure to be good stewards to our planet, and as a result, are placing our very environment in jeopardy.
Do you think the ETs are saying that for our well-being? I think they are, but also a bigger picture, the concern for the vibration throughout this time-space galaxy, in a sense?
Oh, when it comes to the use of nuclear weapons, the ETs have explained that our detonation of nuclear weapons will resonate out into the galaxy. And so, a nuts and bolts scientist would say impossible. But if you understand that we are a multi-dimensional society and galactic neighborhood, then you understand that anything such as a nuclear weapon that will disrupt, that will tear a hole in the interdimensional fabric, will create a problem throughout the universe.
Wow. So nuclear weapons disrupt the whole time-space continuum and shakes worlds way beyond ours. Is this your experience, Dr. Herta?
I completely agree with what is being said. I think we are really at a crossroads of having to go away from the whole nuclear industry plan of weaponization in space. In fact, the late astronaut Mitchell, with two of my colleagues, worked on a space treaty that would prohibit weapons of mass destruction to be placed in outer space, with that in mind. So, Kathleen, you're right on target. Everything that you've said, we agree with in terms of we must have the honesty and the openness to be positive pioneers in outer space. We must be peacemakers rather than being seen as industrial warriors. And I think this is what Astronaut Mitchell wanted so many of his closest of friends to say, that we have to have a diplomacy of peace and show that we're peacemakers if our cosmic friends and the cosmic others want to work with us face to face.
Right. I just want to say, joining me, I didn't do a proper introduction, is Dr. J.J. Herta, who I would say is one of the most multi-dimensional travelers. His book, Keys of Enoch, is landmark in opening up doorways to other realities. It came from a higher consciousness experience where he was taken off planet for 3 days and met these higher beings that gave him this information for our time at this moment to uplift. So
this is more of a spiritual experience, and this is why I've been somewhat careful in putting this forth in the context of physical hardware contact. This is more mind to mind contact. And I think this is the new direction that we're going right now, is to see the importance of consciousness giving us the key to our multidimensionality.
Is that what you're finding, Kathleen? Because you, if you don't mind me sharing, you're a researcher and an experiencer, and you've been open about that. So how has this whole idea of consciousness affected your understanding of the phenomena, where you call it that?
Well, a point that I want to make is spirituality. And the message that was given to me and also given to other experiencers is that we are currently out of sync. Our technological development is out of sync with our spiritual development. And this presents a great problem, a great threat to the survival of humanity. And another goal of these non-human entities who are interacting with us is to attempt to encourage us to raise our spirit, our spiritual development, our spiritual selves. And I think part of what ETs do to experiencers, and Free Study and MUFON study confirmed this, is that experiencers become empathic. When you're empathic, it is a psychic sense of experiencing another person's emotions, maybe the health of their body. But if you feel another person's emotions as if they were your own, it will be impossible for humans to harm one another without harming themselves as well. And so I think that that's a very important thing that our non-human visitors have given to us. Another question that we asked is, do you have religious beliefs? And some questions about that, but then also, have your experiences changed your beliefs? And what we discovered is the majority of individuals said that they had become more spiritual. So that's a very good thing. By having contact with as many people as possible, it appears that these non-humans are being able to forward their agenda. And it appears to be a good one.
Right. It seems like there's a shift, though, in the whole experiencer, let's even call it abductee movement. When your aunt was taken with her husband, Barney Hill, and there's a picture of them behind you, which is great. That was a whole different mindset. That they sort of broke the glass ceiling with their experience and opened up a whole understanding of this phenomena. They were real pioneers, although taken against their will, perhaps, but something has shifted. I mean, Betty ended up sort of integrating it at the end of her life, I guess, and you were brought up with the phenomena. So something new is happening because, and what Rebecca said, there's an integration for those, at least those of us who have been in this field, with like, okay, they're here. We're not questioning that. That's ridiculous to even question. Does the sun rise? I think it does, but okay, they're here. We're integrating their presence with our human experience, and something new is possible because we are waking up to the reality that this is real and true and part of our lives. And so what do you feel this next phase looks like from your position? I'll ask you too, Dr. Hurtak, but what do you think, Kathleen, as we integrate it?
I think that more and more experiencers are reaching out to one another, and that this movement is moving around the world, not just in the United States. And people are joining together for CE5 communication. And so this is a very good thing. And some of the ET groups say that they would like to land, that if they were permitted to do so, but then they haven't been permitted to do that. And
who's not permitting them to do it? Who?
Well, the military and federal authorities are not permitting it.
Okay.
I do know of one group that wanted to land, I believe it was last February. They wanted to meet with the Pentagon, and they were not permitted to do this. And therefore they didn't show because they were not able to uh, establish a meeting with leaders at the Pentagon. So that is just one example. But people are joining together and having direct contact with extraterrestrials. Either, communication, I have to say, they might not be face to face in our environment. But as I said earlier, you can feel their presence. I have this happening myself. I have very strong tingling sensations through my body when these entities come into my office and communicate information. So, and when I speak with other experiencers, we both oftentimes feel this strong tingling in our bodies, starting through the crown chakra, just in communicating with one another.
Well, JJ has some experience with that. Go ahead, Jay.
I feel the next chapter is going to be on consciousness development. We recognize consciousness is the basis for both the mind as well as the material aspect of civilization. Both are traced to consciousness, capital C. And the studies that my wife and I have been involved with over the last 40 some years has looked at the psychological dimensions of what happens when consciousness is expanded by the human. And then we began to associate all of the sciences with the meta-sciences, or what we would call the feminine side of the mind that sees the greater implications that can come through integration of both, we say, the subjective and the objective, based upon love, harmony, and goodwill towards all of the human life forms as well as the non-human life forms. So this is the big picture that we're moving into. I think we're going beyond simply hardware and software into what I call lightware, capital L-I-G-H-T, lightware associations of the inner mind and what we'll call a whole new direction of consciousness physics.
Right. Is your, oh, go ahead. No,
I was just going to say, I agree. Consciousness is the key. Consciousness is everything.
It is. I was just wondering if your experience is getting stronger, more powerful, more direct over the years.
It has. It has. And particularly since I worked with a man named Kevin Briggs, who from the time he was 8 years old has had either direct communication face-to-face or more recently telepathic communication. And it was Kevin who taught me really how to communicate with these non-humans at a different level and to, overcome the fear. So for so many years, I was completely wrapped up in the fear and the feeling that I was being used and abused, that I was a lab rat, what all of the old, the early UFO investigators were writing and saying. And it took a long time for me to overcome those feelings. But over the past 10 years, I have had a more positive relationship. I lost my fear of these non-humans. I was healed from illness in 2012 by them. It was an illness that I'd had for a number of years that was debilitating. I've been completely well, except for getting the flu and that sort of thing ever since. So it has improved. I would like for it to improve more so that I can have more communication, because I have a lot of questions that still go unanswered.
And the young people that you've been in contact with, such as young Kenneth, do they describe a cosmic family that they're part of? Are they a spokesperson for another group of non-humans, or in general terms, how are we to look at a familial relationship, if we can call it, starting from those who have a natural gift or affinity for contact with the higher worlds or non-human worlds? Do they see themselves as spokespersons on an individual level or on a collective level, or both?
I think both, because They're speaking, many are speaking on an individual level, but they want to connect with other groups. They want to spread this message worldwide. And that was one of the objectives that the extraterrestrials that Kevin Briggs speaks with had. And so he initially called together a small group of researchers to investigate his experiences, and we were permitted for 2 years to ask questions, and much of the answers that we received were about consciousness, but also science and a number of different things. And so the objective was to expand that group and to continue to expand the group and the message, so that at some point there will be people around this planet who are on the same page and who are working toward the same goal. And the ETs are in favor of that because they state that they have attempted to work with our governments unsuccessfully. And if we are to bring about change for the better, then they're going to have to do it through one by one, through the experiencers that they make contact with.
So there's a huge shift in preparation, is what I hear you saying also, as we and those contacts and you and me, JJ, and everyone listening have already accepted this. They are also accepting us. When do you think, do you have a sense of when this open contact will be made? I mean, of course, it's being made all the time, but open, acknowledge, what our time has come. When do you think that will happen?
I hope it's during my lifetime, but I don't know. I don't have a sense of when this will occur. Do you?
Well, I feel something's building. There is this momentum that's happening, especially we're going to be discussing later the Pentagon's acknowledgement that, yes, there are extraterrestrial craft out there, or maybe not extraterrestrial, they say unidentified aerial phenomena. That's huge for our side. That's like saying, yeah, they're here. And the thing that Eric Davis says, and we'll go into this, that there are crash retrievals. I mean, that's...
You one of my books on that.
Right, you tell them about your book.
In 1977, I had the opportunity in field research to meet several retired investigators, both in our country and Mexico, who gave me the opportunity to present their story of ET retrievals. Of course, names were changed, and this was part of a general story that there were many crash retrievals taking place in Mexico, which means the U.S. government, with some levels of permission, were able to cross the border and bring back the specimens. And these studies were seen as skeptical reports of hearsay. And now I think a new dimension is coming through Eric Davis's work and others to re-examine some of this information, which has been highly classified, but now in a general sense, I think the public can accept that we are not alone in the universe, and that some of these crashes bring us scientific insights into our own future if we are able to balance this with the proper sociology.
Right. I mean, people like you, Kathleen, have been living with this awareness most of their lives. So what do you think it would look like for the rest of the planet to start to live with the same awareness? You're sort of a regular person. You're not, you've integrated it, you're living with it. It's hard. So what would it be like for the rest of the planet to be in that awareness?
Well, I still question how many members of the rest of the planet will be part of this. Those who are open, those who have elevated level of consciousness and spirituality will be part of that. But I seriously doubt that the general family that you see on the street, at the baseball games, the football games, are going to elevate their consciousness, their spirituality. I doubt that that is going to change, because on December 16, 2017, the New York Times carried the article about the ATIP program. So that was the first sort of attempt at disclosure. And the general public just sort of ignored it. The message didn't go out with everybody. They went about their day-to-day business doing what they always do. And it didn't have an impact on them.
Right, I get that. Maybe we should just bring in that towards the end of this talk, like now, Lynn Katai, you know her work from the Phoenix Lights.
Yes.
And maybe if you want to bring her in, that so we can, do you have anything else you wanted to say? But I wanted you to be here for a little bit with Lynn, because she, a regular, I think she was a family doctor, you know, just in the world, didn't really think about UFOs much until 1997, when the Phoenix Lights occurred. And before that, where like, boom, you know, suddenly the whole city of Phoenix was taken unaware by this flying object. So
not only that, but you had the governor of the states later confess
Mhm.
that he overreacted. He poo-pooed something that was scientifically validated.
Mhm.
And I knew one of the scientists at Village Labs in Phoenix that did all of the finer examination and image enhancement of the so-called V-shaped craft that came over Phoenix itself, and confessed that this was something far beyond human technology that he was aware of.
Right. So let me ask Lynn, but hang out a little bit if you don't mind, Kathleen.
No, that's fine.
Lynn, thanks for being here. I just sort of introduced you as a doctor who just had a life-changing moment when you became aware of the Phoenix Lights. And so tell us what that process from a kind of, I guess we call an ordinary, regular person, someone like, boom, taken down the rabbit hole. What was that shift within your consciousness?
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say thank you. First of all, it's a pleasure to be with both of you. And Neil, thank you. Because listening today, especially to Grant, and I'll get back to some Grant Cameron, and I'll get back to some of the things he said, and Rebecca, and of course you, Kathleen, just hit on so many things. That the Phoenix Lights mass sighting, if anybody doesn't know out there, is the most witnessed, most documented, most important mass anomalous aerial sighting in modern times, if not all times. And serendipitously, I guess, and I don't believe in coincidence anymore, I happen to be right on top of it. We're going to bring in near-death experience and consciousness. But for me, very busy with actually, ironically, devoting my life's work to the dissemination of vital health issues, particularly in schools, internationally, on NBC and USA Cable. And then this fell in my lap. And again, literally and figuratively, 2 years before the mass sighting, which as we talked about earlier, and also Kathleen mentioned, when you have an experience that is so mind-boggling, that is so out of our reality cube, and of course everybody brings a different background, different upbringing, different belief system to this. Well, I'm a healthy skeptic. I've got to see it to believe it. And 2 years before the mass sighting, which we'll get to in a second, both my husband, who's also a physician and a healthy skeptic, and I had a very close sighting. And we're talking right outside our bedroom window. We live pretty high on a mountain in Paradise Valley, Arizona, and have a panoramic view of this city skyline. So we know what helicopters and streetlights and car lights and the airport is in our view look like. And this was very, very different. In fact, Grant mentioned earlier about these orbs.
And that's what we were looking at. They were actually oval shaped, which blew me away when the Nimitz sighting came forward with the Navy pilots describing these objects as oval shaped, which is what they were. There were 3 distinct oval shapes in a pyramid formation, one on top and 2 closely lying a little below us. We're pretty high on the mountain. And if anyone is near a computer and wants to go to the Phoenix Lights Network website photo page, you'll see the topography. And it was a little below us. And he called me to one of our windows of our bedroom. One wall is a window. So anything that pops up out there, we usually see if we're nearby. And he calls me to the window, and here I'm looking at these 3 orbs that are so unusual that I just tried to take everything in mentally. I'm sure Kathleen has heard this over and over again. You don't want to move. You're in awe because you don't know how long it's going to last. And I'm sure there's others out there that had similar experiences. And I try to take in the size, the shape, the color. They were about 3 to 6 feet each, depending on how close they were. They were absolutely oval shape. I always describe them as an egg on its side, but then when the Navy pilots were describing them as like a lozenge, I mean, that's the kind of shape they were, or a tic-tac shape. And the color within each orb was a uniform amber color throughout. It didn't glare at all. It was very different than any other light out there glared. And it was just so mesmerizing and so amazing. I thought, if I don't get a picture of this, no one's going to believe it. And I go running to my closet, and I couldn't be with you right now, Alan, if I didn't grab my camera, ran to the window, and my husband calls me back and says, one of them is disappearing. And this gets back to Grant's description. The top orb, without budging, started to slowly, mechanically, as if there was an intelligence behind it, to shrink, slow switch until it was a pea size. He mentioned that, which blew me away when he happened to mention that, because that's just what it was like. And then after it disappeared, it felt like it was still there. Even though we didn't see it, I jumped out on the balcony, got a picture of the 2 lower orbs. And I always go back to this sighting because it's intently, as I was watching these 2 lower orbs, and I did not share this with the soul until 2 years later after the mass sighting, it felt like something was watching me. And going through my mind, I was thinking, who are you? What are you?
Let me just get Kathleen's comment on that. Lynn, let me just get Kathleen's comment on, how there's sometimes a preparation for kind of being sucked down the rabbit hole, right? I mean, at 14, you overheard your mother talking to Betty Hill, so you've been prepared. But talk about that a little bit, and also the connection to near-death experiences, Kathleen, and then anything else you want to say, finishing up, and then we'll go more into Lynn's story. But yes,
okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, the changes that do take place as a result of contact are that we tend to become more psychic than we were, or more intuitive. We see orbs in our homes, oftentimes orbs that appear to have intelligence, that do not appear to be related to ball lightning or orbs that come out of a volcano or anything like that. They appear to have intelligence. There is one case that I investigated where the man was able to capture video of this orb coming in, entering his body, and had medical records that his cancer was cured as a result of this. So that's a wonderful thing. A lot of people are being healed. And of course, I had already mentioned an increase in spirituality, an increase in being empathic. There are many other things that we discovered, but I don't want to take away from Lynn's time.
Well, you'll be back on the panel later at 5:20. We'll go into some of that. Okay. Any final words about your research as far as NDEs and experience?
Oh, well,
Or we
no,
can get into that later.
not right now.
All right, we'll get into that later because I think
Okay.
the panel discussion will be going from hardware to software and the awakening of consciousness. So thank you. How can people get in contact with you, Kathleen?
Kathleen with a K dash or hyphen Marden, MARDEN.com.
Thanks so much for joining us for this little
Pleasure. Nice to see you again.
Great to see you, Kathleen.
Nice to see you too.
So Lynn, you're part of the huge transformation that's happening, like Kathleen's been a part of, and so many people. How did your life go from ordinary sort of doctor to, oh my God, there's something else going on here?
Well, it wasn't an easy transformation, I have to admit, because after I captured pictures, and again, you can go on Phoenix Lights Network website photo page to look at my unique collection of 35 millimeter. They're in the negative. They cannot be explained or denied by military and university optical experts. But it took me a long time, Alan, because 2 years later, which was amazing, after knowing what the technology is right out our bedroom window, I had no idea what we were looking at your video of 2 months before the mass sighting and during the mass sighting appeared in January. And I happened to catch a mile-wide formation of these orbs in formation head on, turning into a V at a distance. And it was so unnerving that the next morning I called around, found air traffic controllers at Sky Harbor International Airport who saw the same thing at the same time. You could look at, and the second picture of which is amazing because that's exactly what thousands of people would describe 2 months later on March 13th, 1997, when 10 to 20,000 people saw what I had been documenting head on, turning into a V. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Also, again, captured on March 13th, I had no idea that thousands of other people saw what I had been documenting, and confirmed by air traffic controllers, not only in January, but the morning after the mass sighting, is appearing over Class B restricted airspace. They had no idea. They ruled out every sensible explanation, from conventional aircraft to flares. And I kept on documenting these things up until March 13th, and then found out shortly thereafter that thousands of people saw what I had been seeing, and that this was happening worldwide. I had no idea of any of this.
Dr. Hertog has a comment here.
Yes, I remember that event because one of my colleagues, Jim Dilatoso, who was one of the top software experts at Village Labs in Phoenix, was able to get sizable portions of films made of the V-shaped vehicle. And his conclusion was this was unquestionably a technology from a very advanced civilization.
Well, I'll talk about that, because what really got me once I started learning about it, and after I learned thousands of people had seen what I had been seeing, I pushed my whole medical career, very accomplished medical career, aside for 7 years and kept an intricate journal every single day of media, of witness testimony, of even talking to a 35 millimeter, which could not be denied or explained, analyzed, and meeting Jim Dilatoso actually 3 weeks later. And I couldn't be here today if I didn't have the photographic evidence. And I've tried to be very scientific, not only in the evidence, but in the nuts and bolts, because there's much more important stuff with consciousness I'll get to in a second. But once I learned the enormity of the advanced technology of what thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of people saw on March 13th, 1997, just briefly, not only were these 1 mile, and we learned a couple years ago from Peter Davenport, director of the UFO Reporting Center in Seattle, that one of the objects, and we're talking about these orbs that seem to be attached to something, which the air traffic controllers shared with me, or actual craft. And if you go on the Phoenix Lights Network website, Look on the GAP page, GAP, Geospatial Animation Project. There's 10 different craft. After a 12-year study of 2 or more people had to see the same craft, was 8 miles wide. So 1 to 8 miles, and there's so much
Right on. What you're
misinformation out
saying
there.
is so important. What you're saying is very important. In fact, I talked to airline pilots who said in Mexico they have filmed craft that were more than 50 miles long.
Well, that's the thing that got me, JJ, because not only were there different craft, now whether it was one craft that could morph or the perspective from where the person was standing or a parade. And ultimately, after 12 years of meticulous study of the data, that was what was concluded from the investigators, including Jim Delatoso and Michael Tanner and a host of others, that there was a parade because, and again, there was so much mis and disinformation. That's why ultimately, after 7 years, I had to come forward, because number one, there was so much more to this sighting than people know. It was over a 7 o'clock hour for some hours in California, 11 o'clock hour in Nevada, and continued all the way until 5:30 the next morning. The last report that was given to me personally from a Boeing crewman was that his whole crew was coming into Sky Harbor International Airport, and one of these mile-wide craft was over him. And a little aside is that when I talked to the air traffic controllers the day after they said that pilots had called into the tower, one of those pilots just came forward a couple years ago. It was actor Kurt Russell, which is really very interesting. We have his UK interview on the website, Phoenix Lights Network website. But anyway, the technology itself was so incredible. These massive formations or craft then would take off at blink speed without even dispersing the air. And if you go on the GAP page, you'll see that one of the craft split in 2 and then shot straight up. Other people saw these orbs that detached from the main object, the environment, and then recalled it later.
And your psychological and technological overview is very well put together. I want to congratulate you for your great work. I'm looking forward to meeting you and sharing with you some of my work that I've done in other countries.
But tell us though.
Absolutely, and I'm gonna get to that.
Okay, good, because I want to know how your thinking changed. It maybe took 7 years.
Okay.
But like, were you traumatized? You had to work through it, and then how are you different now because of that huge experience?
We will get to that because there's a lot more, Alan, that I don't even know if you know.
Wow.
Because as a scientist, again, I tried to be as scientific as I could, JJ, with the data, okay? But then as a physician, okay, everybody comes from a different background, different upbringing. Everybody reacts differently. Some people can't deal with it. Some people don't want to deal with it, and that's okay. I was very open to it, although a healthy skeptic. I wanted to find a logical explanation and started really researching for one, which I have yet to find after 25 years, but also to let people know that they're not crazy. Even though most anomalies can be explained, only a small percentage cannot. But just because we don't have the technology yet, and the Nimitz Navy pilots even say this, to definitively define what these things are, it doesn't mean they're not real. We may just be looking on the AM dial for an FM frequency. So it's time we get this topic out in the open and address it and accept it and study it. And that's what I've been doing. The other part is to let people know it's important to share. Just what you were saying, Alan, as an experiencer, not only did I have that experience, but I'm going to get to another one in a minute, but I had to explain. And I knew that there were many others out there that were just as curious. And I have to say that there has not been not one report of harm, threat, or abduction associated with the Phoenix Lights phenomena. Not one credible report. Can't speak to other things. But that is so important in all this. If anything, it was quite the opposite. People were in awe and wonder and just curious. In fact, I still have people telling me over 20 years later that they felt blessed to have had the experience. Now, for me, not only as an experiencer of the Phoenix Lights, but as an educator, I ultimately, after 7 years, felt compelled to, it was too important not to share. But the experiencer part, Alan, I'm gonna get to now, because not only were people in real time changed in real time, that the movie Independence Day came out, it was real popular 6 months before the mass sighting. And when children first saw this giant V, this massive V coming towards them, we're so inundated, and we talk about this in the documentary, with threat, and harm by Hollywood, by the media, that of course they were jumping up and down, Independence Day, Independence Day. But as the phenomena came closer, a calmness came over everyone, a connectiveness to the phenomena, as I felt too, that changed them forever. The kids wanted to run after it in real time. In long term, people changed their eating habits. They wouldn't eat meat anymore. I've had people go into the peace movement, go into the environmental movement. Now, I also, and this is very poignant for our discussion here, had a number of witnesses who shared with me that they had had near-death experiences as children that was reawakened by the mass sighting. And that really hit me hard.
Well, that's something Kathleen is researching. You should talk to her.
Well, wait a minute, I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
Because, and I talk about it in the book, okay? I let it all out there, because I too had a near-death experience in 1956 at 8 years old.
What's the connection between UFOs and NDEs? I mean, Grant makes the connection.
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Yes.
I'm going to get to that, because my own NDE, won't have time today, and I hope people do pick up the book. It's a fast read.
What's the book called?
The Phoenix Lights, A Skeptic's Discovery That We Are Not Alone. It's in its 4th print. The ebook has colored pictures and live links so people can go and just explore. I got that 750-page journal down to 230 pages and have expanded it 4 times now. But I did meet 3 beings. I haven't talked about this, but I did meet 3 beings, tall, glowing beings above the earth when I had my near-death experience. I won't ruin it for the reader, because that experience changed my life forever. And I was 8 years old, very naive. But the 3 things that I can share that may help people out there that have had similar experiences, and I'll get to the connection in a minute, is awareness, attitude, and appreciation. I came away with my eyes open. Whenever anything came before me, and I was aware of it, I felt that there was a reason it was there. I didn't blow it off. I really tried to take it all in and figure out what it had to do with my own being, with my own consciousness, attitude. I do believe that there are positive and negative energies out there, and that's a whole nother.
We appreciate your exuberance. Alan and I appreciate your exuberance, because you are pushing the envelope towards the positive side of contact, which people need. They have to overcome the fear syndrome. I have to excuse myself because I have other guests coming to our studio right now, but keep up the good work. I want to see you in the near future if possible.
But thank you,
For
JJ.
sure, absolutely, JJ. It's a pleasure having you here.
Do you think you were prepared, Lynn?
Attitude, as he was just alluding to, is so important, because we bring to us what we are. If we have positive, I'm sorry.
No. I'm just on a little delay here, but I'm just saying, was your NDE a preparation, you think, for your life's work? And this.
Well, that's a good question. We'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
Because attitude is so important, because again, there are positive and negative energies out there. I truly believe that. I've felt them. You know, when you have something happen and you're sad or you're angry, you know, it's your awareness of how you adapt and how you deal with that situation is really important, and how you treat others is really important. And that brings in the attitude as well. If you just feed into that negative attitude, that's going to feed it more and more. You're going to have more and more negative energies feeding on that. But if you just tell them to go away and just envelop them with love and light, and really go to that positive place within your whole being, they dissipate. They're gone, and you actually bring positive energy. So the 3rd A is yeah, we okay?
Yeah, we're good. I'm just, the room
is appreciation.
What does your work look like now as we move forward into this new time, where I think there's more sightings worldwide, more people like you are coming out, And I think you're part of their preparation team for the planet, right?
Well, appreciation is really important. And I so appreciate just being here with you today and having the opportunity. I didn't know what was going to happen. As a physician, coming forward was very precarious. And you asked me that earlier. I was working as chief clinical consultant at the Arizona Heart Institute Wellness and Imaging Center. Nobody knew what I was doing behind closed doors and paring down the book. When I came forward, I couldn't believe the doctors and the nurses that actually read it and were so appreciative of the work that went into it and were sharing their stories. There are a million people out there that had unexperienced. Other people had near-death experience that were reawakened by the mass sighting, like myself. Could there be a connection between all unexplained phenomena? And once I started looking, I started finding a plethora of information. Kenneth Ring was mentioned earlier. Also, John Mack was working on a book, very spiritual, not only in connection between unexplained phenomena, aerial phenomena, as well as out-of-body experience that have a mystical light associated with the experience. And not only is experience, I lay it out very simply in the book, very similar, but the after effect. I'm going to answer your question now. Okay. The after effect is mind-blowing. The enlightenment, the connectiveness to the universe and to the earth and to each other, that everyone, everything is connected, and the urgency to also share the information, which I felt personally myself. That's how it changed me. Once I started looking, and you don't have to have it, I started calling all unexplained phenomena an UP, UP and UP, because they are an up. They're so positive. They're so enriching to one's life if one lets them in. And all you have to do is open your mind and your heart. You don't have to have an up experience to have this experience. All you have to do is open up to it and learn about it. And actually, I've had many people tell me that my book has done that for them, which I had no idea would happen. In fact, if I may, there were many. Give me a couple minutes at the very end. I want to read something to you because there were a lot of paranormal experiences that happened.
We have about 10 minutes or something, but or more. But you know, in a way, I mean, your life had purpose as a doctor, of course, helping people. But you seem so on fire and so engaged.
Can you tell?
Yeah.
little passionate.
No, it's great. Every time I meet you, you're so exciting. You're such a great communicator. But has this given your life a renewed purpose, would you say?
Well, I had to make a decision. When I came forward with the book in 2004, I was inundated with filmmakers. And coming from my video and workbook curriculum background, I wanted to do a film. I was working at night and then on the weekends doing Barnes & Noble and Borders tours. I really didn't have the time. And then one filmmaker, Steve Lance, whose parents live here and his father's a doctor, we knew him, said, I'm coming with equipment in June, we're going to start doing it. And I said, whoa, I don't know if other people, because I stayed anonymous for 7 years. I don't know if other people who are now communicating with me on email would want to come forward, or the professors who could lose their grants at the universities. And I didn't have time. He said, I'm coming, every single person I called, the one who came on later, said absolutely they would do it. That was the sign. And then I was asked to present at a school where they wouldn't stop clapping. And I realized, whoa, there is nothing in our history books about this topic. And children search for they thirst for this knowledge. And I thought, I've got to start filming. And before I knew it, I had to make a decision. And I did. And you know what that is. I pushed my whole medical career aside to come forward and get the data together. And as an educator, to educate people, as I had been doing on vital health issues, on this vital issue, that people just know the facts and they can decide for themselves. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. This happened to me. I'm just sharing the data and let people decide for themselves. So yes, it has changed my life. I am, touring, and now, of course, with COVID, we've had to put a lid on that worldwide, and just trying to share the data and let people know they're not alone. And that's one thing people ask me all the time, Alan, about the Phoenix Lights mass sighting. What was that about? And to this day, we still don't have technology that even comes close to what we saw in 1997. And whoever did this not only wanted to be seen, but they also connected at a very soul level with the witnesses. They changed people's lives forever, including my own. And if I may, if we have a couple minutes here, I can't hear you.
We have some minute. We have a couple of minutes. Why don't you read some of those things?
Okay, this is really important because one thing that Kathleen mentioned, and in the book I do get into witness testimony, and also on the share page on the Phoenix Lights Network website, if people want to read some of their very poignant, detailed, and that's, we didn't get into the excuses and how the story unfolded, which is fascinating in and of itself.
Well, this was just a brief interview. This was just
really important. Yeah.
This was
I got you.
all the ramifications of what Contact is about, and you're such an important part, and Phoenix Lights are such an important part. So yes.
Well, I got you, Alan, because a month after the mass sighting, some incredible paranormal stuff happened that I think that your viewers would really enjoy reading about. And one of them was during the middle of the night when something happened, and thoughts that were so foreign to me, Alan. I mean, it was just something I would never, ever, ever think about.
Like what? Like what?
Unconsciousness. So I went downstairs in the dark at 3 o'clock in the morning. I picked up a pad in the dark, closed my eyes, and started writing off the page. And in fact, the investigators came the next morning, and I said, whoa, I told them what happened. I said, I wrote something last night. I don't even remember what I wrote. Can I read it to you? And I'm
this is the punchline here. The Phoenix Light, that's Lynn's book, Lynn Katai, Dr. Lynn Katai. Okay, we're ready. Okay, what did you write, Lynn? Are you with us? Lynn, I think I lost, did I lose you? Lynn?
You froze for a second.
She froze, or did I freeze? Oh, there.
I'm sorry,
okay.
Are we okay?
Yeah, you're
We're
back.
good?
I guess it was just a little delay before the big punchline here. What did you write?
I want to make sure people get the whole gist of it. You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know about other living creatures in this vast universe, but questions keep permeating my mind about the ones who are trying to get our attention now. What if these beings are as advanced spiritually as they are technologically? What if they want to share this beautiful and wondrous future with us? And what if they have already met our spirit world and know firsthand that the essence of who we are is pure? They may only be trying to help us recognize the positive spirit deep within and teach us to know ourselves for who we really are before we destroy our world. Each and every one of us is a powerful being with the strength and wisdom to deeply appreciate our earth and every living creature on it. It is time we view ourselves in a new light. This can begin by searching within ourselves to find goodness and love. So lies, hatred, abuse, violence, and fear. That is our destiny. But only if each one of us chooses to look within our own soul for the answers. They are. It isn't too late. Humankind knowledge, not be pulled down by our self-serving primal ignorance. It is so very important to look within yourself and to believe. Judge yourself each and every day. There will come a time when you will indeed judge every moment of your own life. The good things, the bad, the wrath, the kindness and the wrath that you and you alone have brought to other human beings, to other living things, to our earth. You will feel what it felt like to be on the receiving end. Near-death experiencers have told us time and time again that when we die, we go through a life review. God does not judge us, we judge ourselves. So maybe it's time we judge ourselves now. Think clearly about how we treat others, the energy and dedication we put into our relationships, especially our family, as well as our relationship to other living things we touch in this short but precious existence. So when our time does come, we won't have to endure pain and sadness, but rather we will be drenched in the ecstasy of our own love, in the magnificent light of love. And if each of us truly looks deep within, the positive energies emanating from the goodness each one of us possesses will be shared around the world. Then our beautiful journey to a new reality will have begun.
Wow. Beautiful. Thank you.
Haven't changed a word.
Is that when, how many years after you saw the lights that you wrote that?
That was a month after the mass sighting. And again, during that month, there were a lot of paranormal, bizarre things that happened that convinced me that this was real.
And did that just come through you like a download? Did that come through you like
I surrendered.
It was like a download to you, right?
I get downloads all the time, Alan.
Did you ever talk to Simonton?
Oh yeah, this was automatic writing.
Oh, right. No, we have a question from
Interesting
JJ, and then we have to wrap.
Linda, did you ever talk to Governor Simonton about that experience or share that beautiful?
I tried. I've been trying since he came forward, and I have yet to meet him personally, but I'm very happy that he did come forward, because actually my coming forward helped his coming forward.
Well, he came forward in Washington at the disclosure conference, right?
Right. He had actually mocked the mass sighting, and again, the story unfolding itself is fascinating. But he had mocked the sighting the afternoon after a USA Today article, for the first time, this was 5 months later, opened our sighting to international scrutiny on June 18th, 1997. We were deluged by media overnight. We didn't have social media then, and it went viral. And they too, once they talked to the witnesses, were asking, my goodness, their descriptions are so detailed, so heartfelt. Why isn't there an investigation? Why isn't there an explanation? And he called an unscheduled press conference for the next day, after nothing from the government or military for months, to bring out one of his aides in a giant alien head costume and made a mockery of it.
Right.
Which was really disconcerting.
No, I know.
Witnesses that saw something that was
Right.
so extraordinary, but to say that he actually saw one of the craft, and it wasn't. Not only wasn't it flares, which is the only explanation they ever come up with, which is ridiculous, because even if you go on the website, you'll see they tried to reenact it 3 years later. It was a farce. It was a joke. It has never been reenacted.
He finally came forward and had said that he saw it, and he says at I think it was the National Press Club, Stephen Greer, what I saw changed my world and shifted my reality. He was very dramatic and very serious about coming forward. And finally, the truth on that side was out. So to wrap it up, Lynn, what can we learn now from the Phoenix Lights, and what can we be prepared for in the future to come?
Well, at this point, I really urge people, if they can, and again, the ebook is terrific because it has color pictures and live links, really helps people. And I give 10 ways, by the way, to connect with these other intelligences. And I just want to interject real quick that
Yes.
native cultures, and I've really gotten a connection with them, I even speak with them, have been open to these intelligences for centuries.
Absolutely.
On March 13th, they were actually looking up at them on the Gila Bend River Indian Reservation and shared with me that they've been seeing them for centuries. They welcome them. They believe these phenomena come to comfort them and give them knowledge and inspiration. And I've certainly been inspired to do what I'm doing. And that, you know, once you open yourself up, your mind and your heart to learn about these phenomena, they call them sky people, light beings. There is such another world out there. We could talk for hours, Alan. And again, I give 10 reasons how people can connect. And it's very, very simple. I connect with them every day. I don't hear voices. I just get very strong feelings. And I trust in the guidance.
So you're really a contact free experience.
How
Yeah.
I just decided if I'm supposed to do this.
This is your work, man. This is your work. This is your true work. I mean, John Mack's last book, Passport to the Cosmos, talked all about the indigenous connection to the sky people. So, so what would you like?
Also, Alan,
Yes.
my very first presentation was a month before I came forward at the Tucson Medical Center with John Mack. I was a little wary because he was into abduction, but he shared with me afterwards. My data confirmed his data, okay? And not only that, but he was writing a book because we discussed the whole thing about the connection between all unexplained phenomena. He was writing a book when he was unfortunately killed in a car accident, on this very topic, the connection between all unexplained phenomena and how they help each person that experiences an up.
Well, I got an essay. I got an unpublished essay from John Mack's estate to put in a book that's coming out that I put together called Making Contact. And it's really about the subtle realms and how his work went deeper than the ordinary psychological model to realize we are infinite beings. So any final words, Lynn, that you would like to leave us with?
Well, I hope people will take a peek at the website, the Lights Network website. It is packed with information, all kinds of fun things. And of course, the book, The Phoenix Lights, The Skeptics Discover That We Are Not Alone, as well as our documentary, which is won over a dozen International Film Festival awards. And I have to tell you, my biggest accomplishment, Alan, is because I've been working on curriculum for youth and for the community for over 40 years on vital health issues. I got together this book, The Phoenix Lights, this UFOs, crop circles, and coloring book, adventures, graphic novel adventures of Sue FO, Field Observer, and Hugh FO. He's a little alien. Worked with, it's for all ages, worked with a Disney illustrator, and we have not only the 10 different craft to color, we tell the story throughout. We have iconic UFO pictures from yesteryear. There's such a vast history of this. 80 crop circles and activities for young and old, from puzzles.
This is great. This is the kind of education we need. You should talk to Rebecca Hardcastle.
We have. I've been trying to get it into the classroom for 7 years, okay?
Well, she's
finally got this together for everyone to use.
She's back in Phoenix. Definitely connect with her. And let's create think tanks of how to put this out to the public in a big way.
Absolutely. By the way, she's in the documentary.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Well, she's wonderful on the Phoenix documentary. So it's time we get this platform and we get this. Thank you for.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you again, Lynn, for the amazing work you've done. Really, I mean, because it's life-changing. I know you've dedicated everything to it.
And also send my regards to your great work. Look forward to cooperating with you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Maybe we'll.
Thank you so much. There's so much more to this story for you.
I know this was just a brief
just
introduction.
the tip of the iceberg.
This was a brief introduction to this one of the most spectacular cases of sightings that's been on the planet. So I think it's important because this whole day has been devoted to experience and contact. So this is an important piece. Lynn, how can people get in touch with you again? Oh, did we lose her? Oh, hi, Sharia. Come on in. I think we left. Lynn, are you still with us? I think we lost her.
No, there I can hear you now.
Okay,
Go
just
ahead.
what's your website again, Lynn?
What's that?
What's your
the website? Yes, it's www.thephoenixlights.net. If you go thephoenixlights.net, you'll get to it. It's the Phoenix Lights Network, and I welcome everyone to come there. And also, you can contact me and anyone out there. Again, it's very cathartic. It's healing to share. Even with one person as a physician, I take confidentiality very seriously. I receive messages on Facebook on the Phoenix Lights Network page there and website every day. And I welcome them.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's so important that people share. You know, it's real to them. So please look me up, share, and
We'll talk to you soon. Thanks, Lynn. I want to talk to, well, Sharia is going to talk to. And
thank you.
Thank you, really. Sharia Dharma is here with someone with a very dramatic experiencer story and teaching. So go ahead, Sharia. I'm going to, oh wait, we can't hear you for some reason. All right. All right.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can.
Wonderful.
So I will see you later at the end of this interview. We'll bring on the panel and
Fabulous.
Okay, have
Thanks,
fun.
Alan. Great work today.
Yes, it's been a great day. Yes.
Yeah, so let's just take a big breath with this big day that we've had here. It's a lot of information coming at us from many amazing people who have experienced incredible things. And I'm sure there are people out here listening who have also experienced incredible things who maybe haven't shared those yet. And this maybe can help you just feel connected in your heart with what you've experienced, that you're not alone, basically. And so nice deep breath in, everybody, as you wish. Integrating and settling back into our bodies. We're welcoming Sherry Wild to take another chapter of this amazing unfolding story on this planet. And I've had the pleasure of interviewing Sherry before on the Harmonic Convergence. So I'm so grateful to see you again, Sherry.
Hello.
And Sherry has just had really, really incredible stories to tell us and has been very deeply involved in the alien abduction subject. And she says it's an intriguing topic filled with lots of speculation and conjecture, and much of the analysis is being done by those who have never had a contact experience themselves and who can only form opinions based on what they hear and observe from the actual participant. And Sherry has had an overwhelming amount of physical contact with beings from an alternate reality and has worked her way through the layers of disbelief, fear, confusion, and ridicule. She has found support and answers in places she never expected, and through that process began to remember the truth of who she is, as we are all doing these days in our own way. In this lecture today, she's going to highlight and intimate. The sentence is a little funny. In this lecture, she's going to share highlights and intimate details of that journey and talk about the difference between being an abductee and a volunteer. So, Sherry, thank you so much for being here. How do you want to begin the conversation today? Would you like to tell us a little bit more about your personal experiences so that we can get to know what you have been grappling with and what you have dealt with in your experience on this subject?
Sure. I think we had a great conversation before when we connected on that other platform, and it was fantastic. We could have talked for hours, so I enjoyed having this discussion with you.
Wonderful.
So I guess I will just start talking about it. You can interject and ask questions, I think, represent for those who are watching. My experiences have been lifelong. They started from the time I was very little. An infant, actually. I have memories of popping out of my body as an infant and standing by the crib and standing with the being, the entity that I know as Da, D-A, I call him Da. And he's kind of giving me a hard time about was I pretty happy now? Was I happy with my decision to have come here now that I was discovering how confining it was to be in that little body? So I always had that memory, and I could never make sense of it until after I awakened to my contact experiences. I woke up to the fact that I was an abductee, and I don't like that word, but we'll use that word for now, in about 1989, when we had a UFO flap in my community, which is a lot of UFO sightings from a lot of different places. A lot of different people reported having seen the UFOs in the sky, and the Center for UFO Studies came in and did an investigation.
Very similar to what Lynn was talking about with Phoenix Lights then.
Right. When there's a lot of UFOs showing up in the sky, when there's not just one sighting, but a lot of them being seen, there's usually, according to Don Schmidt, who was the investigator on my case, he told me there's usually there's a person or there's a group of people there that they are interested in picking up and spending a fair amount of time with. And that's how they ended up finding me. And so there were others who had encounters during that period of time. There were a lot of reports, but I had them coming to my house a couple times a week during this period of time, and it went on for about 1.5 years, as best I can figure it out. It's not always clear because they do, block your memory, and you're not always aware of what's going on.
And when you say they were coming to your house, some people might not have the full picture of what that actually means.
The ETs.
The ETs were actually physically showing up in their
Yeah, they were coming. Yep, they were coming to take me. They would come during the day sometimes. I would have missing time during the day. They would come during the night. They came pretty much every Friday night, which was really strange. But it's like they knew that my husband was going to be gone because he worked. He had a business that required that he stay at the office, stay doing what he had to do until 2 or 3 in the morning sometimes. They always came on a Friday night. It was pretty much intolerable almost, because then I also had military showing up. I had the black helicopters over my house, and I had some MILAB experiences during that time too, which in contrast to the genuine ETs picking me up, the MILABs had a distinct kind of a circus feel to it. They were not as polished. They were not as smooth. They were a rough ride compared to the ET abductions.
And for those who don't know what MILAB is, basically, is that a military operation picking you up and abducting you for their own purposes? Right.
They came and picked me up. It was during that period of time, it was an interesting period of time because I didn't know how to cope with it. It all happened so fast, the whole thing. I went from being a very skeptical person who had no interest. I didn't even want to hear about the sightings that they were having in the area. I had no interest in that. And to go from there to find out that you're being, I don't like the word targeted, but I was being
singled out.
Yeah. And I didn't know how to cope with it. I didn't know what to make of it. I couldn't wrap my mind around such a thing. I hadn't read anything about it. I didn't know that stuff happened. I knew a little bit. I'd heard something about Betty and Barney Hill, but I never looked into it very much. My dad was always kind of interested in that stuff, but I was not. So it was extremely traumatizing for me.
You probably didn't have anyone that you could really talk to about it at that point.
I wasn't allowed to talk to anyone, even actually Don Schmidt, who was doing the investigation. He was so thorough and I'm glad that he was. I'm really grateful that I had him. He was very, very thorough and careful in his investigation of me. And during the time he was investigating me, which was over 1 year, he didn't want me talking to anybody. He didn't want me reading anything about abductions or anything. He didn't want me contaminated. So I wasn't allowed to talk to anybody. But I did have this group. It was a group that was meeting every week to meditate. and they had in their group, they had a person who channeled, and she had channeled and gotten the message that there was going to be this person from the community who was going to need support, and that the person was having contact with the extraterrestrials and would need help getting through this. And so when the rumor went through my small town, it's just a little village that I live in, and when the rumor went around town that, you know, that Sherry Wild was having this stuff happening, they reached out to me, and I'm so grateful they did.
And this is with Don, the person Don, or is that something different?
No, Don was the investigator from the Center for UFO Studies. This other group was a meditation group. They weren't affiliated with a UFO group or anything. They were just a group of people, spiritual people who want to get together every week to meditate. They invited me into their group, and I when I first heard from them, I said no, but then I heard myself change. I said no, but then I changed my mind, and I said, okay, I guess I'll do it. And I don't, to this day, I'm not sure why I did that. Might have been some influence, outside influence, but I went to the group, and it just felt safe there. It was the only place I ever felt safe. I didn't feel safe in my own home. My husband left me. The chaos of having all of the abductions, all of the stuff happening, it was crazy. The lights flickering on and off, the kid, my daughters, seeing the ETs out on the lawn, the ships coming, the helicopters. I mean, it was just people in town talking. I mean, it was really crazy. And so my kids were being asked about it. You know, they would wake up and the ETs would be bending over the bed looking at them. You know, my daughter, she'd wake up and they were like 4 inches from her face. I mean, it's frightening. She would see them sitting out. One was sitting out in the chair in the living room. They both noticed the distortions in the house. When we would have these visits, the house would be huge. You know, it would be all out of proportion. So, you know, it was real stuff that they were experiencing. And my one daughter with her friends one day, they had something happen where the house got really big like that. And I'm not sure what alarmed them to it, but they all kind of blanked out. And when they came to, they all had frost on their eyelashes and on their eyebrows, and they had missing time. And so there was all kinds of that weird stuff going on. I talked to Don about it, and he said that he'd seen that before.
So the house getting big, some kind of interdimensional flux where the energy field of the house became modified because of the energy field of those beings being in that space?
You know, I'm not sure what it is. I know when I go on the ships, you know, when they pick me up with the little scout ship, the ship will be like 20 feet in diameter, but you go up and up the ramp and you go into it, and it's like it's a lot bigger and it's a lot taller than it looks like from the outside. When you're going to go onto it, it looks like you would be stooped over and it'd be really cramped in there. It'd be like the size. I mean, it looks 20 feet in diameter, but once you're inside, it's a lot bigger, a lot taller. Whoa. And so the same thing was happening with the house. So I don't know what that is, honestly, but that's how it all started. And it's been a wild ride. It's been a crazy, crazy life since then.
And how long has it been since those occurrences were taking place, or when they started?
That flat for me, that period of intense activity was in 1990. But I've had contact through my whole life. And I consider myself a volunteer. That's the label that I use for myself, based on Dolores Cannon's. In my book, I called myself a participant in a program because that's the way I saw it from that perspective. As I wrote the book, I woke up to the fact that I had volunteered to come here to assist the planet during this time of ascension. So that's the role that I'm playing. That's the role many, many starseeds and volunteers are playing. So that's why I'm here. And because my question to them at that time was, when I was writing the book, they insisted I write the book. I said no, but they took over and made me write the book. I ended up writing the book. And my question to them was, why because as I wrote the book, as it was being given to me and coming through me, all these memories came back of all these times I had been with them, and it was ridiculous. It's like I have more time with them. I'm on the ship more than I'm here on the planet. And I had always in my life, before I woke up to my experiences, I had always had a feeling, I always knew that there was something going on. And I thought maybe everybody had that, but it's like I knew that I had another life. And I thought, is it a past life? What am I remembering? What is it? Why do I feel like last night something big happened? Why do I feel like, I did something and I should remember that's more important than this life I'm living like as a teenager. It was a lot during my teenage years because I was going every night during that time.
So it's like a bleed through. And so when you're going at night, I think there's probably a lot of people who have what kind of seem like dreams, but they're these strange dreams that feel like way more like that really wasn't just a normal dream. I feel like I actually did that. Is that the kind of thing that you're speaking of?
It is. It's like a memory. It is like a memory. You have it, but it doesn't, you're not sure if it's real, and it's bits and pieces, and it doesn't make sense because it doesn't fit in to your world and to what's happening in your day-to-day life. But my day-to-day life for my entire life was it never felt like the priority life. I felt like I had another life that was a priority life, if that makes sense, but I couldn't tap into it. So when I was writing the book, I was sharing some of those experiences in the book of, the fragmented memories I had. They filled in the pieces a little bit, but I was easily communicating with them during that time. And I asked them, why did I spend so much time with you? Why have I been with you so much? Why are you coming and getting me all the time? Most people have 1 or 2 abductions. Why have I had 1 or 2 a week or 3 or 4 a week? Why so much in my life? And they said it was because I was on this mission. I had come in to do work, a specific job on the planet, and that before I came here, I had agreed to this. I volunteered to be part of the hybrid program, which meant that they were going to be coming in a lot. But also, I told them that I didn't want them. This is the part that when they told me this, I thought, yeah, that sounds like me. Because what I said to them was, don't leave me alone for very long. Don't let me forget who I am. Stay in contact with me so I don't get lost in the illusion. I had observed the earth a lot, and I had seen other people go, other souls go onto the planet as volunteers or star seeds, and you get lost in the illusion and you get trapped in that cycle and what used to be going on the planet with the recycling of the souls, which is now coming to an end. But back, when I came onto the planet, that was still in play, and I did not want to get trapped here. So I told them, stay in constant contact with me. So that's what they've done. So.
Oh my gosh. Now, this group of ETs seem to have felt quite a bit of prerogative over you and your life because of this agreement that you made. Like they would just come in and they would take you and they would make you write things. And, so do you feel like, what do you feel towards them? Do you feel love and acceptance? And do you know who they are? And are you now happy with all that happened? Or how has it landed with you and integrated since those times?
I like that question because not many people ask that question, but it shows that you understand how challenging my life has been. And I don't mean that, like poor me. I just mean you're taking it seriously, what I'm saying. You're not just taking it as a story. It's my life and it's real that I have lived this. And the way I feel about the guys, I have a love-hate relationship with them, kind of. I'm snotty to them. I'm defiant to them. When they told me to write the book, I said, that sounds like a good thing to do. I'll do it. But then I thought about it and I said, that's going to blow my life up. And I'll never be able to resurrect my business. I'll never be taken seriously. All the respect that I had earned from my career would be gone. I'd be ridiculed. So I said, no. And they said, but it's time. It is time. And I said, I'm not going to write the book. I'm not going to write the damn book. And they took over my body. I came to one morning down in Arizona, and I was writing the book. And I said, I'm not writing. I told you I'm not writing the book. And they said, it is time. And I said, it is not time. I said, I'm not writing the book. I'm not writing the book. But then I got intrigued about what was written. I want to see, because I saw it was on page 3 they'd written 3 pages already. I started to read it and it grabbed me and it intrigued me. And so I thought, well, I'm going to be able to find out the answers to what's happened in my life. I'm going to be able to get the answers as to what this has all been about. So I did agree to write the book, but I didn't agree to publish it. Well, then what do? They send in Archangel Gabriel, and which really surprised me because I wasn't sure. I had heard about archangels, but I wasn't sure I believed in them. Just like I didn't believe, I'm skeptical on everything. You have to prove to me everything, And so I have that kind of a relationship with them where I don't take the orders easily. I have compared myself to a character in Westworld, that series, which I've only watched three episodes. I couldn't watch any more of it because it upset me too much. It was hitting home too much. There was one episode I saw where they froze everybody. I don't know if you know what show that is, but that's Westworld. It looks like it'd be a good show, but the people in it are programmed and they don't have any free will. And that's how my life feels. Now I know that I agreed to take on this mission, and I know I agreed I laid out a life for myself that was very set, very much a roadmap for my life. And there's not much deviation in it, if any at all, not at all. And so I don't feel like I have free will. They control everything. They control where I live. They control all my relationships. Everything is controlled. But it's actually my higher self, I think, that is actually calling those shots. But it's still, sometimes it feels like it's out of my control here.
Yeah, so that's what the hit that I got too is that your higher source consciousness that's operating because of what you decided before, and for whatever reason you just set it up so that you would be more guided than most people who who fight against it or say no or things like that.
Yeah, to them the most important thing has been the book. They wanted me to get the book out because the book leads to the movie, and that's what they've been harping on. Even when they told me to write the book, they told me to write it because it would be made into a movie, and that's what they want. They're very focused on that, and I'm not even. I can't even die. I'm not allowed to die until that movie comes out. Well, it's not going to be a movie now. Now they're working on an 8-part miniseries, and so everything is about that miniseries now. And until that comes out, I can go outside in a lightning storm and I don't have to worry. I can drive with my eyes closed and my hands off the wheel and put it on autopilot, put the car
like Groundhog Day, right?
Yeah, because I'm not allowed to die. They told me that straight up. So that's how much they control my life. And so it's interesting.
Who are they? I mean, do we have any sense of identity? Do you feel like they're your relatives? Are they a higher dimensional aspect of yourself in the future? Are they who do you feel that they are that would give us some navigating sense of, and what do you feel when you're with them?
I have to say, I feel at home when I'm with them. I love being with them. I feel safe. I feel like I'm with family. I never want to leave when I'm with them. Da, the one I call Da, is like another aspect of me, there's a closeness there. He's an etheric being, but he does wear what he calls a Zeta suit when he comes into our world, which he's not done for a long time now. I don't think he's coming back during this time of the Ascension. He's not coming in. They are unconditional. They don't judge you. There's no judgment. There's unconditional love and acceptance. So yeah, I feel safe when I'm with them, and I love being with them. I do believe there's a connection there. I believe that we've worked together for a long, long time doing these kinds of missions. It feels very familiar to me to be doing what I'm doing especially at this time when the planet is being cleared of the darkness and the humanity is waking up, finally waking up in large numbers. So it feels like it's something that I've done many times before. And it feels very familiar. Not that I know what's going to happen. I mean, every planet, I think, and every society has their own way about going about it. And planet Earth, with the humans that are here, you know, they have written their own script, and it's going to be fascinating to see how it goes as this ascension continues to unfold. I'm very excited about it, so I'm hoping to be able to stick around to see most of it.
You mentioned something earlier about the reincarnation loop being removed from the planet. So you're saying that they have informed you, or you've seen that reincarnation loop is no longer in place and does not operate any longer?
Well, you can, of course, you can still come back onto the planet, but it's not a trap anymore. Before it was a trap.
Yes.
To recycle the souls and keep them here, because the natural order of things is that when you would die, your soul would go, and you'd have an option of, if you want to go onto a different plane, you could go anywhere you want. I mean, you're a free soul. You can do and experience whatever you like. But that was the way it was set up here, is that you were kind of steered and more or less forced, you were taught to believe that you had to come back.
Forced and tricked, I heard, like that they would come guilt trip you. It's like, oh, look what you did. You've got to go correct.
Yeah. That whole thing of learning, having to correct, the karma, the wheel of karma. So that whole karma thing, was the trap that they had you on. And, it's a mess. I mean, this planet really experienced a lot of darkness. People don't know how dark and how controlled it was by Luciferian energy, because they don't have any comparison for it. They don't know how beautiful it should have been and how great it should have been. I mean, they don't understand the trap that they were in. They believed that because they thought they were free. Most of the people on the planet believed that they were born onto a planet and they considered themselves free. And that's not the case at all. But they don't realize that at this point yet.
And so you're speaking of that control agenda being somewhat in arrears in the past. So, and I've heard others talk about the fact that, there's remnants of the human ancestors of those beings who were controlling, who were extra dimensional or what have you, and that it's just sort of playing itself out with the negativity of those lineages that have been used by that force for so long. Does that make sense, or did I say something? Does that?
No, I think I can see that. I think it's all about energy. I see everything as energy, and it's all about the energy on the planet. And then we manifest this reality, the illusion of the reality that we're experiencing. And so it's a planet of duality. The souls on this planet wanted to have separation. They wanted to experience separation. So given the free will that they had, they were allowed to do that. And it's just that the darkness overtook much more than you like to see. But in spite of that, in spite of so much darkness, and in spite of so much control and control on every level from the time you're born, onto this planet, the humans have this amazing spirit about them, to where they just have this amazing ability to find the good in everything. And I know that that's not always obvious, especially if you watch TV and you listen to the news media and all that, or even on social media. But it's actually true. The typical human being, we're all created of love. We come from the Creator, and we are love. And so that's exemplified in every soul that you meet on the planet to some extent or the other. Some let it shine a little more than others. Others it's harder to find in. But the human earth soul.
May I interrupt you for just one moment? My apologies. Do you hear that ringing sound? And is it coming from your space, or here it
No.
goes? Okay, wherever that was, it's now gone. Okay, good. All right, so continue.
Where was I? So anyway, I don't know where I was. I was trying to figure out where the ringing sound was coming from. So I don't know where I am. I'm lost. But it's a good thing. Yeah. So where we're at right now on planet Earth is very good. What we're looking at now is all of the things that need to be dissolved and dealt with. So we have to, part of the ascension process is to look at the shadow side of ourselves and to look at what we've allowed to have happen on the planet. All the stuff that's going to be coming out and made public about the satanic rituals and all it's going to come out. It's got to come out how it's been really a world ruled by Satan, ruled by Lucifer. That's what's going to come out. And that there have been those in control, those in power, and those that we trusted, those that we admired and looked up to, those people had a dark agenda. And the humans are innocent in their naiveness, you know, and they're very naive to that, because they don't look for that. They don't look. Most humans on the planet are so busy just wanting, you know, the distractions, because that's the way the system was set up. Distracted by having to take care of your family and make the money and keep your shelter, keep your home and all that. So they don't have time to analyze and look at all that. And that's the way that was done purposefully, to keep them from having time to go within and discern what's really true about the world they live in and what's really true about who they are. So it's been a challenge for humans on the planet to wake up. And there's going to be some things coming out that probably are going to shock them, but that will cause them to question everything. And that's what we need to have happen. They need to start questioning everything.
And do you feel that did your ET friends that visit you, are they speaking to you about these things as well? I mean, are they confirming these things, or where is your knowledge of that, which I'm also aware of and many others are aware of, coming from?
That's a good question. My guys, when they've talked to me lately, it's been mostly about remembering that love is all that matters.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the focus is on right now, is that love matters. They do get into the matters on Earth. That's on a different realm, but I deal with that with them and that's more like of a remembering. So stuff resonates with me when I see it or hear it. And it's like, oh, where did I hear that before? Or how is it that I already knew that? So I know stuff sometimes before it happens. I don't know how that is, to tell you the truth. And that's okay. I don't need, you know, I don't need to complicate my life any more than it is. So I don't want to be one of those people I don't want to have people coming to me asking me what my guys are saying, because I just don't want to go there. You know, I don't want to go there. But yeah, there are things, I mean, I think a lot of the souls that came onto the planet from higher dimensions, we come in with an awareness that is a little bit more heightened than the native Earth humans, souls who have been recycled a lot and have been beaten down and conditioned and brainwashed and all that through so many lifetimes. I come on for the first time, and I don't have that. And so I'm able to be a little more discerning. I'm able to, I mean, I am in some ways, but in other ways I'm also very naive about being a human. I'm not very good at being a human. You know, I tried my best and I'm not very good at it. So that's also a strange thing. So now you're feeling
relate to that.
Yeah, I know you can.
I remember people like my boyfriend at 16, he was like, I'm confused about you. On the one level, you have absolutely no common worldly sense whatsoever. And then these things come out of your mouth that blow my mind. Who are you?
That's good. See, that's the kind of stuff I would get. It's like, you're so naive and innocent. Or my dad would say, why do you trust everybody you meet? Why you have to learn to be more discerning? You know, take off those pink rose-colored glasses, you know. But then on the other hand, yeah, I would, you know, then you'd come out with things that you don't even know how you know, but you just know. Anyway.
And some people were asking, there's two main questions here. The whole Luciferian thing, like, who are they? Where did they come from? And I know that that's a really old, long story. But if you can quickly sum that up, that might be useful in your own words for people here.
Well, I use Luciferian to describe the darkness, the evil that's on the planet. And it's interesting because for the longest time, I didn't believe in evil. I knew that evil, I believed evil only existed if you acknowledged it. I was one of those people. And I've had to change my mind about that. So the darkness that's on the planet, I do believe in Lucifer. I do believe there is actually, just as there is a creator, there is, and there has to be, because this planet has the two polarities of positive and negative. And so you have to have someone playing the dark and someone playing the light. And that's the game that's being played out here on this realm. So you do have Luciferian, which is darkness. It's been the Luciferian energy that's been the controllers of the planet tap into. It's why we have all the children being disappearing, and all of that we've been hearing about, the rescuing of the children, and what that's all about is, and all that's going to come out about that.
Oh, the organizational crime on levels that are unfathomable.
Yeah, it's just
that has been happening on the planet.
Yeah, and those who wanted to destroy the planet or destroy humanity, kill off Agenda 21. I mean, who comes up with something like Agenda 2021? Who wants to kill off 80 to 90% of the population? That's very dark energy. That's Luciferian to me.
I agree.
Yeah, sacrificing.
You can educate a population on how to eventually come into harmony with a lower population from a higher consciousness vantage point. But
Right.
a lot of that higher consciousness has been suppressed by those very beings who
Yeah.
want to rape, pillage, and kill off people. So it's like, okay, if you want a planet with a lower population, fine, let's work that out together consciously as humanity.
Right. That's what, but you got right to the heart of what it's all about, the Ascension is about, because the game has gone on, and it has been a game. And we have to always remember that it's a game between evil and light, or good and dark, whatever you want to call it. It's a game that we all chose to play when we came here. It's what we wanted to experience. So we set up the game, and we're playing the game. Now it's time for it to end. It went on long enough, and we're moving into now unity consciousness. Those souls who are ready to do that are moving into it. Those who are not, that's fine. They will continue to play their game of duality on another planet, because this planet is going into unity consciousness in the fifth dimension. So I think remembering it's a game, and that it's all about energy, and that what we're seeing playing out there in front of us, I don't want to say it's not real. Certainly those children, or anybody who's been victimized and all that, but you can't truly be a victim. You agreed to play the game, and you agreed to take on that role, to play the role of a victim, or to play the role of the perpetrator. The bad guys deserve our love and our compassion just as much as anybody does, because they took on a tough role, and some of them got lost in it, and as a result of that, they are going to be lost for a while.
And they went too far, is what I heard you sort of indicate, and what others have said. And really they were hired to do this job, I guess you could say, but it really went way too far. And so the experience of suffering, regardless of how we created it, consciously or subconsciously, knowingly or unknowing, it is a real experience. It's not like that wasn't a real experience. And there's a lot of healing that has to happen after those kinds of traumas for souls.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's very challenging to look at all that's happening, and all the darkness, and all everybody right now out there is feeling like they're a victim to a certain extent, because of everything that's playing out. But we have to understand that this is our shadow side. Humanity's shadow side is coming up to be looked at, so we can heal it. It's like anybody out there who's gone through their awakening, they've gone through the dark night of the soul. Well, humanity, the collective, is going through the dark night of the soul now. So if you remember what it was like when you went through the dark night of the soul, all the gnashing of the teeth, and the laying on the floor, and the cursing of God, and the you're just so lost during that period of time. That's where humanity, the collective, is right now, in my opinion. They're going through the dark night of the soul, but when you come out the other end, there's clarity, and you're awake, and you understand who you are now, and you know what this was all about, and you see it for what it was, and you survived it, and you realize it doesn't matter. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. It's just all things you wanted to experience to get to where you need to be, so that you can go back we're working our way back to God. We're working our way back to ourselves.
Back to that pure love and that joy, which more and more, I think many of us are experiencing, even though and despite and alongside of all the chaos going on, we're going up here above the polar duality, and we're rising above, we're ascending, transcending, and remembering that we are beings of love and we are beings of joy, here to bring that great joy to all that we meet. And so
well, the frequency is high, is so high on the planet right now. And even in the midst of all the COVID stuff and all the games they're playing with us to try to keep us in fear, you can still tap in, you can choose to tap into that frequency, and you can experience joy within yourself. You can still go outside and commune with nature and find that joy. So it's our job as awake and aware people to hold that frequency as much as we possibly can, and to not buy into the fear. That whole Corona thing, I mean, I never bought into any of that. I mean, I haven't even spent a second thinking about it, and I haven't put on a mask yet, which is going to anger some people. The people are going to get mad at me, but I still have not put on a mask, and I am not going to do it. I mean, it just, to me, that wearing a mask is part of a satanic ritual. That's what that's all about. It is giving up your sovereignty. It is saying, I agree to become invisible. I agree to be controlled when you put on the mask. Right. And if people would realize that, but I know people still believe that the virus has the power to kill them, and I know that it's a real virus. I'm not saying it's not a virus, it's a cold. So if you're not in good health, the cold can kill you. So I'm going to cause some real waves right there now that I said that, because I know
on that note, actually, we do have to transition to the panel, but yes, that is a whole other fascinating conversation that is I'm very passionate about, and I do look forward to reconnecting with you soon.
I know.
And continuing the conversation. And Sherry, remind us again, where is the best place that people can find out more about what you're doing, and when you get your book and your movie when it comes out?
Yeah. The best place is through my blog, theforgottenpromise.net. Theforgottenpromise.net.
The Forgotten
Promise.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, once again, wonderful, absolutely wonderful to speak with you. Thank you so much for coming on and being so open and willing to share such sensitive things. I really, I think everybody from what I've seen on the chat just loves and appreciates you so much. And
that's nice. I didn't get to read. I'm sorry, I couldn't read while I would lose my
chat. Well, I'll save the chat here and hopefully you can see.
Okay. Thank you. I'll let you get to your panel. Okay.
Right. Blessings, Sherry. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Awesome. Wow. What an amazingly powerful day. Alan.
Soraya, that was intense, wasn't that? I mean, the whole day has been a powerful understanding of what the contact experience is all about. I don't necessarily believe masks are demonic, but everyone has the right to their own views. So.
Yeah, to me, it's the symbolism behind it. It is part of but anyway, that's mine.
No, I mean, some people feel that way, and
yeah. Oh yeah, and that's fine. I'm not trying to get people to come to my way of thinking. I'm just throwing it out there. So.
No, I know. And well, there's many sides to the story, but we're going to go beyond that earth plane stuff right now. Thank you, Sherry, for sharing.
Thank you,
Alan. Have a great panel.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we'll go. I get Neil. Do you want to say anything? I want to just bring Neil Gore on for a second, because lots of people are tuning in just to this panel, and I want to introduce the person who put these 5 days of experience together. There he is, Neil. Today particularly was about experiencers, about the ET phenomena.
Yeah.
And what was your vision in hosting these 5 days? So people, this is Neil Gore, the brainchild behind Portal to Ascension. Tell us what because I want to introduce you to all the new people watching right now. So what was your thinking here?
Well, my intention was, for sure, positivity and a constant stream of positive awareness. That was my original intention, because I was seeing about all the chaos, all the division, really reactory reality that we live in right now, many people being triggered. So I wanted to create something that we could have unity, put that all aside, and just celebrate our connection, right? So that was the intention of it all. And then when I was thinking about all the speakers, it was everybody that I've ever either connected with, known for a long time, or resonated with the information. And I'm in the same, agreement as like basically all the speakers here, including Grant Cameron and yourself, that what's past the UFO disclosure phenomena and the nuts and bolts of the government is the experience, right? So there is a lot of information out there about, and there's a crowd of people that need to know about the nuts and bolts stuff, because that's just the first thing and the first step of understanding it's real. So you can appease the linear mind that this is an actual phenomena that exists, right? And then beyond that is the discussion about the experiences. And all of us have been knowing about this being a reality for so long. So why not have such a focused event, focused day even? Basically, it started last night with the ET Experiencer panel, and then it continued all day today. Have a focused event where we celebrate that and we talk about that. And I'm actually going to be doing, you connected me with Sheila. So we're going to actually be doing a 3-day walk-in conference. So it's going to be 3 days, a conference dedicated to the phenomena of walk-ins. And that's going to be in January next year. And I did a 2-day extraterrestrial experiencer conference with many of the speakers that are on here today, but like there was like 10 different experiences, because I really feel that's the direction that we need to know what is going on. What's the interaction? What's the connection to our ancient history? How are we connected to them ancestrally, and all those things?
Exactly. No, thank you so much for, it takes huge amount of effort to bring 50 different speakers together and all these panels and coordinated and being thrown off Facebook, all that. But thanks, Neil. If you want to jump in and out, that's fine if you have anything. But let's bring on the speakers for the panel, because a lot of
let's do
people
it.
are watching worldwide. I mean, I'm in an office here with the Hertogs who are in another room, and they have about 40, 50 people in there watching as a watch party, including welcome everyone watching online. And this is a really great hand-picked panel here. Was there someone else? Oh yeah, where is JJ and Desiree? Hopefully they'll be able to jump in.
I'm looking for them right now, because they might be under Desiree.
They might be under
hey
you,
there, I got them.
Okay, great. Okay, let me just introduce the panel, and we'll probably pick up where I left off with Kathleen and Grant today in our discussions, that the phenomena as we have known it is shifting. The phenomena meaning, there they are, JJ and Desiree Hertog.
Here's me.
Okay, so I was just introducing everybody. Thanks for joining us. I know there's a lot of people, a lot of your people watching from the Keys of Enoch Academy for Future Science. So I was saying that the phenomena seems to be shifting. Yes, it's not just, oh, there's ships out there. What is the purpose? What is its interaction with human consciousness? And it's like the government is always one step behind. It's like, oh yeah, people are going to a new way of looking at it. And now they're coming out with this disclosure that, yes, we do have crashed UFOs. They do exist. So we're trying to balance a new way of looking at the whole picture, and how we, or some of us as experiences, can lead the way to new realities. That's the name of my show. I like to plug it, New Realities. That's where we're going into. So let me introduce the panelists. We have Grant Cameron, who's, and as I introduced you earlier, Grant, you really went from understanding hardware, like the phenomenon itself when you had your sighting, to, and then you were tracking the relationships every president had with UFOs, and you have the presidential UFO website where you can trace that. But then there was this awakening with you, and you said, or you thought, and you say that it wasn't about the hardware, it's about consciousness, it's about the experiencers. And that was a huge plus for this movement, I feel. Because you're such a great researcher and you're so enthusiastic to suddenly see it from a different perspective. And we'll get into that too. Thanks for being here. Then we have next to Grant Kathleen Martin. And as I said, she was, wait, we had some feedback there, Desiree. Okay. Kathleen was brought into the phenomena almost unwillingly. When Betty Hill was abducted, really the first recognized abduction case in 1961. I think it was September 19th. There's actually a plaque on the side of the road in New Hampshire put up by the state of New Hampshire that says, this is where Betty and Barney Hill were taken by aliens in 1961. It's official. I mean, you get states recognizing this. So Kathleen was aware of that at 14, and she's grown up with the phenomena, and is her own experience, but a great researcher. She has many books. She has a few books with Stanton Friedman, who's really the godfather of ufology. He's no longer with us, but Kathleen's bringing, keeping us all up to date. Kathleen, thanks for being here today.
Yeah, I know.
And we have my good friend, Adam Apollo. What a mind on this. He's the next wave of researchers and scientists and conscious awakened beings. I mean, he includes so much in his research of consciousness and biology, DNA, transformation, new technologies. I'm really looking forward to hearing more from you today, Adam.
Thanks for having me, Alan. Good to be here with you.
And we have my good friends and my hosts, and they have a room full of people watching them, and they're really a dynamic duo. They look at the linguistics, they look at the music, they look at the consciousness, they look at science, they look at spirituality, and they're great spiritual teachers, and they're tour the world giving information. And some of the basic core teachings is that we are not alone. We're part of a cosmic brotherhood that is reaching out to us and looking to unite with this for humanity to unite with this greater phenomenon. So why don't you guys kick it off and tell us, JJ and Desiree, your perspective on this new time we're moving into as the UFO phenomenon becomes mainstream, it becomes accepted, and self-evident is a word Adam used today, and you're absolutely right, Adam. It is self-evident. So what does that mean for all of us?
Well, I just want to make sure everyone can hear us, but we're excited to be here and have such a great team with us. We feel we are really on the cusp of making a great leap forward. The government is starting to release information. We know from the 2017 event connected with the Nimitz, and then they allowed the Navy personnel to come forward. I did that in 2019, allow the Navy personnel to come forward and say what they saw. And because they've been watching a lot. I mean, these things are not just a one little UFO event. These things are, happening over weeks and sometimes months that the Navy's seen them. And in addition to that, then of course, during the COVID, which is April 27th, 2020, that what was amazing is that the Pentagon came out and said, yes, the Nimitz was a real experience. So we feel the reason they're doing this is not because, they're afraid someone's going to leak something. It's because they're being seen all over the world. If I can also add that the Center for UFO Studies, Peter Davenport, came out and said that even in 2019, there was a 50% increase in sightings. I think this is so exciting.
So this is the time to adjust our eyesight. 2020 is opening a whole new door. We're opening a page to the importance of consciousness, realizing that we are multidimensional beings growing up in a vast and awesome universe, and we need to go beyond the nuts and bolts, the traditional paradigms of extraterrestrial science, into something that involves more of the interdimensional aspects of consciousness. And this is the key to a quantum change. We believe that this closure is just the beginning of something that's even more dynamic, realizing that the human evolution is part of a higher evolutionary process, and the end product will be that we as a human species will enter into a family of nations. We will be cosmic citizens if we go through this with a sense of depth, compassion, and higher wisdom rather than simple ET phenomena.
Right. Well, we're definitely going to go deeper into that understanding, because this is where I think all of us kind of converge into a common understanding. This is something Grant's been working with for a long time. Grant, why don't you do a little intro to how consciousness has sort of replaced the idea of hardware and where we're moving into as our relationship to what's been called UFOs change. Oh, we have to unmute Grant. Neil.
You're all on mute. Okay. I only sort of stick with what's happened to me, the sort of the awakening that I had, and look at it from that perspective, that in some ways I think I'm being led. I'll give you an example. Ray Hernandez, who started the Free Foundation, when I had my download experience in February 26, 2012, where I was basically told this is consciousness, and it became very clear it was this is how it works. That was almost exactly the same time, within days, of when Chris Bledsoe encountered what he called the Lady in Light. It was a week before Ray Hernandez had the healing experience with his dog. And so Ray started to talk about this, and he went out and he wanted to know what's this. He believed, because he had this experience where he called in the ship and the ship came and stuff like that. And he said, there's some sort of consciousness thing going on here. So he starts doing Google searching or whatever, and he comes up with my name because I had said the consciousness was part of it. And then I said to him, I said, well, I'm going to be lecturing in Sebring, Florida on consciousness. Why don't you come down and watch the lecture, and we'll talk about your experience and bring your wife and whatever. So we had a conversation, and it was 2 or 3 days after that lecture, that Ray went back and he had this experience where he's on the freeway, where he goes out of body, where he gets taken, and they basically say to him, it's consciousness, and there's all these things, whether it's quantum physics or paranormal phenomena, psychic phenomena, remote viewing, quantum, everything, and it's all connected by consciousness. Now that happened a couple of days later. So when I look at the things I see, the events that happened to me, I think this is not by accident. It's almost like I'm a big Michael Newton fan. That was one of the big experiences I had. And Michael Newton did 7,000 regressions, where he talks about we come into the world to learn certain things, and it's all the same stuff. We pick the good stuff, the bad stuff, to learn stuff. And when I looked at it that way, I always see it like we may have had a meeting. All of us had a meeting before we came in that we were going to do this kind of stuff. And so when I hear like Kathy Martin talking, and I see this move by Kathy Martin and MUFON to move away from the nuts and bolts and to talk to the experiencers, I basically say, I mean, that to me is like, wow, I just couldn't believe that this was going on, that everybody seemed to be on the same path, that we're moving away from this sort of materialistic paradigm. And so is quantum physics. The more you look at quantum physics, the more it gets really weird and starts to look. And then you get Edgar Mitchell talking about the holographic universe and all these different theories about it being a big, or Jacques Vallée's statement, it may be just a giant kabuki theater, and all it is that we are not alone. So that's the way I look at it, in terms of the things are developing so fast for me. So I just sit in the flow, and basically I get told what to do. I mean, they give me stuff. There's all these synchronicities, and I had this very direct experience in 2017, which just altered my whole life. This 24 things that were given to me, almost like the Hertax. When you get into the field and you believe this is for real, and you get shown a bunch of stuff and this is for real, your whole life changes, and that's where you've got to go. So I just follow myself. I really don't follow too much of what other people are doing, but I see a lot of the flow is going in the direction that I made. So as I said, in 2012, I didn't know anything about consciousness. I couldn't have spelled consciousness, and I couldn't have cared less. And I got dragged into this thing, kicking and screaming. And I've realized that I just have to sit back and go with the flow. And I'm given what I'm being given.
Wow. No, Grant, I know you are, and you have the intelligence to start to put together the pieces, which is what everyone here is trying to do. You mentioned Kathleen Martin, and actually I want to ask you, Kathleen, someone said in the chat here, is it possible that the government is preparing us for a fake invasion, and which will bring full disclosure, space program, all that? I mean, I can also ask Grant that, but what do you think, Kathleen, about why disclosure is happening now, what it says about the evolution, and is the government smart enough to bring about a fake invasion or looking? Wait, unmute Kathleen, Neil.
Do it.
Thanks.
Okay.
And talk about it in terms of consciousness, if you can. If you
talk about what?
Well, if you could put the whole framework in terms of what consciousness is.
Okay. In terms of why the government is coming forward with information now, I think that Lou Elizondo is the one who started this, and wasn't willing to remain with the ATIP program because of the excessive secrecy and because of the small amount of money that was being channeled into that program. It needed much greater and expansive investigation, and it was not happening. And so I give him a lot of credit for where we're going with all of this. And then Tom DeLonge, of course, who received permission from the military to form the organization into the Stars Academy. And so that, I think, began the process of bringing us forward, along with the former military people, intelligence people, and military intelligence and scientists who are part of that. And I think that they've been instrumental in working with the military services and the Pentagon in order to move this forward. Then we had the issue of the tic tac, of the orbs, of the square with the ball in the middle, with the typical disc that was photographed back in 1950, and again later in the 50s by a military gun camera from one of our planes in France. So there's been a very long history here, and it appears that there is an effort being made now to protect our military people, because when they're out on maneuvers and these craft are showing up, the military is saying, well, this is a danger. These craft pose a danger. And so it's a good thing that they've started to allow the members of the military to report the craft when they see them.
Well, maybe they weren't so much a danger as trying to, this is my opinion, force the hand of the military to come forward and say something's happening,
Well, I think that the craft are probably doing that because, I mean, they're always there. They're there in great numbers over a long period of time. Even off the East Coast, when the Navy maneuvers were taking place there, when the ship went overseas, the UAPs followed. The Navy also says that it is the change in terminology, that the old terminology, UFO, was unacceptable. It was a loaded term, and going to the terminology UAP is more acceptable to them.
Right. It was a branding issue. They wanted to rebrand the phenomena and make it more acceptable.
And that takes me back to 1952, when Major General John A. Sanford said that the only thing in the work that can explain these things is phenomena. Mm-hmm. And so there was an effort back then to call this phenomena. Now they
one more question. Where do you think it's going? Where do you think the phenomenon is going at this point?
I think that our military wants their technology, mm-hmm. and knowing that any country in the world who had that technology could rule the world, and we're still a society, a militaristic society based on world dominance. Unfortunately, the people who are involved in this movement have a different attitude. And I think that attitude is beginning to transfer from our country into other countries, to other groups. And hopefully there will be a different message that is going to be adopted by people around the world.
Well, I think what Grant has always said, it's the experiencers that's going to lead the way. So thank you. I'll come back to you, Kathleen, but I will take it to Adam Apollo to kind of wrap this little segment up in terms of consciousness, technology, the future, and the destiny of human civilization. Is that easy?
Sure, Alan. Yeah, I'll just wrap that up in a sentence or two. No problem.
Right.
No, it's really a pleasure to be here with all of you. I first met Stephen Greer back in 2001 after the National Press Club conference in Washington, D.C. And, I was particularly struck by certain testimonies of the people that were in that early group of the Disclosure Project, including Bonnie Holmes, who was assistant to Dr. Werner von Braun and who very clearly communicated his concerns from his deathbed about the 4 cards that might be played by the military-industrial complex. Those including, of course, terrorism was card number 3, and the 4th card was the extraterrestrial threat. So I don't pretend to, avoid or deny the reality that some form of disclosure could be utilized in order to weaponize space. I definitely wouldn't put it past the current kind of structure of Space Force in this country to do something like that. But in foundation to all of this, consciousness really is the big factor, right? Because as I was speaking at the White House and UN and in the years just following my first massive contact experience, meeting the Galactic Council in 2005, I was encountering a lot of people, inside Obama White House and inside the United Nations, people working as aides, nonpartisan based people who had already kind of woken up to the reality that we need a complete architecture change in our system in order to better coordinate, operate as a global community, and thus in transition as a planetary community relating to a galactic network of different species. And this actually requires some huge changes in thinking at deep fundamental levels, including the healing of major traumas, because as we know, if we block out parts of our past or we lie about parts of our past, those lies and those denial points actually become the shells that keep us from full self-knowledge and understanding of how to navigate to a place of real resolution. And there's tons of wounds that have happened on this planet, and especially here in the North American continent, that still are kind of under that shell of denial. And the more we're able to actually really accept that shadow and look at that pain and really accept those parts of ourselves, the more we begin to actually experience the transformation within to the state that we actually need to be in harmony with our global community. So, that's a little tidbit on this piece. And I'll just go a little further to kind of wrap the sort of sacred thread around this conversation by saying that, the family that I've been in touch with for many, many years, I've been in deep contact with a lot of star families for about 15 years, studying their hardware and also getting the information about their software and their consciousness and their application of culture and the different cultural narratives that have grown up on these different planets to enable them to be peaceful interstellar societies. And one thing that I can say really foundationally is true for all of them is they all have a sort of sense about open source as being a mechanism for how we can generate peace and sustainability with each other. And when I say open source, what I mean is that as we innovate and as we progress, we should be sharing our innovations. We should be sharing our consciousness and our growth with each other. And I still don't see that happening a lot in our own governing structure here in the United States. I've seen it happen a little bit more in different countries throughout Europe, more open templating of how can we create more open and equitable systems that support everybody involved? How do we come together as a community and create a system that serves all life, and not even just human life, but our biospheres, which we cannot live without, the animals and the plants on our planet, which we cannot live without. And so there's a foundational thread there, and also many other threads that have a lot to do with recognizing the inherent capacity of us as human beings, that we are telepathic, that we are immersed in a connective field that expands the entire universe, and thus have access to the information network of the universe, that we can travel faster than light, and that we can replicate material objects by understanding their vibrational compositions to transform our economic systems the same way Gene Roddenberry envisioned.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. You're absolutely right. I think the change starts with the people. We can't wait for the politicians to establish change. But just tell me, are you calling us from Starfleet Command? What is that?
Yeah, this is my planetary dashboard starship deck. I like to have it up because it's the vision of the peace room that I see us really working from here in the next 10 years. And I'm building this system that allows peer-to-peer communications between people on the planet for security and sovereignty, and as well as tons of creative tools to change economy around the arts. And this dashboard sort of evokes some of the essence of the energy of the future sort of visualization systems that we need to understand how we navigate here on planet Earth.
Great. I love it. Thanks so much for joining us today. So why don't we go back to the Hertogs and, you know, Adam.
Yeah. Hey, JJ and Desiree, by the way, good to see you guys.
Adam, you're great.
Thank you.
You represent the Adamic extension of life.
I got the keys of Enoch actually hidden behind that glass panel right there.
Well, Gene Roddenberry was part of our team of meditation years ago in Ossining, New York. We were there with astronaut, not astronaut Mitchell, but Dr. Andrei Puharich, who worked with astronaut Mitchell.
Got it.
We were doing telepathic communications in the Middle East, trying to bring peace in situations of war and violence. And suddenly a sphere of light appeared in Dr. Puharich's study, and everybody was rather amused by it and suddenly realized it was something for real. And Andrea took time to tell Gene Roddenberry, well, you're right about these things. Now it's happening. So let's all gear up for this great change that's coming. So we have to fasten our seatbelts. We're beginning to really go beyond the whispers of the universe into the real dialogue. And that's why we're all together. It's a positive orientation that we can go through if we overcome our fear, our isolation, and our doubt.
And if I can add on, in terms of consciousness, I think what's really unique is that everyone who's had some, even a slight bit of sightings, or especially maybe one-to-one third encounters of the, close encounters of the third kind, there's a inductive linkage, as we call it, with these other levels of intelligence. And I know that that's what Grant was talking about. And I know Catherine Martin has dealt with this a lot in her work with experiencers. And I think that's also where Alan would like to take this whole panel, because it goes beyond the nuts and bolts, which is what, thank goodness, MUFON was able to do with Kathleen and others who had helped move that beyond. But we really are getting more in touch. Where really, I even say on the grassroots level, you know, we know what gas station to pull into right now, or we know what food store or when to go, and we know all this stuff because that's how we work and that's how they work. That's the most important thing. They all work by this communication, and it's really telepathic, it's remote viewing, it's whatever you want to call it. And we all have that potential. Even if you don't see a UFO, you still have the potential, I think, to tap into your higher consciousness, which is also seeking to tell you and help you while you're here.
So in short, we're going beyond the five senses. We're going into a new aspect of understanding human evolution as being connected with the cosmic family. And now we must be, shall we say, positive enough to make those realities happen globally for all humanity that wishes to take the higher path. Positive futures require positive thinking, require the nakedness and the openness of the human heartbeat.
Right. No, I totally agree with everything you're saying and what you brought up, and then Adam brought up, and everyone here. Once you even see a UFO or even have a dream connection, your life, your consciousness has shifted to something else. You, as Grant says, you're pulled down the rabbit hole, and everything changes because you know what we've been conditioned to think, the brainwashing, the limited view is not what it appears to be. There's a bigger reality that we open up to. Do you care to share anything about that, Desiree and JJ?
Yeah, well, I just want to say, and you're absolutely right. And the first step in, we'll say, consciousness awakening to what's taking place on the planet, and what we feel is actually the fifth seal of the Book of Revelation, is being open to understanding another reality exists. But also for those that have actually had that connection, actually seen certain other levels of intelligence, there is also this direct connection, this inductive linkage. I know, just to say on a basic level, a friend of mine, and this is back in the 70s, she had contact with beings that were in the Bermuda Triangle. And, they at some point told her, okay, enough is enough. You've seen enough about us, go on back and don't tell everybody about this. Well, she was sitting with friends of ours in their kitchen, and all of a sudden she started talking about this and saying more and more that she shouldn't have said. And literally a shelf flew upwards that had been in this kitchen forever, and things flew kind of backwards off of it. And she goes, oh, I can't say anymore. And it's just an example. It's not a negative thing. I'm not trying to say any of that is negative. I'm saying that there is this constant contact, if I can call it that, for the internet, that is there with all of us once we've had that connection. And it's usually very positive and very helpful, but you don't need it. You can do it with your own higher self. I think that's also important.
Right. I think just listening to this conversation, if you're new to this or, curious about this, already plants seeds of change, just the way Kathleen overheard her mother talking to her Aunt Betty Hill, like, wow, that's a lot to take in. And this is what you're talking about, Grant. You're saying there's no coincidences. There's no like, oh, you happen to just see a UFO. Talk about that level of intelligence where maybe you could say everyone watching this program is being coded to an awakened consciousness. Would you go that far and say that? Or
well, yeah, that's where I like, if you go to the Michael Newton stuff, and I asked Kathy Martin about this one time about the soul contract idea. I mean, do we agree to come in here and do certain things? I mean, or is it a random sort of a phenomena? Well, what I see with the intelligence, when I listen to the experiences, like you get Bashar says, the one is the all are the one. You get the tall gray on the one ship. They asked him, what's your concept of God? He said, we are one with the one who is all. That appears to be the number one message that I think that they're trying to get across. The way I had it in my noetic experience in 2017 was the idea that everything works together. Like we have been taught this thing about survival of the fittest, that we're separate, we're against each other, to fight against each other. And I think the main message that they're trying to bring across is they are us, we are them, that everything, if you work together, whatever you do to Gaia, you think it's independent. I can dump stuff in the river. You realize everything's together, that we are basically like 80 trillion cells all in the human body, and they all work together. And we're working in the opposite direction where we're saying, I'll do what I want. Don't tell me what to do. I'm up against you, where it's survival of the fittest and stuff like that. And I think that's the main message they want us to get, is that we are all part of this one thing, and that we all have to vibrate together, that whatever I do, it's like it's just a cell in the body. If a cell goes rogue and decides it's going to do whatever it wants to do, that's a cancer cell. And we basically have a situation that they're trying to reverse, is the idea that we are all together, and whatever we do, like was brought up with Kathy Martin earlier, was when you detonate an atomic bomb, it goes through the entire universe. It's not just, we say it doesn't affect anybody else, I can do what I want, don't tell me to. And we get upset because they're shutting down the nuclear weapons, and this is a threat. And I say we should give them the Nobel Prize every single year for that. I mean, if they're actually doing that kind of stuff. And I think that's the main message they want us to get across, is this oneness message, that we're all connected. And if we work together, it's like, and people don't like the analogy of the beehive, but you have the beehive thing where everybody's doing their job. Everybody's put in what you can, take out only what you need. That, I think, is the main message that they're trying to get across to us. And whether we get it or not, I don't know. I mean, it's all going to be experience. We learn from the bad things. We learn from the good things, probably more from the bad things. And I think that's basically what's going on here, is they're trying to get across this message. And I think even in the free survey, it shows that 54% of people said oneness and love were the main messages that they got when they're on board the ship. And I think we can't forget that this idea of oneness in the universe is a key principle that I think they want us to know.
Beautiful. I think that's actually what the whole Portal Ascension 5-day summit's been about. And it also says, feels to me, each one of us is important. each of what we think and feel and put out towards the collective is as important as anybody. So it brings the responsibility for this planetary awakening to each one of us. So Kathleen, how does that contact also experience also connect to what you're studying, the near-death experiences and that relationship to the greater mind?
The experience that is most common for people who have been on craft and also for near-death experiences is the feeling of unconditional love. On craft, the entities look into your eyes. They project the most intense feeling of love that any human could ever experience. It's nothing like human love. It is much, much more powerful. And so that love is a tremendous thing for all of us. And with that love comes consciousness. And they do say that we're all part of one consciousness. And people who have had near-death experiences, people who have had experiences with non-human entities, believe, if they've received these messages, that we share one consciousness. Experiencers of both types, after they have their first experience, are changed. That change takes place where they now view themselves as being part of something much, much larger. Not that they're just part of a family or a town or even part of a country or this planet, that we're all part of something much greater than ourselves.
What do you say to the people who talk about invasions, takeover? I mean, I don't believe it, but there's a lot of people in that camp saying that, you know, we shouldn't trust them. And, you know, there have been abductions, but people have resolved, like Sherry Wild just said, they resolve their abduction to see it on a higher level. But what do you say to those people and the government who want, you know, us to be in fear, the advanced space threat program, right? Isn't that what they call it, threat? So what do you say to those people based on this experience? How can we convince them that it's not what the propaganda says it is?
Well, what I usually say when asked is fear sells. And those who are attempting to make a lot of money off the topic of UFOs and aliens project the image that this is something to be feared, that they're going to take over our planet, that they're going to enslave us. Some even say that there's a base and they're eating humans. You know, fear does sell. And if this is going on, I want to see the evidence of it, because people who are really having these experiences, for the most part, the greatest percentage are looking at it differently, not as being something that's exploitative or something to be feared, but something to grow with.
Right. No, that is so important. I think that is the common experience, definitely in near-death events, and for most of the abductees who then say, wow, maybe there's something else going on. So thank you, Kathleen, for adding that, because your lifetime of experience, really starting at 14, is so valuable to add to the unfolding of a new story. So I appreciate that. And Adam, you were sort of born into a world where all of this was self-evident, right? I mean, it's like, let's go to the next level. And so talk about where you're coming from and some of the technology and some of how the technology deals with consciousness and how it's going to be of amazing benefit to the human race.
Sure, Alan. Yeah, I mean, when I was a little kid in the 80s when E.T. came out, and I think that movie had a message that was very powerful and against the grain of what had been well propagated by massive disinformation campaigns rolled out during the time of post the War of the Worlds radio episode and Roswell, and a lot of things started happening. Secret space programs started getting developed, and then there was extremely well organized campaigns to try to cover up alien reproduction vehicle development, as they call them, ARVs. And that involved, you know, making fun of little green men and kind of creating the stereotypical view of the being, which really is modeled after a Zeta Reticuli gray that became this sort of stereotypical alien flying saucers, and everybody that talks about it is crazy. And we've moved almost entirely out of that age now, and there's a much wider spectrum of understanding about different kinds of beings from different worlds. I still find a lot of people kind of make the mistake of assuming that these beings are just vibrating at higher frequency levels and that they're not physical, or that they didn't actually evolve on planets and they didn't actually, you know, drink water and build ships to travel and figure out these things. But a lot of that misunderstanding is common because we don't necessarily see proficiency with the ability to communicate on the astral, to project our consciousness to other planets, to talk telepathically, to do a lot of the things that are kind of baseline tech, you know, for being part of a galactic society, because you cannot use radio waves and send a signal to another star that's 4 light years away if we're talking the Sirian system, or 430 light years away if we're talking the Pleiadian system, you know, and expect them to get the message anytime soon, right? So you have to use consciousness and our innate natural abilities to communicate faster than light, superluminally, as a foundation for beginning to build a galactic communications network. And then, of course, that plays a very serious role in how we actually apply consciousness to building our own technology, right? Because the internet is really the first glimpse at that. Just the idea that I can, you know, suddenly receive a message on this device in my pocket from someone anywhere in the world at any time. This is like a little reflection of telepathy. And anybody that's out there, you know, that has a cell phone, and this used to happen to me when we just had landlines when I was in high school, and me and my friends would be like, how is it possible that you could think of somebody and then they call you on the phone, right? Like, what is the mechanism for that? And now that we have cell phones, it happens all the time. You talk about someone, they text you. You think about someone, boom, there's an email, you know, and the next thing you know, you take it for granted, and you forget to actually go through the moment of adjustment where you say, oh, wow, like I actually am interconnected with all of these people that I have this deep relationship with. I can actually feel them through my heart. I can have emotional exchange. And any mother in the audience knows exactly what I'm talking about, because I know you know exactly what your kid is feeling wherever they are in the house or at school or whatever, because you just pick it up. And so these kinds of adjustments to the way that we accept the innate abilities that we have, and our capacity to be telepathic, our capacity to interact with the field. These are things that become foundations for the technology of the future, including, by the way, levitation. My stepmother was highly spiritual, amazing woman. All she'd talk about is divine love all the time. And one day my dad and my stepbrothers caught her levitating next to a lake. She didn't have any idea she was doing it. She was just sitting there in prayer, and her body was floating 3 feet above the ground. Wow. And she just said, you know, I was just talking to the angels. I was just wrapped in love. But that right there just shows that there's different states of our being in which we occupy our own space-time, so to speak, and the effects of gravitational forces around us fall away. And the same is true if you've ever practiced astral travel or remote viewing. It's now very well proven by groups like Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Group and others. But it's quite fun, and it's quite easy to anytime just project your thought or your mind to another location. And the better we get at that, the more proficiency we're building to become the pilots of the future of the galactic society.
Talk about the future a little bit. What does the future look like when all this comes online? and there's a new society that is functional.
Sure. Well, there's three major areas of transition that are really critical. And I like to speak to them because they're really the areas where we're pushing the edge of technology development right now as well. And that is energy systems, right? As soon as you have localized, free, and abundant energy systems, suddenly there's a massive amount of global infrastructure that's no longer needed. All those power lines, all those giant power stations, all the oil and gas war and control systems, a lot of that breaks down immediately, and that's a major spinning in a new direction that starts occurring. Now, the second phase is what I call molecular realignment or replication, as Gene Roddenberry called it. And that's really about understanding, and we're already doing this, by the way, with laser interferometers. We're building gemstones one molecule at a time. We're building matter one molecule at a time. Lots of people have 3D printers at home, and they're printing matter in different ways. This is just version 1, right? You can think of it as the gigantic, ugly computers that we had, 25 years ago or whatever. And as we get better at it, we learned that we can actually record at the Planck scale of space-time the actual energetic information of a structure. So you can duplicate an apple. And by the way, it's just as healthy and just as delicious and just as full of life force as the apple that grew on the tree. Now, this is not to replace farming or our care for the earth, but this is about creating the abundance of resource and material that we need to completely change the system of resourcing for everyone on the planet, ending poverty, ending all of these major resource needs, and having, of course, the energy to purify water and produce food and do all the things we need to do to get in balance. Now, the third major stage is faster than light technology, superluminal travel. There's a reason why I called my company Superluminal Systems, and it's because I'm an avid researcher and developer in this space, and I know we can do it, and I know that we're going to develop the mechanisms to do it within the next 10 to 15 years at the most. And as soon as you realize how you can create a standing wave gravitational field around an object so that there's no longer acceleration that's warping space-time around an object, you can jump to different places in the universe. And what that does is it's going to completely change the boundary conditions of nation states on this earth, because borders are going to pretty much evaporate as soon as that goes down. And also it opens the door for humanity to really spread across the universe. I kind of like to think of it as Gaia's like orgasm giving the beautiful seed of humanity to the rest of the galaxy, which has happened actually in a couple phases in earlier Earth development as well. But in this one, it's really big because our population density requires that by people actually going and living on other worlds and developing capacity to do so, we can actually really work to rebalance our biospheres, turn our cities green, build starports all over the place. And, as far as I'm concerned, I think that we're gonna see Earth become the paradise that we all envision, the heaven on earth that we witness. But it truly requires coming from our hearts and dedicating ourselves to the principles that enable that true level of sovereignty and freedom for every single person on the planet.
Wow, that is amazing. That is a future worth having. And thanks for laying it out, because I think all of us sense that's possible. And we're just going through this very difficult birth canal here to that future, but I think we're going to make it. And the work of the Hertogs are all about that. Future science is what they call their foundation. So talk about that, JJ and Desiree. Also, I want to ask you, there's such resistance to everything Adam and Grant and Kathleen have said about love and this great technology. How do we overcome that very stuck place within the consciousness that we're part of, but that those that want to control the system don't want to have happen? I mean, it's ridiculous. They're searching for radio waves out in space, and we're already way beyond radio. But scientists says, well, we're not getting any signal. Anyway, it's just so fixed and stuck. How do we overcome that and move forward to the future Adam talked about?
Adam has given us a great vision of the future. And as we accelerate, of course, there's going to be the skeptics who will say this is just a pie in the sky. This is pseudoscience that we're speculating about the realm of consciousness. And I want to remind our world audience that Desiree and I had the privilege to co-author with Dr. Elizabeth Rauscher of Lawrence Livermore and Berkeley this book entitled Mind Dynamics in Space and Time, which is the real X-Files of how the top scientists at Stanford Research Institute over a period of some 20 years looked systematically at the power of mind over matter, the ability of telecommunications around the world, the ability to work through walls and under the ocean to look at archaeological targets without the use of technology. This is revolutionary. This book goes along with all of the great books showing the skeptics their game is through. There is no such thing as private or secret information anymore. We've crossed a whole new barrier.
Right. And so this, of course, with Dr. Elizabeth Rauscher had a lot to do with quantum physics, the understanding of non-locality, and also entanglement. And that is what she feels is also behind a lot of the remote viewing. But she also actually took it to one other level, her and especially Russell Targ, and that is, she called it eighth space. And she felt that our mind already is operating in an eighth dimensional possibility. And that's why some people have precognition. And that means, you know, you can see things in advance. Now, you can't have it way, way in advance usually, because there's a lot of different avenues that those directions can take. But at least the next, you know, we'll say week and month. And they've done a lot of like really scientific experiments showing that we have that ability to predict the future, at least, you know, down the road a little ways. I also want to say, no, what's also really important is that we do feel that the universe is full of life. I mean, right now, it was so cool to see the University of Nottingham come out and say that in our Milky Way galaxy alone, there has to be about 2 or 3 dozen other civilizations. Of course, they don't think they can get here. You know, they're not willing to go that extra mile, but they at least feel that there's many different levels of intelligence. And I think all of us agree with that. In our personal experience, we feel there are so many levels of intelligence, very similar to what we find on Earth, because some of them, the majority of people on Earth are really, wanting to help and wanting to assist and wanting to learn and wanting to grow. There's a few that aren't, that you would want to stay away from. And I think we all know who those are in a certain sense. But in actuality, and I also want to say something that Adam said one thing, and then he said about his mother. I tend to be more like his mother, I think, because in actuality, those are beings, extraterrestrials, we consider are working with the third and fourth dimension, fourth being time if we go with Einstein's equations, and then even fifth dimensional space, they can go into fifth dimensional, and maybe even eighth dimensional, because we can too. But then there's other levels of intelligence that are even beyond that we consider up to the 24 dimensions and even outside of our known and local universe. And these are really those angelic powers. And all these are coming together now because we really think we are in a turning point going on. So Alan, when you say like, what are we going to do and what's the future going to be? It really is up to each one of us. And that's so important. And no one out there, hopefully the 5 or 10,000 or even 100,000 people watching this should ever think that they don't have a potential to do something. We've done prayers for peace, and we've seen, areas like in the Middle East that were, wrapping up for war be neutralized. We've seen hurricanes going into certain areas, and we've sent out energy, not ourselves, but a collective group together. And we've seen that change. So everybody in the audience who's ever listening to this should realize we all have that potential because it's part of this non-local field. And also almost anything we can think about, you like to think you're creative, your artists are drawing this and drawing that, but in actuality, a lot of what we think about exists in some reality because we're tapping into that consciousness field.
So finding the divine spark within us is finding our destiny in space, finding the larger roadmap that brings together part of the brain that is scientific and part which is spiritual. The two come together in a holy marriage. That was the vision of John the Divine. That was the vision of a momentary experience that I had as a multidimensional being of having, where my prayer is answered, realizing we are part of a higher divine evolutionary process. We are a part of discovering that we are a part of a human family of unity, but also that extends to a divine family of unity.
What we call a cosmic family. So even here, we don't feel we completely evolved here. That's why you go out into space. And I'm sure some of Adam's experiences and Grant's and even what Catherine and Martin has experienced, they look like us, you know. So if they look like us, you know, how'd we get there? You know, is it all time travel? No, we believe really we existed in many star systems. It's one thing to talk about little green men or grays or whatever existing out there, but when you say we exist out there as well, that really shifts our whole history and we start understanding the cosmic family.
So the portals of ascension are now being opened in all directions, and we must have the humility as well as the nakedness to realize that we are being given insights into what I consider to be the greater family that we were originally from. Spiritual beings in human form going back into a higher spiritual reality.
Great. No, thank you both for that addition. And Grant, doesn't this give you hope, this discussion here today, that things are possible? I mean, Adam's vision of the future on those 3 points include the new technologies you're talking about, portals and all the Zendras and all that. Yeah.
Okay, I think you've got to balance that with the overall view that I've gotten, because I started with the Canadians back in the 1950s, what they were doing. And this comes to this 39% of all people on board the ship say they were shown the screen. I was just interviewing a guy this afternoon about the screen, and he was shown the massive fire. And then he said when he saw the Australian thing, he said it was exactly the same. And he said when he was in this vision, and it was beautiful, sort of like a farm and these cows. And he said the look of the cows in his eyes as this thing came, this big wall of flames came across the top of this hill and just burnt everything out. The cows looked at him, and he said the impression he got from the cows was, you are supposed to protect us. And so there's 39% of people who have these visions of the giant wave, of the nuclear destruction, of the flames or floods. And you get that whole thing that a lot of the messages that I see is they're telling us we're about to flush the toilet here. And so I'm always very reticent about technology, that we're going to get this technology and we're going to take it and then go and pollute and destroy other planets like we've done to our own. I mean, we have a very volatile situation. And in the Newtonian, Michael Newton's philosophy, where they regress 7,000 people in the spirit world, basically it really doesn't matter whether we make it or we don't make it. We're going to learn our lessons, that we have to learn from what we have. And if you take a look in 1947, when we detonated the atomic bomb, that's when this whole thing really ramped up and came. So I think we can't forget that whole thing, that they are here in a large part to warn us of the situation we're in. And I can tell you from the Canadians, because I think Kathy was talking about this earlier, about these warnings. I know what the Canadians were told, because Wilbur Brockhouse-Smith, who ran the Canadian Flying Saucer program, told the story to Walt Andrus that AFA, the alien that he was dealing with, had told him, we are here and we need the nuclear weapons stopped. And if you take a look, when Adamski and Williamson had the first contact with the beings, it was about a week after the detonation of the hydrogen bomb. That's when they started to get the contacts. And Wilbur Smith said that AFA had told him, we will never step in and try to manipulate what's going on the world unless there's a nuclear exchange. If there's a nuclear exchange, we will step in and stop it. And we can prove that we could stop a nuclear exchange. We could take the moon in front of the entire world and split it in half and then put it back together again to prove that we could do it. But other than a nuclear exchange, we are going to allow the human race to stew in its own juices. And I think we have to keep in mind the fact that it's a very volatile situation. And I think the universe is neutral. It really doesn't matter whether we destroy ourselves, we don't destroy ourselves. It's all about learning lessons. It's about coming here. And so it comes down to what are we to do in this whole thing, realizing that there's a lot of people are getting these very, very dire warnings on board the ship, that they're being told that we are in serious trouble. And then unless we turn it around and get this oneness, that we realize that we can't just continue to pollute the planet, kill each other, do all this separation stuff. And that's what it comes down to. It comes down to this thing, that understanding that you are one with everything. And if you don't learn that lesson, then the universe is very neutral, and death is part of this universe. It's part of how the universe evolves.
Right. So, I mean, we may have this great vision that Adam has, but we have to really work, you know, each one of us to make it happen. I mean, that's sort of the message you're getting, Kathleen, right? About the nuclear weapons and cleaning up our mess here.
Yes, that's true. And Grant was talking about Wilbert Smith. Well, I was very interested in Wilbert Smith's relationship with Admiral Herbert Knowles, who lived in southern Maine near Frances Swan, who was the woman who was communicating telepathically with these non-humans. And so the message that Wilbert Smith was giving, is very interesting. I was able to acquire some letters from Admiral Knowles' granddaughter. And they were letters between Admiral Knowles and Wilbert Smith about the scientific study that they were working on to attempt to determine whether or not these communications were in fact real. And Wilbert Smith was able to determine that because these individuals, Afa and Panar, said that they were here in very large numbers and did want to be stewards to the earth. They wanted to help us. They were willing to give us technology even, but they said that they would not favor one nation over another. And as Grant said, they were very, very concerned about our use of nuclear weapons. And they are concerned that we will get to the point, as I said earlier, that we could destroy this planet. And they said that then that they would step in. And they've been saying that since 1954 that I'm aware of. That was part of the message that Kevin Briggs, whom I spoke about earlier, the non-human entities that he's communicating with, who claim to be a group of extraterrestrials, two grays, an insectoid, let me think, a tall white, and a blue avian. Part of this group are giving the same message. And Kevin had no idea what Frances Swan had communicated back in 1954. But it is the same kind of message that they will attempt to step in if we are about to destroy this planet. They are very concerned.
Wow. No, that seems to be the situation we're in now. I mean,
can I add one thing, Alan?
Yeah, please.
I had a conversation with Wilbert Smith's wife, just as she retired from the Canadian government. She was Secretary to the Speaker of the Senate. She talked about the technology where Wilbert was working on a gravity control experiment. And he'd been working on it for quite a while, and he'd gotten warnings from the beings. One time it exploded. They were getting these, AFA was basically telling them how to work this gravity control experiment. And he went to the National Research Council at the very end, just before he died, and said he had this, and they said, well, write it down. He said, I'm not going to write it down because you're going to come in the house and take it like you've done. He had all sorts of inventions that they had basically said, you're working for the government, and they control the patents. And so he said, I won't write it down. They said, no, we're not going to look at it unless you write it down. His wife said he came home with this gravity control experiment they'd worked on for years. There was a group of 6 people working on it. And she said, he took it apart and he said to me, it's probably better this way anyway. They're probably just going to build bombs with it. And she said he never spoke about it again. And he died shortly after that.
Wow. Well, so I think, we're in a difficult situation. We have this amazing potential future, and yet we have the greed, the corporate structures, the industrial complex that doesn't want to make it happen. Adam, you laid out, I want to just focus on the positive, but unfortunately we have this other part of ourselves really that we have yet to deal with. So each one of us has to stand up and take action, but what do you say? What's your solution to this real divide. This is a real critical time we're in.
Yeah. Well, first, I just want to say I agree with Grant that there's very real danger and a risk that we're facing right now. And I also agree with him that, you know, the universe can lose planets and lose star systems, and it happens all the time. And there is a larger game going on in terms of souls and existence, and life comes and goes, and death is a deep part of the universe. And so I'm very with him on those statements and agree there. And I'm with Kathleen in the sense that that there is also a very, very real sense of care that I've experienced with my galactic family as I've gotten to know them and work with them more. And that care is much like adults that have kids that are teenage year, and they're looking at, you know, humanity as, you know, in the flailing years of our teenage time when we're, you know, wrecking cars and partying too hard and, you know, almost killing ourselves all the time. And you can't stop people from making mistakes, but you can do your best to encourage them and point them in the right direction. And in my experience, this really all comes down to the fact that we are them and they are us, as Kathleen very clearly said before. And I personally know that I came to this planet during the age of Atlantis from the Sirian star system. And I've been Pleiadian before that. And I was Shehaley before that. And I was Andromedan before I came to this galaxy. And I've done that work in tracing that so that I could better know the ways of those beings and the style, the creation, the experience of these species on other worlds, and get to know them from my own personal self. And something very different happens when you start to realize that maybe you've been on this planet for a long time, but maybe you came from somewhere else, and that maybe a lot of these galactic beings coming through and connecting, and especially whatever species you may have deep personal contact with, may be your family, like actually beings that you incarnated with before and spent time with before. And this changes it all, because all of a sudden this word alien just becomes horrible, and even extraterrestrial feels kind of weird, because it's you are all extraterrestrial, you know, and like most of us have had experience on other worlds. And so now it's actually about reunion, and it's about getting back in tune and in touch and in sync with our family that's out there. And I see just even the act of ships shutting down nuclear testing is a sign that there is an active work of care to help us protect us from destroying ourselves in this really critical transitionary phase. Now, there also has to be, of course, limits to that because, you know, again, Gene Roddenberry comes in with, you know, the kind of protocols of planetary relationship. And there is an essential need as a species that's highly advanced to not interfere too much with the evolutionary growth arc of a species, because we've tried that in the past. And what happens is the species on the planet that's not fully matured yet believes that the other species are gods or angels. And it's happened countless times on Earth when Earth wasn't quite ready. And we have to go through the initiation ourselves and mature ourselves. And when I talk about these technologies, I'm not speaking of them as soon as we have this tech, all of our problems are solved. No, but the condition of being able to generate these kinds of technologies is deeply intertwined with our own capacity for spiritual development in ourselves. In a way, we're kind of constrained to actually externalize that technology which we have already developed within and have built capacity within. And there's a phasing and staging process to this. So the work to be done is internal. It is about developing love. It's about developing community. It's about learning how to see every person of every race as your family, as your brothers and sisters, because we need to see every being from every star system that way, you know, and we need to see all life as part of our part of our family here on this planet. And these are stages not only of acceptance, but of taking responsibility. And that means like being willing to be guardians for this earth, guardians for the future of life. And then we start actually extending the inner gifts that we have to philosophies and protocols and cultural methodologies that actually pave the way for this planetary transition to occur at scale.
Can I ask
Beautiful.
a question about him?
Yeah. You have a question for Adam?
Yeah, my reservation about this is you and I and a bunch of people on this broadcast are very enlightened. How do we prevent the military-industrial complex with $735 billion budget from controlling the technology? Because you and I don't have the ability to develop this technology. You're going to need money. How do we keep it away from the people who now control the oil industry, the pharmaceutical industry, and everything else?
That's a really tough question. I mean, the reality is there is a level of control that's been developed through our current economic system that is a great hurdle to overcome. And I will say the word cabal, for example, and military industrial complex, as Eisenhower said, and reference these things with very great concern. And certain things are changing. There is a level of abundance and being created on this planet for people that never had it before because of cryptocurrencies, for example. I have, a few close friends that just happened to play video games that exchanged Bitcoin, 20 years ago. And now, or 10 years ago really was like the big juncture, but then now they're billionaires, and there's a stewardship occurring that I see in the youth that I encountered through the Nexus summits at the United Nations and my work with next generation leaders at the White House. Like, these kids come from some of the wealthiest families in the world, but they were like, I'm not going to take over this empire. Like, I'm going to go travel internationally. I'm going to get to know the people on this earth, and I'm going to figure out what I can do to make a difference my way. How can I be in greatest service with this money that's coming to me to help humanity and to help life? And I will say, I know of quite a few very secret projects that are working on a lot of these technological challenges and problems. Some are more public than others too, but there are some that are very much under wraps, and I won't mention locations or names or anything ever, because I believe that we need to have these things phase in, and some of the kind of allowance pattern that's occurring through allowing Luis Elizondo and these guys to actually start publicly doing this sort of framing that, yes, we're going to build, faster than light tech, and yes, we're going to transition to these things, and yes, we know UFOs are real, and we're going to call them unidentified aerial phenomena. I mean, even the term phenomena is a problem in some ways, because when people get wrapped up in the phenomenology of seeing a ship do a check mark in the sky, but they don't take any steps beyond that to actually connect and make contact, then nothing happens, right? No real change happens for them. And yet, when we are willing to go beyond the phenomena, and as you have, really hit the nail on the head, Grant, go beyond just the technology to the process of transformation and change that's going on inside, the picture starts to look really different. Because even COVID and the fires and everything that's happening right now, if you step back and you look at it from like Gaia's perspective, like a planetary change perspective, fire is the ultimate cleansing. Fire is rebirth, and breath is the prana, right? And so we have to shift how we breathe, shift how we deal with the reality that sometimes we're going to be in places where it's difficult to breathe. Mm-hmm. And how do we work with that? How do we work with their own shadow? If somebody out there, if you smoke, for example, you're putting smoke in your lungs all the time, but can you still open up your lungs and open up your breath and open up your heart? If you're caught in addiction, can you still go through the transmutation process of moving through that experience that you're in towards a greater state of enlightenment? And that's across the board for any wound, any challenge, any trauma. We have to be willing to face it and really go for it, go deeply into it. and accept those places that are hardest to look at,
I
so
mean,
that we can accept ourselves and each other.
Right. We are coming to a critical point. They say with addiction, you have to hit bottom, and only from there can you start to awaken. And I don't think we've hit bottom. We're close to that, the human race, and the destruction and the greed and the wars. I mean, I don't, do we really need more wars, more guns, more bombs? It's so, I'm going to ask this question from the chat here. Wouldn't it put an end to all the power struggles and government manipulation if mass disclosure took place on a level where everyone who needs proof could no longer deny the truth? Like, here we are, bam. Or am I naive and oversimplifying that? JJ and Desiree, you want to take that question?
A very good question. I think that was the decision made by the Joint Chiefs and others back in the 50s. Too much knowledge would upset the economic and social balance necessary for a prosperous American experiment of life. In retrospect, we know that freedom is the answer to the quandary that we're in. And Desiree and I have both experiences of being briefly into the future and being brought back. So we know that we have cosmic family, cosmic counterparts. They can change the mindset dramatically within seconds. And so even though the earth may go down, the Merkaba, or the vehicle of light, and the consciousness of light can go up at the same time. You don't have to one to the exclusion of the other. So it's the ability to use our critical decisions, our good selective factor, to go with the winning team that has gone through the quagmire of earth-based technology. And that winning team from the Pleiades, from what we believe are the brotherhoods and sisterhoods from the other realms of Orion and beyond, are at our doorstep to tell us whether we take a spiritual consciousness leap or future science leap into the future. The future is here. We must wake up, go beyond the negativity, smell the coffee, and rejoice in the fact that the divine spark of the cosmic Christ is at our doorstep.
Right. So I'm not naive that there isn't a military industrial complex, but Dr. Tech, in his experience in the 70s that brought the keys of Enoch, was told that actually 64 areas of science was going to be given to this planet so that we can actually take a quantum leap, and we'll be prepared for that, we'll say, our cosmic culture connection.
And that was shown where lost civilizations would be found even under the ocean, to remind us that we have the Atlantis scenario that will repeat itself every so many thousands of years. Planet Earth is a schoolhouse for learning. We have bad teachers, we have bad governments, but at the same time, we have a spiritual frontier within the consciousness makeup of our inner psyche. And this is the importance. Grant's experience, his transformation a few years ago, that of Russell Tarr going to the spiritual dynamics of non-locality, shows us we're in for a great leap forward. So let us put the emphasis on the positive sparks of the divine within us.
And we have to, of course, do it ourselves, but ultimately, who's going to help? Basically, these other beings, and extraterrestrial and what we call ultra-terrestrial, are helping. They are trying to guide and direct. Mentally, we started with the idea of consciousness. Well, they're also, we were actually with the indigenous people in Brazil, the Xavante, and they're in your heads all the time. That's just how they communicate. And other levels of intelligence can actually do that
They
too.
say the sky people or the star people are coming back. They know the cries of Mother Earth, even though we don't pray or cry. I think it's rather ridiculous. They do, and they understand the cries of the animals, the cries of the forest. The realities of Mother Earth is attracting other levels of cosmic intelligence that is part of the solution. We are having to make the solution work by taking the higher path.
Right. So we are the solution in that sense by bringing forth the technology that Adam had talked about and many other technologies, but using the right selective factor like AI intelligence or cloning, it can go either way. So it's really up to us, and especially the younger generation, as Adam mentioned, that can make that right selective factor. But we are being aided, we are being watched, we are being protected on many levels from these other levels of intelligence that are here who and want to help us and are guiding us and have observed us for thousands of years, and especially since the Trinity site, 1945.
So wake up, humanity, understand the cosmic others, understand your destiny in space. No longer take vital time to doubt the issues. Realize the plethora of new discovery scientific work that will set you free to understand the gift of the divine within you. The partnership of the human and the transhuman The partnership of the human evolution, the higher evolution, is on our doorstep. Consciousness is the missing key we must now use.
And we really are cosmic cousins to these other levels of intelligence. And we are also, ultimately, we feel multidimensional beings. We would even say in some cases originally light beings, light energy, manifesting here temporarily. We haven't done a good job of being caretakers of Mother Earth, but we certainly can try to work with it now.
As I show, the sphere of light that appeared within the military complex, and out of the sphere of light, a being appeared, stepped out of a sphere of light. This is something far beyond science fiction. The fact that spheres of light.
Can you show that again, JJ? Can we see that picture again? What are you showing us here?
It's a sphere of light that entered a military complex, actually.
Keep it
Okay.
Confidential.
And it scared the people there. Actually,
We were part of the experiment of using mantras of sacred language to acclimate scientists and leaders to realize that we are being listened to at all times. Our decisions must move away from nuclear destruction, move away from the inhumanity we have towards all life, realizing, of course, that we have in the schoolhouse of Mother Earth the decision and the freedom to do so. We must take the higher path to understand that we are part of the divine evolution in human form.
But it all does come down to choice, and it's really up to each one of us working together collectively.
No, thank you. Thank you. I do believe we are being protected from destroying our planet, but we do have to help ourselves too out of the mess we created. I mean, it's interesting. We started talking about ETs and UFOs, and then we're talking about our own struggle with each other. I mean, this is really what it comes down to. We don't have to fear ETs. It's our fellow human beings that are the problems here.
With the global media, the global commons that you, Alan, and others like you are creating throughout the world, influencing millions and millions of young people. That's the solution. The critical mass is already in motion. For those who wish to go with the light, they will be given that situation. To those who want to go backwards 5,000 years into darkness, into the cave, that solution is there too. The two do not exclude one another because there are other factors that have now entered into the play of civilization.
Right. I mean, Kathleen, you've been dealing with this idea of the need to do away with nuclear weapons. You said earlier what that did, the nuclear bombs fractured this time-space continuum, which doesn't only affect us, but affects other dimensions as well. And, you know, as we learn to be multidimensional beings, we need multidimensional hygiene, don't we? To take care of ourselves.
Yes.
Talk about what you think the answer to this real gridlock. I think there is a slow melting in government to let go of the secret, like this person said online. Why don't we just come out with it and see how it all lands? Give us the truth and set us free. But you know, it's a struggle. Yeah.
And true. And somebody asked, why don't craft just come in large numbers and land and hover over cities? And the answers that I've received for that kind of question is that it would be interpreted as an invasion. Mm-hmm. And there would be military action against that sort of thing, and perhaps around the world. And it could end up very, very bad for humans. Mm-hmm. This has to be planned very, very carefully. And it has to happen at just the right time. People have to be prepared for it. And heads of state and military forces have to be prepared for this sort of thing too. It's not something that would bode well for our society if they suddenly landed and tried to communicate with everyone, with heads of state. We're here and we're going to help you. If you just look at what has happened on this planet, when technologically advanced societies went into indigenous societies and the breakdown of the society that occurs and societies losing their culture. Right. There's a possibility that that could happen here if it happened too quickly.
That's what Richard Hastings says. Yeah, they're coming and going, get us familiar with the idea there's something out there. And then when it's like, as Adam says, self-evident, boom, we don't need to panic.
That's why they've been feeding us information for the last 45, 50, even 75 years.
And that's why experiencers are coming forth and sharing that. Did you have anything else to say, Kathleen? Because we should start to finish up.
No, that's fine.
Well, you have a lot to say, but we'll do one more wrap up. But thank you. Grant, you've been studying governments and the thinking of governments for a long time. What do you think the long range plan or the short range plan? What is the future of not just disclosure, confirmation? Eric Davis said we have crashed vehicles. I mean, how do you think they are thinking about this?
I think the warning that I would give is the government, people always talk about the government as if it's one unit. So that what's happened here is you've gotten people inside the government who wanted this out, who wanted the technology. So like Lou Elizondo and the guy from Lockheed Skunk Works and stuff like that. And they've come out. What I'm afraid of is that the government is very easily manipulated in terms of, because they have no idea what's going on. They have no clue. They're busy trying to raise money for the next election campaign or whatever. So I'll give you the example about to the stars with this situation where before this happened, before this latest version of a threat came out, if you go back to Leslie Kane's book, and she was working with John Podesta in the Obama administration, in her book, if you take a look at what they put in the book, is with a threat to airline traffic. That was the thing back in the Obama days. And I guess everybody just laughed and said, forget it, we don't need this. And so when you go to Congress and you want money for research purposes, and I believe they just want research because they think they can crack the technology and control the technology and this kind of stuff. They're doing it for honest purposes. How do you do it? So you go to Congress and you have to have a threat. If you don't have a threat, nobody's going to listen to you. Why would they even listen to you? So you're going to get money. I remember Melinda Leslie told me this, that she had this conversation with Jim Semivan, who's one of the two top guys at To the Stars. And he had said on 4 occasions, he said, there is no threat. And yet, when they go in front of the appropriations in the Intelligence Committee, they're saying that this is a threat. So Melinda said to Jim, she said, Jim, what is there that I could say to you that would get you so upset with me that you'd never talk to me again? And he said, mess with the money. And this is the whole deal. It comes down to the money. So it comes down to so somebody mentions disclosure. It depends who's putting out the disclosure message. What's the disclosure message going to be? Is it going to be evil aliens are here and we need to double the defense budget? Or is it going to be the oneness message? I don't think there's anybody in the government who knows the oneness message, the spiritual message that you and I have. So therefore, it comes down to my thing is I'm going to do what I have to do. You have to do what you got to do. And if you have the message, as the Bible says, what profit of a man if he gains the whole world and loses his own soul? You and I have to do what we have to do. We came into the earth to do something, and the onus is on us to put out the message and not worry about what happens. We can only do what we can do. We can't really spend our time worrying about what the government's going to do or what's going to happen here. We only say, why did I come on earth? What is my role here, and am I doing it? Because it's up to us to get the message. I'll guarantee you the government has no concept about oneness, about spirituality. They are us, we are them. They have no concept. They're just sitting there listening, and whoever spins the narrative is the one that gets the money.
Right. You're absolutely right. I think it's up to each one of us. And that's why Neil's put this conference together. We've had thousands of people around the world to inform them and to take action. So I'll ask one last question to Adam Apollo from a viewer. C. Albert says, are we about to have an Atlantis magnitude reset?
Yeah, that's certainly a very deep one. The way that I look at planetary evolution after studying Earth and our past and the many cataclysms that have happened and the cultural kind of shifts and things that have happened during each of those, as well as looking at other star nations and asking them about different periods in their planet where they had the similar kind of instability. One of the kind of clearest ways to interpret this that I've come to understand is that planets have energetic bodies just like we do. And planets go through a series of sort of reformations in their energetic body as that body evolves. Teilhard de Chardin called it like we're in the stage of opening the noosphere. And this speaks very clearly to the sort of level of planetary evolution that may be occurring at this time. If we look back at the age of Atlantis, one of the major sort of mythologies that we get a lot is there's this interconnected global civilization, and there's this building of the Tower of Babel, so to speak, right? As humanity goes forth to reach the gods. Well, if we reinterpret that a little bit, we can say, oh, okay, it was a time where there was lots of star family coming to Earth and a lot of human hybrid beings of different races, et cetera, trying to reach up and meet that star family coming down and develop communion so that we could become part of this galactic community. And that's exactly what happened for me, and why I came here was to try to reestablish that contact. But Earth herself wasn't really ready for that transition yet. And planets have to go through initiation processes too. And so the actions of life on Earth at that time and the energetic shifts going on Earth at that time sort of all aligned to create this pressure that would cause earthquakes, and volcanoes are in the polar regions, massive waves, and you have this massive flood that occurs, right? And the end or the fall of the Tower of Babel, not this like wrathful God approach, but one that is actually an initiatory phase for humanity, and one that sort of spreads out. All of these new star beings who just showed up on Earth are all now here and incarnated here and now spread all over the planet, incarnating in different races and cultures. And they have to learn how to get to know Earth. And so their inherent language begins to develop. And what you start to see is this massive flood and this breaking of the Tower of Babel as this real opening of the throat chakra of Gaia, and the birthing of many, many, many different kinds of languages and different kinds of communications between people through this isolation that occurs from the cataclysm. Now, I look at the phase of transition that we're going through now, very much like Teilhard de Chardin, in that we are now opening up the noosphere, or the third eye of the Earth. And in this phase, there's huge transformations when your third eye pops open. Things can be pretty painful in your head when the pineal really, cracks off any calcification. You start processing lots of information. You may start seeing ghosts and spirits, and there's kind of a shocking transition to that. And so many of the phenomena that occur as we begin operating at this level that, as JJ and Desiree said, is kind of beyond the five senses, and operating from this level of awareness. It's a huge stretch and it's a huge shift. But when you look at Gaia as a planet entering that shift, it's much more subtle. It doesn't require like massive smacking, cracking, coughing open to blow open the third eye. It's a much more subtle transition that may have pressure and evolutionary change that goes on, fire and water, alchemy, things like this that are moving us into this space. But every layer of the teaching for us right now is actually to start seeing the whole of the Earth. Not how do we just talk to one race or another, but how do we see the whole? How do we see ourselves as a whole planet, and then relate as a whole planet with a whole galaxy? And these are all activities that require the balance of yin and yang, the balance of light and shadow, the infinite nines, that make up the 18 of the third eye chakra, and actually truly accepting the pain and the trauma of the past, as I've said before, but also the curses of the past. Because if we look at the third eye's geometry, this 18 petal structure that is the infinite yin and the infinite yang, the two petals of the yang and the yin, 18 also happens to break down to 3 6s. Isn't that interesting? Because our sacral chakra is 6, our heart chakra is 12, and the natural harmonic progression is 6 6 6, which is 18. And yet we've had this idea, implanted through the curses of Christianity as they were rolling across Europe and trying to take out the tribal cultures. They were trying to stop their magic. They were trying to make the pentagram evil, which was the symbol of communion with the earth and connection with the elements, and make 666 evil, which is this geometry of the third eye chakra. And so, yes, and there have been stories told and ideas laid into the kind of framework of our human perception collectively that we actually have to come into questioning now and crack through those lies, crack through the things that have kept us from actually accepting and being in trust and overcoming fear and coming to love each other, no matter what our cultural background is, no matter what our religion is, whether you're Wiccan or you're Buddhist or you're Christian or you're like you name it, Islam, it doesn't matter. Every background and every belief has threads of truth. And for us to accept each other, we have to start really accepting all the parts of each other and cracking through the false stories.
Beautiful. Okay, we're going to wrap it up. JJ and Desiree, give us some final words, but give us how to contact you and all the events that you're doing, but also give us what your conclusion, how do we move forward into this new time, this new reality? Go ahead. Wait, you have to unmute.
Carrying on what Adam just said, mathematically, 666 can be turned into 999. That's the keys of Enoch. So with the new consciousness, there's also a language of light. And the language of light is to see life as a life in technicolor, see life in music, see life in sacred geometry. And you put this together, this is the language of Ascension. And Alice Coltrane has worked with me and I with her many years ago, and this new album is going to be released. It's part of a global tone we believe will sweep around the hearts and minds of young people, raising consciousness from the 7 chakras into the next 7, which means as you go into the mathematics of the ancients, there is a divine science behind scripture that's been forgotten. That divine science is that of the higher love and the higher light that come together in the divine marriage that John the Divine sees. Without that, everything can be chaos, false competition, or the unholy trinity of competition, acquisition, and consumption. No, that trinity of unconditional love, greater light, greater consciousness is before us. And that's what the Academy for Future Science is all about. Science guided by consciousness.
And the keys of Enoch talk about a space-time overlap that we're going through, and that's connecting us with higher levels of reality. It's awakening our consciousness. It's giving us more synchronicities. I think most people feel that in their lives, because for the most part, the planet can be dissynchronous. But the more you work with the higher forces of light we've been talking about tonight, and even greater forces, as I mentioned in the multidimensional realities, then you're getting into that higher synchronicity. And really your life, like Grant has experienced, goes with the flow. And so this is what we all have to be prepared for. We believe in a certain sense, it's the day of graduation. You want to know more about us, you can find us at keysofenoch.org. And Dr. Tech, in addition to the Keys of Enoch that came out in the 70s, is starting to complete the last 10 that he talked about. And we're up to, at the end of this year, it'll be the end of 405 or 5 keys.
Which is the Divine Family.
Which is on the Divine Family that we're beginning to recognize. And our family is here. Adam, I feel you're part of our extended family, and all of you, and Kathleen and Grant also, we're all on the same wavelength. But there's also our cosmic family that we also connect
So
with.
be the light and step out of the shadow. Be the future that you came to be. Be the Christ self that you came to radiate, and forget about the mythology, because we've gone way beyond that, as Russell Tark has shown in so many of his wonderful papers in the new film, Third Eye Spies. Be the real third eye and bring humanity into oneness.
And we're more than not alone in the universe. We're actually part of a cosmic unity of spirit, as we've all said. And so feel that spirit. Everyone has to be able to feel and interconnect with this higher cosmic consciousness field that we're part of.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. We might do a little prayer at the end. Kathleen, do you want to talk about from your position as a lifelong researcher, where are we going, and what do you think we can do as individuals and collectively?
That's a very good question and difficult to answer, but I'm not sure where we're going. I hope we're moving forward in a positive direction. And it is dependent upon all of us and what we do to move ourselves and our planet ahead. And I'm optimistic. I think that we can do this if we all work together and to raise human consciousness and to move ourselves into a position where we will be able to communicate directly with our non-human visitors and those who look very much like us as well.
We can do this. I know we can. Yes.
And my website is Kathleen Marden, MARDEN.com.
Thank you for being here today. Grant, what are you up to? Where are we going and how do we get there?
I think the Hertax and Kathy summed it all up. I would just add, I'm always heavily influenced by 4 events, and one was seeing Dr. Michael Newton lecture, Journey of Souls. And whether it's right or wrong, I believe that when you leave the earth, you go in front of the council for the life review, and you only get asked one question: how to work out. Because you planned it, I planned it, I put it all together. And it's the old expression, too much is given, much is expected. Or Edgar Casey said, knowledge not used is sin. So you have to empathize with the people out there in the world who haven't got a clue what's going on. You and I know what's going on. Much is expected of us. And I'd hate to be there at the end and say, well, I was thinking of doing that, but I thought, well, I'll put it off for another week. And so that's all you have to do is put it out there. And when you see the synchronicities that happen in life, you realize that there are people that are helping you. The universe is helping you. And all you can do is what you can do, but do it.
Thanks. And what's coming up for you? What's a book coming out for you?
Well, I have the book Portals and UFOs at Mount Shasta, which just came out, which I get into the portal thing. And I'm just waiting for an actually a briefing in the next day or two, whether I'm right on this whole philosophy. I think that there's some understanding of portals, and I'm working on this book on psychedelics, because we talked about near-death experiences and abduction experiences, and you'll find the same thing in psychedelics. Sting, the famous musician, where he goes and does ayahuasca, and he said, I suddenly realized everything was alive and conscious, and I looked at this little plant coming out of the crack, and I said, oh, that's my brother. So you see these same parallels in all these different things. So I'm working on a book on psychedelics, and then I'm doing a book called Extraterrestrial or Maybe Not, where I actually look at what To the Stars calls the others. Mm-hmm. Who are we actually dealing with? Are these beings? Are they part of ourselves, or this sort of thing? And if you want to contact me, I guess the best place, I put most of my stuff on White House UFO Facebook site.
Right. Thanks for that. I think once we're really alive, we don't even need psychedelics, because once we're awakened beings, everything becomes alive. That's just my opinion. All right, Adam, what about you? What's your final conclusion? Not final, but at this moment, what do you think?
Oh, well, I just say, if you feel it in your heart and you feel called, go meet your star family, reach out, open up, start practicing. A great way to start opening up telepathy is to connect with a really deep loved one who passes away, because just learning how to commune with other beings in the spirit world is a great start, because you can get a lot of really strong confirmations, and they'll show you things. And extending that to our star family, I think, is really valuable, because we have a lot to learn from the family out there at this time. I'll share a link in the chat for a site that I've used to document some of the most human-like species that are here, and that a lot have shared a lot of their souls to this planet. And so there's many, many beings here who have incarnated from these species. And it's just good to get to know these beings. And the last thing that I'll say is that right now is a time when we need more discernment than ever, right? Because in the process of waking up, we both open ourselves up and we start getting all kinds of new information. We start realizing that there's a lot of false stuff out there, and we start looking for new sources of truth. But there's also a lot of lines laid with bait that have been laid in front of people waking up right now that lead down pipelines that are actually a little twisted and that have a lot of agenda and a lot of manipulation baked into them. So I just really encourage people to use their hearts, use discernment. How does something actually make you feel? Does it create trigger reactions and fear? Does it open your heart deeper and help you actually feel, wow, okay, that feels like alignment with everything that I am and all that I've ever been. Truth is self-evident, as you guys have heard me say many times. And I believe that we need to tune into that truth thermometer in ourselves now more than ever. And we need to really develop that muscle. So good luck out there in navigating the massive mess of information that's currently propagating the noosphere, and find your own tuning line to truth. Find that line that you can tap into that has a connection to your whole self and who you are, and you will be able to find your way to freedom and love.
Thank you. Thanks, Adam Apollo. I'm Alan Steinfeld. I have a book coming out next year from St. Martin's Press called Making Contact, which is a collection of essays by myself, the Hertogs, Grant Cameron, Linda Moulton Howe, Whitley Strieber, all the real top thinkers in the field, and hopefully have a series of that. So look for that. But I also want to say that I think the future looks good, because what we have here at Portal to Ascension, what everyone's watching, thousands of people this week, is a collective field. So before we close, why don't we just take 30 seconds and just beam out from our hearts this essence of love to the world. And this is how we make a change. Our field can affect consciousness. So let's just take 30 seconds and we'll do this. Beam out love. JJ, can you end with a benediction? Oh, unmute yourself, JJ.
There are many words for divine glory, one of which is the Shekinah. May the Shekinah glory of light be placed around Mother Earth. May the doves of light be over our hearts. May the energies of divine love pour forth from our hearts to all humanity. And may we be shepherds of glory as we guide and help the human race enter into the greatest chapter of history in joining the family of nations. The people of the stars, the people of light, who help us discover that we are also brothers and sisters of the light. May peace prevail on earth and in the heavens, as we say joyously the four great amens for the four corners of the earth. Amen, 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 and amen.
This is a portal to ascension we just opened here tonight. Thank you, everyone watching on YouTube, Facebook, the chat, Zoom. Thank you, Neil and Michelle, and everyone who's contributed to this amazing day of disclosure. We started with Disclosure Fest, Adrian, and just went right through covering all the aspects of how we're going to wake up as a planetary civilization to our cosmic heritage. So anything you have to say, Michelle or Neil, about a conclusion for the day?
I would like to just extend my deepest gratitude to each one of you for bringing this forward. And I had typed in the private chat with the hosts that I feel like Contact in the Desert didn't this year. Of you are speakers at Contact in the Desert, but what happened here in these days, especially, I really felt that today as well. Contact in our homes, and it went far and wide. My whole body is alight with the knowing that we made history today. Make history. And Neil, you did that for us. So my gratitude is so deep and so profound for each one of you for adding your light, adding your wisdom and your love. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Neil. Beautiful day.
Yes.
And you, any words, final words, or?
To be quite honest, I'm pretty much speechless. Everything went so well, and I couldn't have planned it better myself. It went so good. Everything came together so great. Everybody was on point, on time. It was just the synergy and the collaboration. there was like virtually, I mean, I've been sleeping 10 hours a night and having really good rest every single night, you know? So it's just like working out so great. And I'm just so happy to be sharing this with you. This day was really just picking up so much momentum. The energy of the day and the experiences, like the amount of information that we put out into the cosmos today is intense, you know? So I'm just excited for that. We're going to continue tomorrow, and tomorrow we have a lot of information again, but we also have the experience, you know? So tomorrow it's about the integration of all of this information. And I'm really thinking that I want to create a post conference sometime. So we're going to keep it going somehow.
Well, it really was about love, and the love you put into this, and Michelle and everyone here. It's what the sort of undercurrent of this theme, which I didn't expect. We're talking about disclosure, and then Grant brings in love. And of course, it's all about that. It's all about sharing who we are as our essence. And, you know, who needs ETs when we can do that? No, I'm kidding.
No, you guys are rock stars. Neil, you are awesome, bro. Thank you so much for creating this. And Alan, you're always fun to thank you. You're an amazing panel host. And Michelle, I had so much fun with you yesterday. Just thank you guys so much.
Yeah. And Kathleen, thanks for your years of dedication. And Grant, you're at it day and night. I don't know how you do. And of course, JJ and Desiree are tireless. They do not take a vacation. They do not rest. I mean, right now there are about 50 people in their living room watching along with them. And
superheroes.
And people around the world. So you're just always at it. And thank you for your fantastic contribution and dedication.
And one of those people is Brad Olson. You're going to be on tomorrow, right?
Yeah,
he's going to be on tomorrow.
Oh, hey, Brad.
Brad, come over for a second.
He's just one of the people.
Yeah, Brad is here with his great insights.
Hey.
Oh my gosh, hi Brad.
You guys all right? Brad, want to say anything about tomorrow?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay. Yeah, you know he's
it's not my show. I'll be talking with you guys tomorrow. I have some new information about Antarctica I think is going to be really exciting to share. As many of you know, I was down there earlier last year. I was with Mr. Apollo in Peru and Bolivia. We got to know each other quite well, and so many wonderful things are happening. Some of the greatest mysteries of the world are now being revealed. And here we are all sharing it together. So great job, you guys, tonight. Really, really enjoyed it. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, homie. Good to see you.
Do you want to do a closing wrap, Neil, or are we?
Yeah.
Neil, let's let Neil thank all the behind the scenes helpers, Omar and Tanya, Soul, tireless efforts behind the scenes in the chat, making Zoom got back on and making it this event. Thank you to all the people who are helping behind the scenes, and to all of you, the listeners and the viewers that were really engaging in the chats and asking profound questions that had such uplifting answers from all of you tonight.
Sharia too has been there constantly for the past 4 days. So many people. This is a team effort.
So high.
Sharia has been love personified this whole event.
Seriously.
Yes.
The communication between all of us has been so seamless, and just going back and forth to make sure everything runs. It's just been so great, and I'm just so happy and blessed to have everybody be a part of it.
So do you want to end? Because I like to showcase your work. Because Neil is he's a visionary, but he's a poet, and it's very contemporary, and it kind of puts the whole spiritual drive that we're facing into words. So
yeah, I figured I'd play a video of us traveling through space while I do it.
Okay, and thanks everyone for tuning in.
Nice.
Let's do it. All right.
This is good.
I'm gonna do 3 poems back to back. It'll probably go 5 minutes. So the whole video.
I just want to say, see us here. We'll see everyone here at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yeah. So everybody, please also share it. Let anybody else know. We want to really get as many people tomorrow for the grand finale. Gonna send out another email. So just keep the energy high all the way till the end. So love you all. See you later. Can you turn off the fan, baby? It's just another day. Sun cast away, hiding in space, new moon appears to black the sky fades. Pluto in retrograde, Saturn's rings I feel gravitationally pulling as Jupiter is the king, protecting Earth's inhabitants from the asteroid that sings. A chapter of a story, another one closes. A new species arose with self-awareness, genetically changed, mutated neural networks within the brain to construct limitation of mind, to move away from the God inside, consumed with temptation and bribe, fed greed and lies from the elite who thrive on contractual linear time, blocking subconscious signs that we are all one. Crop circles of sacred geometrically run, universal abundance, moving away from the worship of the sun, leading nations with bomb and guns. We were all victims to our own creation, to the evolution of the mason. So I'm pacing back and forth, lighting up sage on my porch, looking at the skies, contemplating why I chose to come down this time, contemplating when it will be time for all humanity to thrive. As an Arcturian warrior of light, I gave up trying to fight. Now I embrace the upcoming arrival, the evolution of our godly race. No more denial. And then there was one. Life untangled, rhymers undone, life source drained, vanity explained, following those with fame, always fight and complain, answer remains the same, control with borders and tamed, locked up and enslaved, riding the quantum wave, through awareness we are saved. Ascend and fade away, live for today and don't play games or get erased from this place. One face, unity of race, consciousness explained, end of human reigns, galactic alliance remains a true cosmic place amongst the stars in space. Aware now in case reincarnation takes my next life away. So ascend and pray, not for monetary gains, but an escape for superficial ways. Life is just a phase that will one day be replaced by pure energy and an entirely new intergalactic race. So I live life to the fullest. Each day, seconds turn into minutes. Time passes by, animals and leaves die, browning by the seasons. Growing and planting seeds again is what all men and women are destined to do in order to continue to live the life that we choose. The sun shines light as we move through heaven's tunnels and tubes, wormholes, niches, and grooves, navigating existence so we can enter the womb in gestation. I am elation, exhilaration, and patience. Creates the balance in this wasteland of nuclear pollution. My observation of creation is that we're all heading for the same destination. Millennia of intergalactic wars can't stop the frequency that we're all in store for, so I spit from the core of my lost fragmented soul, reclaiming pieces I left in this world. The carrot in front of me, the elusive pearl. I remember. I came here before. Just one MC, energetically emanating empathy, connected to the fire within me where it became pure energy, the allergy towards this world of anarchy, amnesia, and this fallacy, anesthesia to numb out the insanity, overstimulation leading to apathy. Speak out against the status quo, accusations of blasphemy. The gravity of third dimensional reality eventually causes atrophy, physical and emotional bankruptcy. So I travel the galaxy to release the agony, rearrange the anatomy to avoid the catastrophe, achieve cosmic morality. Time to embrace the duality is the only analogy that supersedes all we need. Just so that we can let go and breathe. Just let go and breathe. So I touch heaven. Skies 11. Dreading the black sun's position, starts to enlist all men into an army of darkness. The mission? To create a prison planet that envisions lack. Victimhood never listened. The water drop in the sunlight glistens. Enter the prism. The vortex where time doesn't exist yet. Colors bombarding, creating friction. Perplexed activity in my cerebral cortex. The question cannot be more complex. So vex experiences that will be more in the next life cycle. I recite all mantras and chants, breathe tantrically, lungs collapse, open all nerve cell synapse to receive the codes, archaic as Morse code, radio waves and gamma rays the secret societies know, and have technology that go interstellar out of this world, raid the facilities, acquire the technology in stealth mode, take what belongs to humanity, pack the van with a full load, light speed down the road. Here to disclose all aspects of reality that will make souls grow. Resistance is futile, the earth is still fertile, the truth will drive the masses wild, but I still have a smile. As the rabbit hole is deep, the answers that we seek, the questions beneath the construct society is humanity's time to evolve and re-enter the days of old. Thank you, everyone.
That was incredible. Incredible. Thank you. Thank you, Neil. Thank you. That just put it all on the map. That was... Thank you to all of you. Shariah, I don't think she's in the room. She's is she not on live?
She's here.
There she is. Amazing job today, Shariah. Thank you so much to all of you.
Thank you, everybody. Did Alan leave us?
Do you feel a little bit high right now?
No, we can't hear you, Shreya.
Uh-oh.
I feel high right now.
I do.
expressing that.
I really do. I'm not altered in any way from any physical substance, but all of the information really activated us today for sure.
It's been a good day. All right. I love
You
you all.
will.
Thank you so much, Kathleen, Adam, Grant. You guys have a beautiful night.
Beautiful.
See you soon.
Thank you.
Bless you.
See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Good night, everybody. See you in the morning. Just quick schedule rundown of tomorrow. We have opening mass meditation with James Redfield, the author of the Celestine Prophecy. Then we have Eddie Stone, who is a conscious nutritionist. Dan Winter is going to be awesome presentation with Dan. And then we have Stephen Halpern, and the JJ and Desiree Hertak is going to be hosting Stephen. We have Eric Lawyer, then Eric Rankin. And then in the afternoon, we have Michael Cremo. We're going to do a lot of ancient civilizations in the afternoon, actually, because we've done a lot of disclosure, a lot of spiritual work, but now we're going to go true world history. It's my favorite topic, guys. So tomorrow, starting the afternoon onwards, we're going to sound frequency in the midday, and then we're going true world history. Michael Cremo, forbidden knowledge, forbidden archaeology, Brad Olson, hidden anomalies in Antarctica, Jamie Janover, the sacred geometry and connection of ancient sites. And then we're going to end with Trisha McCannon and talk about a worldwide pyramid culture. And that's going to be the end of the day. And I'm going to invite all the speakers. Hopefully they can come back on at the end of the day and we can all say bye to you and just go out with a big bang. So see you all then. Okay. Good night, everyone.